Somewhere in a dark corner of the Uchiha clan, fierce quarrels were breaking out among clansmen dressed in Tuan clan uniforms. Fugaku, what the hell do you want to do? The Uchiha family has reached the most urgent time. How could a genius disciple of the Uchiha clan be agreed to join the dark part of Tuanzang? Sarutobi Hinata has already begun to plan against us. Yesterday inside the Hokage building, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Hinata and other clans have begun to deliberately avoid contact with Uchiha. He can't wait. There are rumors all over the village, all of them are unfavorable remarks against Uchiha. In the past week, there have been more and more clashes between the guard and the people of Konoha, and Sarutobi has begun to shrink the patrol area of the guard, which is simply a shame for Uchiha. Fugaku, are we going to sit still? Have you forgotten the Vortex family? Have you forgotten about the Senju clan? Good, we can't wait for the ape-flying sun to trip us up in the back. Back then, Konoha was created by Madara-sama and Madama-sama, and now that the Senju clan has declined, this is my opportunity for Uchiha to rise. Good, he is a fart when he flies. That's it, we reversed and took down the Hokage building. Exactly, reversed. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Xia Shu, who was guarding outside the clan hall, narrowed his eyes slightly. Uchiha Itake has been agreed by Patriarch Fugaku to participate in the assessment of the Dark Division, and it is estimated that it will start tomorrow. If he remembers correctly, when Itake really enters the Dark Division, the first task he receives is to slaughter Uchiha, a dangerous group, for the stability of the village. Time is running out for yourself. It's time to go. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get out of the village. Ha! Someone left the Uchiha clan. Who is it? Uchiha Family Guard Captain Uchiha Natsuki. Natsuki Uchiha, how could it be him? Shuriki, I'll go up with Ishikawa and keep an eye on that man, and you will tell Danzo-sama the news here. Karama Shiryu, the leader of the Root Squad who was in charge of monitoring the Uchiha clan, said to Shuiki Yamanaka. Understood. Good, Ishikawa followed behind me. Karama Shishio and Kaed Ishikawa looked at each other. They had already received orders from Lord Tenzo, and in the past 3 days, all movements concerning the Uchiha clan must be reported without reservation. And looking at the look of Lord Tuanzang, something big may happen recently. It may even be related to Uchiha. They didn't think much about it. Shout, shout. The instantaneous technique was cast, and the two after-images disappeared in an instant. After a few breaths, Xiaoshu sensed that there were two figures not far away, closely following behind him. A thought flashed in his eyes. When he left the Uchiha clan, he had investigated the situation around him, and he thought that he would leave Konoha unconsciously, but he did not expect to be noticed. It seems that I underestimated how wary and important Konoha is to Uchiha. Travel back in time to this Hokage world. In several years, from lower patience to middle patience, and then from middle patience to upper patience, and finally broke through the 3-hook jade with the Sharingan to reach the elite upper patience. Extremely fast lifting speed. Even Ape-Flying Sun Chopper and Tuanzang had thought about themselves. Sure enough, although I don't want to see all this, but since the decision has been made, there is no need to have extra thoughts. Xia Shu let out a long breath, and his gaze gradually became sharper. It's been 4 years and 5 months. Reincarnation is born, dreams are born. These 8 words appear in my mind like ghosts. Since that voice in his heart, the whole person has been like crazy. Every night, thinking of one reincarnation dream after another began to squeeze his spirit. He almost committed suicide, but not without a hint of benefit. The tempering of spiritual power in the dream of reincarnation has broken the restrictions of the Sharingan again and again, and opened the special chakra of the Sharingan in a very short time. Only then did he have his own strength. Bang! The hands were sealed, and the 2 white mists dispersed, and 2 shadow doppelgangers burst out. Time is running out. You guys drag the pursuing Konoha ninja as much as you can, and buy me the most time. The 2 shadow doppelgangers nodded towards Xia Shu, their hands froze, and suddenly disappeared in place. A few seconds later, boom! The cold sound of metal rubbing disturbed the depths of the ghost forest. 2 figures holding short knives on the left and right quietly appeared on the thick branches of Karama Shishio and Ishikawa Kaedme 100 meters. Cold eyes, without a trace of emotion. The other side. Karama Shishio and Kaed Ishikawa looked at each other with ugly faces, looking deep into the dense forest. Broken branches disappear here, even the footprints of stepping on disappear here. In addition to the rustling leaves in the ghost forest, where can you feel the figure of Uchiha Natsuki? Natsuki Uchiha? We have been discovered. Oops, Natsuki Uchiha really has a problem. The dark part and the root part have set up messenger stones around the Uchiha family. As long as you step on the past and stick to the soles of your shoes, you can feel it within a kilometer, although the breath of the letter-sending stone is already very weak now, but you can still feel it. Sure enough, as Lord Kurama expected, the Uchiha clan is an evil clan and cannot be relied on at all. Ishikawa Kaed's eyes were indifferent, and he pulled out the kunao from the ninja bag. Captain, the nature of the mission has changed. From the moment Uchiha Natsuki began to step out of Konoha village, he was Konoha's rebel. As a traitor, the most direct way is to kill him, and no matter what purpose he has, it will have no effect. Kurama Shishio took a deep look at Kaede Ishikawa and did not speak, silently escaped from the kunao in the ninja bag. The instantaneous technique was cast, and the afterimage disappeared in an instant. Kaede Ishikawa shattered it. The next moment, 2 slashes of sword light were under the hood. Natsuki Uchiha. Bang! Uchiha Natsuki's body jumping in the ghost forest suddenly stopped at the branch. The body collapsed violently, and the brain was tingling like a needle prick, and it took a long time to slow down. Killed so quickly, endure the tingling in the brain, accept the picture of the shadow doppelganger before death, and take a long breath. He didn't feel anything wrong. Ninjas who can enter the dark parts and roots have at least the strength of upper ninja. These 2 people who are chasing themselves are even more elite forbearance, comparable to themselves. His own shadow avatar has the strength of 60% of the body. Even if he does not fight hard to delay time, he cannot avoid the opponent's attack every time. Shaking his head, he calmed down and continued on his way. After a few breaths, suddenly, in the forest behind, there was the rustle of leaves. Xia Shu's eyes were cold, his scarlet eyes trembled, and his right hand touched the ninja bag. The next moment, 10 shurikens shot straight back. Poof! Several strands of thorns stabbed towards Natsuki, and the sharp vines thicker than the thighs were cut off by the shuriken and scattered all over the place. A vine bud opened, and Kurama Shio's face appeared expressionlessly from it. The long knife was drawn and suddenly disappeared. Bang! The next second, Xiaoshu quickly pulled out the short knife in his sleeve, and the long knife and the short knife collided with a trace of sparks between the branches. Kurama Shiru jumped back and his hand sealed. The art of bondage. The ground cracked, huge tempeh rushed out of the ground, and countless branches blocked the surroundings, entangled towards the summer trees. In the blink of an eye, the summer tree was bound between the branches by these branches entangled in all directions. Humph, you can't escape. Ishikawa Kaede snorted coldly and stared at Xiaoshu, who was tied up as a dead dog, with a mocking smile. The Kurama clan's illusion? Natsuki's face was strange. The illusion art of the Kurama clan is the ninjutsu of the Kurama clan that merges the blood boundary into the yin to blur the reality. But it doesn't seem to have any effect on the Sharingan. Exhaling a breath, the scarlet 3-hook jade turned, Shakura mobilized the chakra eye and suddenly had a sudden spiritual fluctuation, and the huge tempeh vine began to blur. Suddenly, fire escape, how fireball technique. Ishikawa Kaede opened his mouth and inhaled, suddenly spitting out the technique that he had prepared long ago as Natsuki moved further. The huge fireball instantly smashed towards the vines that blocked the surroundings. Bang! The next moment, a violent explosion set off layers of heat waves, and the branch where Xiaoshu was standing had long ago turned into a scorched residue that was broken by the block. Ahem! There really is no simple one that can enter the root. The branch not far away, the corner of his mouth dripping blood, the embarrassed Xiaoshu stared at the 2 with sharp eyes. Surrender, Natsuki Uchiha. Kaede Ishikawa and Shio Kurama sealed all the front and back roads of Uchiha Natsuki left and right, and the 2 long knives slashed back and forth towards Natsuki. Natsuki dragged his embarrassed body, and the 3 hooks in his scarlet eyes turned rapidly, and the short knife quickly slammed into Ishikawa Kaede's long knife, but the shoulder position was slashed by Kurama Shio. The blood column splashed, snorting in pain. Endure the pain and retreat quickly. Fire escape, dragon fire art. Xiaoshu double froze, opened his mouth to inhale, and spit out again. A fire dragon spewed out and shrouded Ishikawa Kaede and Kurama Shio, who were pursuing. It's useless, your chakra has consumed too much, and now you can easily kill me alone. To dun Tuliu wall. Ishikawa Kaede burst out, the ground surging, and the wide earth wall directly blocked in front of the dragon fire, and the exploded earth block shattered. Kurama Shiksho immediately struck. Water done, water flow bite burst. With both hands sealed, 2 palms hit the ground, the Deo waterspout rushed through the ground, rotated rapidly, like a whip, blocking Xiaoshu's way forward, and stabbing towards Xiaoshu's abdomen, head, and chest. The 2 cooperate very tacitly. Obviously this is not the first time they have done this. Am I finished? Xiaoshu's eyes widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked dazed. In the dream reincarnation countless times, the feeling of death has been touched no less than 999 times, but I did not expect that this last time was indeed completely over. Chakras consumption, physical injuries, blood and tears in the corners of Sharingan's eyes. All of this is explaining a fact to Natsuki. You can't do it anymore, now there is only one way to die. For a while, the memory of 999 death in Xiaoshu's mind was like a slideshow that began to play rapidly in his mind, and the nerve stimulation that suffocated and cried again and again spread to the entire brain. The most primitive desire for survival exploded. The spirit trembled, and the 3-hook jade in the eyes began to change, dissolve, and combine into a new pattern. The special chakra that belongs to Uchiha alone burst open, At this moment, another brand new energy seems to have found a gap in the flood and broken through a certain barrier to the life level. Instantly, Xia Shu's spiritual energy increased by more than 10 times. Poof, poof. Under Xia Shu's perception, the heartbeat that was originally once a second can now be heard once in nearly 50 seconds. The surrounding picture seems to be static. The sound of the wind, birdsong, rustle of leaves is infinitely elongated. Reach out and grab the breeze in the forest in the palm of your hand. More than a dozen bucket-like thick waterspouts are even slower like snails in their eyes. Is this just? Xia Shu's pupils shrank. Suddenly, I thought of the voice that had been haunting my mind for the past 4 years. Reincarnation is born, dreams are born, right? You can't go wrong with that feeling. This is the path of evolution. This is the chain that opens the evolution of the human body. The chakra in Xia Shu's body suddenly recovered. He stepped out slowly, walked out of the combined attack circle of Kurama Shio and Ishikawa Kaed, and calmly watched the scene. Bang! The water exploded, and the trees within 10 meters were cut off by these dozens of tornadoes, and they were shattered. Raindrops scattered all over the sky. Within 100 meters, it was like a local thunderstorm. How did you do that? That's impossible. Kurama Shishio and Kaed Ishikawa froze and widened their eyes. I didn't expect that Natsuki Uchiha actually escaped from the explosion range. And looking at his physical condition, he actually recovered completely. What the hell are you? The two were just about to ask, but before they could react, they felt a chill in their necks. Blood splattered, grunted. 2 living human heads tumbled to the ground. Kurama Shio's eyes were dazed, and he didn't understand what was going on. When did he get to himself? Why not feel a little? It's really weird. Sure enough, the feeling just now was real. The key to the first life progression is related to one's own dreams. The first life advance, Xia Shu did not have a trace of joy on his face. The memory of 1,000 reincarnations of death was completely awakened, making Xia Shu's state of mind have grown to a very terrifying level. Ahem! Burst! A mouthful of reverse blood gushed out from his abdomen, and Xia Shu's face turned extremely pale, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. It's really a fatal backlash. Mental power briefly transcends time. Even if this almost mythical speed is maintained for even a second, it is unimaginable to burden Xia Shu's current body. At this time, Xia Shu, the entire body muscles were like being gnawed by 10,000 ants, swelling and stinging, the whole body twitched, and the speed of the heartbeat began to accelerate. Nope. In this state, it is difficult to leave the forest quickly. Get out of here quickly. The hands were sealed, a cloud of smoke dispersed, and another shadow doppelganger stood on the side of Xia Shu. Xia Shu's pupils condensed slightly, and his indifferent eyes flashed with an imperceptible abruptness. The shadow avatar has no breath of progression. It seems that his dream life advancement is only useful for the body. The shadow avatar smiled. It's very simple. The shadow avatar is only chakra's will manifestation, will not dream. His will is only part of the ontological will. There is no real body. Even if there is independent thinking, it cannot do the evolution of the life level. It can only be that the stronger the ontology will, the stronger the strength of the shadow avatar, and that's it. It's not right. Maybe it can really be done. The two looked at each other, and the doppelganger understood what Natsuki was referring to. The little princess of the Kurama family. She? It's really possible. Now it's better to hurry up and leave this place of right and wrong, find a place for me to slow down. Xia Shu, who had a pale face, let out a long breath, and his whole body began to spasm, almost paralyzed to the ground. The shadow doppelganger quickly caught the exhausted Xia Shu, held him on his shoulder, jumped a few times, and left quickly. 30 minutes later, a group of Konoha ninjas with cat and dog masks looked at the two headless corpses and the scene that had long been reduced to ruins, with solemn faces. Among them was Shuoki Yamanaka of the Kurama team. It seems that Captain Kurama and Shinobu Ishikawa have been killed. The hateful Uchiha clan, what a shame for Konoha. No, it's not right. How could Uchiha Natsuki alone kill Captain Kurama and Shinobu Ishikawa? And look at the knife wound. This is a frontal blow to kill. Could it be a conspiracy of the Uchiha clan? I don't know. The fight at the scene was completely destroyed, and the breath of the letter delivery stone disappeared. He said the ninja chasing after the dark and the roots. You say a word. The ninja captain who led the team coughed. Okay, report the situation in front of you to Lord Danzo and Lord Hokage truthfully. As for the extra matters, we can't decide. Understood. Understood. Now, carefully search for possible clues, and bring back all the bodies of Captain Kurama and Shinobu Ishikawa. The words fell. The ninjas of both the Dark and the Roots began to search carefully, and the corpses were sealed and packed. 3 hours later, inside the Hokage building, the two reports, analyzed by the Root and the Dark part, were placed in front of Sarutobi Hinata and Shinmura Danzo. Kurama Shishio and Kaede Ishikawa, who were in charge of pursuing Uchiha Natsuki, are dead, and Uchiha Natsuki has no trace. The third-generation Hokage took a big puff of his cigarette and slowly flipped the report on the table in deep thought. The timing of this Uchiha Natsuki's departure was too tense. and his identity can't help but make Sarutobi Hinata and Shimura Danzo think more. The captain of the Uchiha Guard, also a person who is on his list. Why did such a figure with considerable prestige within the Uchiha clan leave Konoha at this juncture? Did he discover something? The analysis on the report also suggests another possibility. The Konoha ninja in charge of pursuing Natsuki Uchiha is likely to have encountered an attack by an unknown powerhouse. Especially the wound that cut between the necks of the two was definitely a blow to kill. Kill two elite shinobi with a knife in the front. With this kind of speed and knife technique, even the ape Flying Sun Slash did not dare to guarantee that it would be successfully cast. Not to mention Natsuki Uchiha. Subconsciously, neither Danzo nor Sarutobi Hinata linked the deaths of Kurama Shishio and Kaede Ishikawa with Natsuki Uchiha. Think the killer is someone else. Could it be the whole card hidden by the Uchiha clan? The more he thought about it, the more Ape Flying Sun felt that it was possible. In the First and Second Ninja World Wars, there were many ninjas from all races, and many of them had contact with the clans. As the great clan that founded Konoha, it is not incomprehensible that some clans are exiled. Therefore, after analyzing the two reports, Tuanzang and Ape Fei Ri Chop's faces became extremely solemn. It seems that Uchiha's actions will need to be re-evaluated. Ape Fei Ri looked slightly condensed, and spit out a smoke ring. The other side. The doppelganger took Xia Shu and fled overnight. Take refuge in a small village on the border of the Land of Fire. During this time, the doppelganger has been guarding outside the door of Xia Shu's recuperating room, alert to possible dangers around him. As for Xia Shu's injury, he really had no other way but to recuperate. The physical load span time, and extremely terrifying strains appeared in all 5 internal organs. Carefully perceived, the cell failure on the surface of the internal organs is covered with fine lines, like a thirsty riverbed, seeping to the extreme. Even the outer skin is full of hideous blood-red cracks. The room was full of bloody cotton yarn, bandages. Step in, the smell of blood was overwhelming, and people choked and vomited. Xia Shu, who was curled up on the bed, had cold sweat on his forehead, his face was pale, his lips were chapped and his teeth were clenched. The trembling body can always hear the hissing and painful gasping sound. It's been 26 hours. Fainted 8 times. This kind of torture has been tormenting Xia Shu for 26 hours. For years of 1,000 deaths have not driven him crazy, is it still a few hours away? Forced to endure the pain, the cotton yarn wiped the blood oozing from the surface of the body, and snorted. PAWA cactus accelerates the activation of wound cell repair. He clearly felt that his body was getting stronger step by step. With the passage of time, the division rate of new cells at the fine cracks has accelerated significantly, and the strength of the body is slowly increasing. Humph! Xia Shu snorted in pain. Chakra covered the whole body, stimulating the growth of cells to accelerate. The next moment, the injury recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chakra drastically decreased, and his vitality quickly recovered. The breath becomes even more grand. Whew! Xia Shucheng let out a long breath and slowly got up, his miserable white face showing a hint of a smile. It's done! 9 dead lives, finally slowed down. The shadow doppelganger pushed the door in and asked with a smile. How? The vision and perception of the shadow avatar and the main body of Natsuki are common. When Xia Shu's breath returned to calm for the first time, he knew that the danger had passed. The first advance finally passed. The mental power has expanded by more than 10 times, even the physical strength is at least 5 times stronger than before. The physical strength and mental power have all been enhanced, and the recovery speed and capacity of the chakra in the body have been improved. As soon as the words fell, the 3-hooked jade in Xia Shu's eyes melted and condensed, and a dark 6-pointed star pattern appeared in his pupils. As soon as it was opened, an extremely large and strange energy was hidden in the pupils. 2 new pupils are conceived in it. Hitomi has also mutated, the sickle kaleidoscope turned into a 6-pointed star, and I could feel that it would be quite terrifying if I performed the pupil technique. Xia Shu stroked the corner of his eyes and said calmly. The shadow avatar nodded. So where are we going next? I originally wanted to go to the Land of Rain, but now the plan needs to be changed, all the way east, towards the ruined land of the Vortex. Xia Shu's words fell. The shadow avatar nodded. There was no opinion. The current country of the Vortex was in ruins, sparsely populated, hiding in the country of the Whirlpool. It would not attract the attention of others. Then we have to speed up. Kurama Shio and Ishikawa Kaed life and death things appear. I'm afraid that Sarutobi Hinata and Danzo will have further moves, and Konoha's ninja are afraid that they will soon catch up. No hurry. Have you forgotten our purpose in leaving Uchiha and leaving Konoha? If it's really to escape Uchiha's fate, why should I stay in Uchiha for 4 years? Xia Shu shook his head lightly, and his tone revealed firmness. Hokage building. Let's not talk about whether there is any powerful foreign aid on the periphery of the Uchiha clan, but on the issue of Uchiha Natsuki, we must make our attitude clear. Shimura Danzo said in a low voice. Ape Fei Riko spat out a smoke ring, looked down in thought, and watched the 2 reports in silence. He already had concerns about this. The appearance of a suspected shadow-level powerhouse will affect the village's planning. A head-on confrontation is still possible, but secretly attacking, the loss is unbearable even for him, the Hokage. Without conclusive evidence, you can't blindly draw conclusions about Uchiha Natsuki, and besides, isn't there no result there yet? After the feedback of the Dark Department on the information of the Uchiha family, there is also a mixed debate within the Uchiha family about Natsuki Uchiha's behavior leaving the family. A large part of the guards and the bottom clan did not want to believe that Natsuki Uchiha had fled the clan, and even pointed the spearhead of this matter at the Konoha high level. Think of this as a conspiracy against Uchiha. The elders of the clan wanted to expel Uchiha Natsuki from the family tree and ease the conflict between the village and the family, but they were blocked by Fugaku's words. Sarutobi even found an extremely interesting phenomenon in Uchiha Natsuki's data. In the 4 years since the rise of Natsuki Uchiha, the conflicts between him and the high-ranking elders in the clan continued one after another, and he even once moved a knife with the 3 elders. But what is strange is that Fuyu, who is the patriarch, did not blame him in the slightest. It is precisely because of this that it arouses the huge suspicion of Tuanzang. In this world where the patriarchal system is greater than the heavens, Uchiha Natsuki's various behaviors are simply morally bankrupt and lawless outliers. There is a problem. This is definitely a big problem. Tuanzang looked gloomy and looked at the ape flying Sunday. This Uchiha Natsuki definitely can't be counted like that. His relationship with Fugaku is definitely not as simple as it seems. It can't be said that the deaths of Kurama Shishio and Ishikawa Kaede are a temptation of Uchiha to Konoha. This timing is too coincidental. As soon as our action was about to start, something happened here in Uchiha, and the dark and root ninjas in charge of the pursuit died. How could there be such a coincidence? Ape Fari frowned slightly, and the action of spitting smoke began to slow down slowly, and a trace of vacillation began to appear in his heart. As Danzo said, all this is simply too coincidental, so coincidental that people will start to doubt Uchiha. Could it be that this matter is really related to Fugaku? This, Sarutobi hesitated, then agreed to Danzo's idea. If you use Uchiha Natsuki, a stepping stone, to test Uchiha, it may not be a good thing for the village. Okay, the action against Natsuki Uchiha will be left to you. Yes, I will absolutely dig up all of Uchiha's conspiracy. A cold sneer leaked from the corner of Shimura Danzo's mouth. Hurry up, there are B-level missions announced. At the root mission, the idle root ninja began to slowly gather at the mission to receive the task list. When I got the task list, I saw a grim-looking young man's head at first glance. Named Natsuki Uchiha, has opened the eye of the Wheel of the 3 Hooks. Age, 20. Status, Captain of the Uchiha Escort, now Konoha Rebel Shinobi. Level, Elite Shinobi. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Water. Good at Physical, Illusion. Mission records, 32 at Level D, 25 times at Level C, 16 times at Level B, and 5 times at Level A. Remuneration for tasks, 180,000 taels. Character introduction. Natsuki Uchiha, the captain of the Uchiha Escort, defected from Konoha village yesterday night, and clashed with Konoha ninja Kurama Shiao and Kaede Ishikawa, who were scouting and patrolling, and viciously beheaded the two. The plot is extremely bad. Degree of danger, what? It was this rabbit cub who killed Captain Kurama and Shinobu Ishikawa? Can't bear it. The Uchiha clan has no one in their eyes all day, and now they actually dare to openly kill the ninjas in their village, which is simply a group of scourge. Nope, I must avenge Captain Kurama. Sure enough, if it is an evil clan, this clan should not remain in Konoha. Everyone in the root department was indignant one by one, and they couldn't wait to rip Uchiha Natsuki alive. Just when everyone was angry and cursed, in the inconspicuous corner of the crowd, the corners of the mouths of the 2 grim-faced ninjas evoked a sneer. Immediately after that, it disappeared into the crowd. The root commander who was responsible for announcing the task list hurriedly calmed everyone and began to arrange the task. Note that the target may hide his strength, be good at physical arts and illusions, and the most likely locations are located in the southwest and southeast directions of Konoha, so everyone involved in this mission can search in these 2 directions. Start now. Those who accept this mission will start receiving the mission from me. Understood. The words fell. The root ninja responsible for attacking and killing Natsuki Uchiha soon left Konoha after receiving the task. The atmosphere of Konoha has changed today, and everyone can feel it. Both Konoha ninjas and civilians deliberately lowered their voices when they approached the Uchiha clan, and their eyes showed worry and vigilance. Although Itaki is only 13 years old, the eyes of the people around him are keenly aware of him. With a maturity beyond his peers, he is extremely sensitive to what happens to the Uchiha people in the village. He didn't understand what brother Xiaoshu did, and why his father had been protecting the clan brother who was always in trouble. Yes, it's protection. Even in Itaka's conception, certain behaviors of Natsuki made him frown. Why is that? Uchiha frowned and walked towards the patriarch's courtyard, his mind already drifting to Cloud 9. Itaki, it's back. Mikato smiled indifferently when she saw the absent-minded Itaki. The ferret nodded and walked forward quietly, his mind completely off his mother. This kid, Mikato saw Itaka's appearance and shook her head in distress. The ferret who entered the room, seeing his father who was drinking tea indifferently, and even had a trace of stun between his eyebrows, finally couldn't hold back and asked the doubts in his heart. Father, what happened? It has been 7 days since the 3 generations of Hokage and Danzo sent ninjas to secretly surround the Uchiha clan. The result is basically a fixed number. Uchiha's fate cannot escape the end of 1,000 hands and a whirlpool. But Fugaku's mood at this time was much more stunned. Conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha civilians were frequent before. It was as if there was an invisible big hand that stabbed the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha through the water in an instant. The approach of Sandaime and Danzo made Fugaku see the conspiracy even more. But now, because that kid made the whole family breathe a sigh of relief. Does this kid really have something to do? Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly. This is not an idea that suddenly came out of nowhere for Uchiha Fugaku, but a keen insight as a patriarch. In the past 4 years, the relationship between Xiaoshu and the bottom clan of Uchiha is simply not too good, and the contradiction with the high level of the clan is extremely sharp, directly led to irreconcilable contradictions within the entire Uchiha clan, the old and peaceful ethnic people. Fortunately, what comforted Uchiha Fugaku was that this kid hadn't taken the opportunity to pinch himself in 4 years. With this kid's prestige in the clan, it is really not difficult to erect himself as a patriarch. Now only after waiting for Natsuki's news can he decide what to do next. At least for now, it's in favor of Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku had a general idea in his heart, and as he was thinking, a childish and firm voice interrupted his thinking. Weasel? Fugaku was stunned for a moment, and then smiled faintly. Come in, look at you like this, what do you want to ask? He knows his son, most things can be solved by himself. If there is really no problem that bothers him, he generally will not take the initiative to find him. Father, the ferret entered the room, and a solemn expression appeared on his calm little face. I want to know why brother Natsuki left Konoha. Is brother Natsuki a rebel? Fugaku glanced at his son with a surprised and curious look and smiled. I didn't expect that you would actually ask about this? Itaka nodded. Fugaku knew his son, but he could only vaguely guess Natsuki's actions. But one thing he was sure of. Fugaku let out a long breath, took a sip of tea, and waited for a while before his eyes looked at the solemn-looking Itaki. You remember, Natsuki didn't betray Uchiha, he didn't betray the village, he didn't even betray anyone. Not only is he okay with Uchiha, but he is also meritorious. As for why, I think you'll understand what this means soon. If Fugaku, who is the patriarch, represents the past, then the weasel with a calm mind is now. And Xiaoshu, who completely subverted the old Uchiha system, can fully represent the future of Uchiha. A teenager who completely condensed the new generation of Uchiha, even Fugaku had to give way in front of him. The appearance of Xiaoshu is like a guiding light. When he begins to shine, there will be many people willing to die for him. This is the human heart. Fugaku glanced at the frowning Itaki and said no more. Some things still have to be felt by himself. Even if he is a father, there is still not much convincing in his words. There is no need to guess why the villagers on the border have such a great hatred for ninjas. Here it comes. The young man strolling through the ruins suddenly stopped. The abandoned wall began to squirm, and the transparent figure quickly condensed its figure, and a handful of bitterness loomed. Stealth? The young man did not dodge, and the corner of his mouth hooked a sneer. Bang! The figure moved slightly, dragging out an afterimage, and the ninja who shot was killed by one blow. Meanwhile, above the young man's head, left and right, a rapid sound of breaking the air sounded. Countless kunao and shurikens were thrown in all directions, swarming towards the youth. There is no way to avoid it. But what they never expected was, at the critical moment, the young man in the field bent his legs slightly, stretched his right hand forward, and assumed a fighting posture. Soft fist back to the sky. For a while, the surrounding chakra gushed out in the chakra cave, and the body rolled and gushing chakra rotated at high speed like a gyro in place. The kunao and shuriken that were densely projected at the youth were all knocked off in an instant. There are even a lot of kunao shooting quickly towards the root ninja in the shadows. That's impossible. Hiding in the shadows, the commander of the root force in charge of this chase mission exploded in his mind. The soft fist of the Hayaga clan returned to the sky. How is this possible? Why does the Uchiha clan have the stunts of the Hayaga family, also perfectly mastered by the target? Juquin, Bagwazang, and Huishin are promoted in the Hayaga clan, not only because of their combat power, but also because only the Hayaga clan can use this physical technique. This is the blood succession limit, white eye, that belongs to the Hayaga family alone. Huishin is known as absolute defense and can rebound their attacks, which is understandable. But the Uchiha family's Sharinan can copy ninjutsu, but not all ninjutsu can be copied. The leader of the team turned extremely ugly. The target first didn't know what weird means to use to kill the root ninja who secretly attacked, and then rebounded all their attacks with the soft fist of the Hayaga family. Why is this not indicated in the intelligence? The target person hides strength. Dang dang dang. Kumo and his shuriken slammed into the wall in front of Gen Commander at high speed, knocking the wall into a pothole and about to collapse. Just as he wanted to leave the ruins, his eyelids jumped wildly. I saw a pair of scarlet three-hooked jade pupils in his eyes spinning rapidly, allowing him to see the enemy attack. The root ninjas in the ruins were surrounded and killed by the ninjas of Union Village and Union Village, and more than 20 elite shinobi resisted desperately, falling one by one, dying one by one, and the scene fell one by one. The entire root ninja was killed and wounded, and they couldn't support it. Union, you guys deserve to die. Commander Gen's eyes were torn, filled with grief and indignation, and he disappeared in an instant, rushing to the battlefield. But at this time, the mist rose in the ruins, and the battlefield where the root ninja fought with Union and Iwane slowly disappeared. In its place is the scene where the root ninjas kill each other and fall to the ground. In this scene alone, 18 of the root elite shinobu who carried out this mission died. Only 5 people were left to die of serious injuries and struggle in the ruins. Illusion. We all fell for the illusion of the Uchiha clan. Such a large-scale illusion is definitely not something that Uchiha Natsuki can launch alone. He has helpers, and we are all calculated. Glancing at the tragic scene, the root commander's pupils shrank in horror. I saw that Uchiha Natsuki looked back at them, smiled softly on his face, turned his figure and walked towards the intersection at the border of the village step by step, and his figure slowly disappeared. Intelligence error, damn, there was actually a mistake in the intelligence. Natsuki Uchiha, he is not alone, he has helpers. The loss this time is too great. 18 elite ninjas died tragically and 5 were seriously injured, which will shake the village. Captain Gen's eyes changed, and the body that originally wanted to pursue Xia Shu froze straight in place. It seems that some major decision was made to quickly leave the ruined village with the wounded killed by a hammer wounded. This time, the spiritual power is turned on to affect reality, and the speed reaches the same frequency as killing Kurama Shishio and Ishikawa Kaed, and if you want to instantly influence 24 elite shinobi, 3 seconds is already the maximum load. The first stage has an increase in physical and mental energy, and if you fight against a shadow-level powerhouse, without relying on Susa, with mental control, the duration is only 1 second. 1 second, enough is enough. Natsuki Uchiha smiled. The first stage has opened, and it has already added to his agility, strength, physique, and spirit, and compared with before, I am afraid that he can kill the previous 4 casually. As long as you continue to improve your spiritual power, your physique will also be assisted and enhanced, and then you can kill with just a pair of flesh palms. Walking on the road shook his head and smiled indifferently. There is no protagonist. That night, Captain Gen returned to the village with 2 dying ninjas. 3 badly wounded and dying root ninjas died completely on the way to Konoha by the captain. Danzo received information and asked the Yamanaka clan to read the memories of the 2 seriously injured and the captain in charge of the mission. According to the reading memory, it was found that all 3 of them were manipulated by the writing wheel eye. But what puzzled everyone was that in the memory, except for the chakra eye, the image of the spellcaster was not seen at all. Except for Natsuki Uchiha at the beginning who uses a soft fist to make their pupils shrink, there is nothing else. Uchiha. Tuan Zhang's face sank. Bring these 3 down. Captain Gen's face was calm, without a trace of fear, as if he had already expected his end. I just said that this Uchiha clan is an evil clan. What should I do in this situation now? Furious, Danzo left the roots and walked towards the Hokage building. He is not a fool. Now this matter is full of weirdness. In the report of the Yamanaka clan spying on the memory, some intelligence with Natsuki Uchiha can be seen. Hineda's soft fist. Weird speed. Unknown helper. It seems that Natsuki Uchiha has never shot from beginning to end, except for the blow at the beginning. This is simply weird. And this also involves the Hyuga family, a Uchiha family, a Hyuga family. Is there something he doesn't know about it? The more Tuan Zhang thought about it, the more he felt the seriousness of the problem. Arrive at Hokage's office and hand the Yamanaka clan's report to Sarutobi Hineda. Take a look. Hineda Ape Fari looked at his old partner with a gloomy face with a puzzled expression. He spat out a puff of his cigarette and began to flip through the report handed over by Tenzo. Without turning the 2 pages, his face changed directly. Where did this report come from? What the root ninja detected in his brain, you can rest assured that the person has already dealt with it. Tuan Zhang said in a hoarse voice. Sarutobi nodded. If it's really like what is described here, then Uchiha really can't move when he says. Sarutobi took a puff of his cigarette, his fingers slowly tapping on the tabletop. There shouldn't be any problems there, it's just that I haven't been to the Hyuga clan for a long time, so it's better to take this opportunity to move around, Tuan Zhang sneered. If there really is something going on between the 2 major families of Konoha, do you think Hayashi will tell you? And this Uchiha Natsuki, this is not the first time. If you don't dispose of it again, what do you think other families will think? Ape Fari frowned slightly. Don't you think Uchiha is too quiet? Tuan Zhang snorted coldly. Fugaku has not moved until now. Whether Uchiha has a helping hand or not, Uchiha Natsuki must die. Konoha can't open this head. Sarutobi shook his head. Okay, for Uchiha Natsuki, you'll see. In any case, there is only one way to die. Especially the Uchiha family, who live up to the discipline. Don't worry, this time must let Uchiha Natsuki die completely. The two talked for a while. Tunzo returned to the roots. Along with Danzo are Kakashi, the flag known as the Copy Ninja, and the Konoha Blue Beast Matkai. This time the operation was led by Kiki Kakashi and Matkai. In terms of team members, Tuanzang sent out 5 squads of the root, a total of 50 upper shinobi and elite upper shinobi. The little ghost of the Uchiha family, this time the old man wants to see how you escape. Danzo looked at the 5 ninja squads that left Konoha, a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Why pull up Kiki Kakashi and Matkai, and even send 5 squads? He was going to warn the Konoha families. Let them settle down a little. As for Natsuki Uchiha, there are 5 squads plus Kakashi, Kiki and Matkai, and 1 shadow level can still handle it. Burst. Gossip 2 palms, 6 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Hineda's eyes widened, the chakra around her sword, and the acupuncture moves were slapped one after another, hitting the Deo after image. Uchiha Natsuki fisted and sneered. Patriarch Hineda, you have fallen into my gossip array. The kid is rampant, don't be distracted when fighting. That's right. Uchiha Natsuki nodded, and the figure disappeared again. Next second. Appears behind Hineda. Damn, go back to heaven. Poof, just as he was spinning his defense, a flying kick hit him in the neck, kicking Hineda's entire body out. Bang! The space began to distort, and Hineda's figure slowly dissipated like sand. Uchiha Natsuki slowly opened his eyes. After breaking through the First Order evolution, you can actively choose to control your dreams. It is not passively entering the dream as before, and when the time comes, the characters, behaviors, and events in the dream are uncontrollable. The first stage of life advancement starts from 1000 dream life and death cycles, and after completing the first life progression, passive dreaming turns into active dreaming, and you can also write the data of real characters into dreams to train against it, and there is a great chance of learning the ability of dream characters. However, the control of dreams has certain limitations, and the strength of dream characters is condensed by the strength of their own spiritual power, and if they exceed their own physical strength, their spiritual power will collapse in an instant. Liu Xiaoshu opened his eyes, his face expressionless, and he separated a shadow doppelganger. There is still too little life and death training, otherwise the increase in spiritual power can definitely make Uchiha and Senjuja become their own sparring partners. What about the new abilities? The shadow avatar stood beside the body and said, it's okay, the control of dreams has increased the understanding of combat effectiveness, combat awareness, ninjutsu proficiency, and ninjutsu, and gradually developed physical potential, and chakra of various attributes can be used, and previously obscure questions can be quickly understood and even successfully performed in a fight with dream opponents. With this ability, you should not be lonely in the future. Xia Shu got up, and the two of them walked slowly one after the other. On the way, there are different opinions on some questions. Reincarnation is born, dreams are born. If nothing else, this life advancement should evolve mainly with spiritual strength as the mainstay, supplemented by physical strength, and constantly squeeze people's potential. Saying this, Xia Shu stopped and looked at the shadow doppelganger. Although the essence of the shadow avatar is a massive chakra energy with personality will, you can also try to write character data. Can't you forcibly implant it if you can't dream? Keep trying, now we have time to verify. Natsuki smiled and patted the shoulder of the shadow doppelganger. Bang! Poof! Xia Shu's brows frowned slightly. To be honest, he was very shameful about Tenzo and Sarutobi's approach. This is already the 5th batch. The black market actually began to circulate a bounty order about him, the level was Shangnan, and the reward was 300,000 taels. Without even thinking about it, you know who did it. 300,000 taels. It is already a task honorarium that is close to the movement of the shinobi village and the country. And the mission goal is actually just a shinobi. Moment. The task of killing Natsuki Uchiha became a black market. So much so that Natsuki stopped all the way, and there were always some sneaky bounty ninjas who came to find death. Done. The shadow doppelganger held a short knife with blood in his hand and wiped it clean with his hand. A strong smell of blood rushed Xia Shu straight and shook his head. Okay, let's go, I can feel it, my name in the ninja world will definitely not be better in the future. On Konoha's side, finally the paper couldn't contain the fire. The few elite Shangnan in the village were suddenly reduced by a third, and the major families were not blind. How could they not see the problem in this? Moreover, the root ninja frequently dispatches, if there is no trick in this, it feels abnormal. What the hell is going on here? Mito Manita and Kohara were the first to go to the Hokage building and question Danzo and Sarutobi with gloomy faces. It has only been a long time since the Second Ninja World War, and so many elite shinobi in the village have been mobilized. A third of the elite upper shinobi was mobilized. Is this the Union Village going to start ravaging the border, or is the old immortal temper of Union Village coming up again? Even if Konoha went to war with Union, why didn't I, as a senior advisor to Konoha, get the news in advance? Do you two still have us two in your eyes? Ape Flying Sun chopped out a puff of smoke and was silent. Xiaochun snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Tuanzang. Tuanzang, what the hell is going on? Can't even the two of us know? So many elites in the village have disappeared. What the hell are they going to do? No comment. You, turning to sleep, Kohara turned his head away from Tenzo and stared at the Ape Flying Sunday Hinata. What the hell are you hiding? Ape Flying Sun sighed. That's it, this matter will be known sooner or later anyway. Open the drawer and hand the two of them the information sent by the Darken Roots. This is the intelligence of these 2 days, see for yourselves. The two took the information and began to flip through it. Originally, there was nothing, and when he saw Uchiha Natsuki defect, his brows furrowed, and when he saw the casualty figures, Kohara directly slapped the table and exploded. Ape Flying Sun, Shinura Danzo, what the hell are you trying to do? Dead and wounded 26 elite shinobi. Such a big loss, she felt terrifying even when she went to bed. Kohara became furious, and the Hokage's office instantly fell silent. This matter was our negligence in not investigating Uchiha's conspiracy, and Natsuki Uchiha also hides his strength, causing problems in our decision-making. Ape Fei Ri exhaled a puff of smoke, and a trace of pain appeared in the corners of his eyes. Whether it is the weird speed or the soft fist of the Hyuga family, it is something we did not expect. Uchiha Natsuki's strength may be comparable to the shadow level, but the most important thing is that he himself may have the help of the shadow level clan. That's the first thing to solve now. For a while, the entire Hokage office was dead silent. Shadow level. This is definitely a Genkyu level master in the 5 major countries. In the 5 hidden villages, the shadow level without exception can break into the existence of the enemy army alone. Every shadow level powerhouse is a ruthless person killed from the corpse mountain and sea of blood. It requires not only strength, but also a strong natural will. After the second generation Hokage, the only one who can reach the shadow level conditions in the entire Konoha is the Ape Flying Sun / Even if they are also second generation students, Koharu, Mito Minion, and Danzo can't step into the threshold of the shadow level. It's actually like this. Shadow level, or the shadow level powerhouse of the Uchiha family. No wonder you sent a large number of elite shinobi to hunt down Natsuki Uchiha. Koharu took a deep breath. It's hard to come out in peacetime. This is almost all the consensus of the ninja world. However, the Uchiha clan actually has such a demon existence. Whether it is Uchiha Natsuki, who can be compared to the shadow level, or an unknown shadow level powerhouse of the Uchiha family. No matter which one appears, it will definitely cause turmoil in the village. It is impossible to say that the Uchiha clan will take the opportunity to attack the village. This is absolutely not allowed in the eyes of sleeping Koharu. So that's the case, no wonder you want to send a large number of elite shinobi to kill Uchiha Natsuki. This is to nip the idea in the bud. Kohara let out a long breath, and soon understood the intention of Sarutobi and Danzo. Mito Minion also guessed this possibility. Not only did even mention the Hyuga family's soft fist and the intelligence, we are worried that the Uchiha clan will have a connection with the Hinata clan, and maybe even more clans. It won't. Did you think too much about it? Hayashi has always supported you. Koharu looked surprised. The Hyuga family has always been a staunch supporter of the Hokage family, and even Hinata Hayashi has never mentioned the events of that year. It should not be mixed with the Uchiha family. However, how to explain Natsuki Uchiha's soft fist? For a while, Zio-kun's expression also became extremely solemn. Support, that's not enough chips for betrayal. The matter of the Union messenger back then, Rizu can endure not being on the spot and slash his face at your Ape Flying Sun. It can explain everything. If you had put the position of Hizu on the 4 of us, and Union wanted the son of your Ape Flying Sun, what would you do? Tunzo's hoarse voice laughed mockingly. Mito Minion and Koharu looked at each other, apparently in favor of Tuanzang's statement. Then will this chase and kill definitely succeed? Mito Minion asked. Ape Flying Sun said with an ugly face. Although I admit that Natsuki Uchiha's strength is very strong and has made rapid progress, but this time to send Kakashi Kiki and Matkai, even if his strength is comparable to the shadow level, it is not the opponent of the two. If it's the White Fang Kid and Kai Kid, there should be no problem. Yes, I hope that this time I can completely eliminate Uchiha's plot. If something happens again, even if you are Hokage, I am afraid you will not be able to afford it. Turning to sleep, Kohara looked at the Ape Flying Sun and said in a deep voice, I understand. The backyard of Hinata's mansion. Since autumn, it has been late autumn. In the first 2 months, I could still feel a touch of coolness, but now it has made people add a layer of clothing to protect against the cold. Ape Flying Sun Chopper stood in place and spat out a puff of white smoke. Naruto-sama. The two Hyaga clansmen guarding the door were slightly stunned. I came to your patriarch. Yes, I'll inform you. After a while, the daily clansman who went to report came to the door. Naruto-sama, the patriarch is inside, please. Sarutobi nodded and walked towards the Hyaga family behind the doorman. Straight through the floors of houses, you soon arrived at the mansion where Hinata Hayashi lived. Pushed the door in. I saw Hinata greeting the ape flying with a smile on his face. Naruto-sama, it's so late, I don't know what's going on. Turning the ape flying son to the first place, the two sat opposite each other, and after a few breaths, a maid brought tea in. Hayashi slowly filled the tea for the ape flying Sunday. Naruto-sama, please, please, two people have a drink each. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hinata opened his mouth, leaving Hinata's face full of doubts. I don't know what attention the ape flying son slashed. Hayashi, in the matter of Hinata, you have suffered. Ape flying son sighed. Naruto-sama, for the sake of the village, for the hard-won peace, what the Hyaga family has done is worth it. Hearing the words of the ape flying son, Hayashi finally understood something, but more doubts emerged. However, in front of the ape flying son, he did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Yes, for the sake of the village, for the hard-won peace, everything is worth it. Hearing Hinata's words, Sarutobi smiled gratifyingly. The last sentence repeated seemed to be said to Hayashi, and it seemed to be said to himself. The two chatted with each other. Finally, Sarutobi left Hinata's house with a smile on his face. Ape flying Sunday. Sure enough, I'm old. It seems that something terrible has happened in the village, otherwise why would he come to me at night? Could it be related to the latest news? Staring at the back of the ape flying son, Hinata's brows froze slightly and shook his head. Obviously, the matter is not so simple. Uchiha clan Land Fugaka sat in the study, looking at the water stop in the courtyard that was training with Itachi, and drinking tea in silence. Stop the water, don't leave the family recently, accompany the weasel more. Yes, patriarch. By the way, if Naruto-sama and Danzo-sama ask, let's say that there are important matters in our clan that need to be dealt with. Yes, patriarch. Shui replied expressionlessly. Although I don't know if Shui got Tenzo's instructions, in order not to let Shui get trouble for that kid. Fugaka didn't mind leaving the water in the village. In a small village dozens of miles away from Konoha village. The man wearing a red cloud robe on a black background and a swirling mask looked puzzled and talked to a creature that was half black and half white and emerged from the ground. You say, Konoha has lost 26 elite shinobi in these 2 days. Strange, Konoha should not have any wars with neighboring countries now. How could so many people be killed and injured? The whirlpool masked man said to himself. I sneaked into the roots and probed the memories of one of the captains of the roots, something that was done by a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, there was a tremor in the masked man's voice. Is it a weasel? No, it's a guy named Natsuki Uchiha. A strange and sharp voice sounded on the side. Natsuki Uchiha, how could it be him? The masked man was even more puzzled, obviously knowing, and even understanding the person of Natsuki Uchiha. You continue to pursue this matter, especially the news about Natsuki Uchiha. Okay, it has been 4 days since Natsuki Uchiha left Konoha. At this time, Natsuki Uchiha and the shadow doppelganger were riding a fishing boat towards the ruins of the Vortex country. Uchiha Natsuki let out a breath, his eyes were cold, his face was pale, and cold sweat flowed on his forehead. It's still a little reluctant, and against 5 Hinata Hayashi at the same time, the agility and reflexes are still insufficient. Hinata Hayashi, who dealt with the peak of the 5 elites at the same time, still felt inadequate. If Hinata Hayashi heard this, he would probably faint in anger. When did Hyaga Hayashi ever be slapped in the face like this? Yes. At this time, Hinata has become the basic unit of Natsuki's battle. The shadow on the side looked at him and smiled. Didn't you find that your spiritual power has increased by 10% compared to the last time, and besides, has the patriarch offended you before? Xia Shu smiled faintly, of course he knew what the shadow avatar meant. What I need now is an opponent with rich experience in physical skills, and the Hinata patriarch is just right for me at the moment. Oh, by the way, I implanted character data into your body. Has there been any changes? Implanting character data, you can get the combat experience of data characters in a short time, and the will of the ontology chakra will guide the implanted character data, which has a certain increase in the combat effectiveness of the avatar, but this duration is unstable. The stronger the ontological power, the longer the implanted character data remains in the avatar. As long as the physical strength of the body is getting better and better, and the spiritual power is more and more condensed, it will become stronger and stronger, and the strength of the avatar will become stronger and stronger in the future. Yes, it's still a lack of mental power. Natsuki sighed. This is already very fast. In just 1 day, the spiritual power has increased by half, and chakra is directly 2 times higher, the shadow avatar said. Xiaoshu slowly stood up and looked at the blurry island that was looming not far away. The ancestral land of the Vortex clan was the target of his visit to the Vortex country this time. The Vortex chakra is extremely large. Chakra is the product of spiritual energy fusing with physical energy, and the larger the chakra, the stronger the spiritual energy and physical energy. Although the country of whirlpools has been destroyed, Natsuki still wants to try his luck. It didn't take long for the fishing boats to start approaching the border of the Vortex country. Let's go up to the island and see. Landing on the island, Natsuki and the shadow doppelganger continue their journey. It didn't take long for the two to see the ruins of houses along the river. The architecture of the village is different from Konoha, and their architectural style is more like a modern building. Dozens of floors of dilapidated buildings can even be seen in the collapsed ruins. Suddenly, a strange chi machine made Xia Shu, who was walking slowly, paused. Brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? The shadow doppelganger saw Xia Shu's face and said suspiciously. It's nothing, just now a violent spiritual energy appeared in the center of the ruins of Whirlpool Village. The center of the Vortex Village. You should be talking about the ancestral hall of the Vortex clan. Ancestral hall. If the shadow doppelganger didn't talk about it, Xia Shu really didn't necessarily think about it. He knew the ancestral hall of Whirlpool Village. It is rumored to be a place where members of the family are enshrined in Whirlpool Village. There is also a saying about this ancestral hall. It is rumored that after the death of a family member, the Vortex clan will place the soul of the deceased in a mask of death, and once the group faces the threat of extinction, as long as they wear the mask of death, they can use the full strength of the deceased family master. It's just that later, more and more people of the Vortex tribe just think that this is just a legend. Could it all be true? Xia Shu's eyes lit up, and he thought of a possibility. Maybe it's really possible that this thing is true. The Uzumaki clan are good at sealing. Myojin Gate, King Kong Blockade, Bagua Seal, Contract Seal, Ghoul Seal. Among them, the Ghoul Band can do this kind of thing. Sign a contract with the Grim Reaper to seal the devoured soul into the Shinigami mask, so that it can be attached to the body by means similar to possession. Let's go over and take a look. Xia Shu performed his instantaneous technique, and came to the location of the ancestral hall of the Vortex family in a few jumps. As soon as he stood on tiptoe, he felt a terrifying spiritual energy emanating from the bottom of the ruins of the ancestral hall. Moreover, this spiritual energy is not ordinary rich. If you are not proficient in illusion, or even the chakra itself, you will be trapped in the spiritual illusion when you enter the ancestral hall atmosphere. Sure enough, there's something. Xia Shu's eyes lit up, and he guessed well. The spiritual energy under the ruins of this ancestral hall is abundant. Even if it is not the mask of death worshipped by the Whirlpool family, it may be a treasure that enhances spiritual power. It seems that this trip to Whirlpool Village is the right one. Go, follow me down and see. Xia Shu was overjoyed in his heart, stepped forward and punched the wall outside the ancestral hall, and the two began to walk towards the inside of the ancestral hall. Captain Kakashi, in front of you is the country of the Uzumaki clan, the Vortex country. At the border meeting point of the Vortex country, Kakashi was surprised in his heart. Oil Girl Sai Hei, the cousin of Oil Girl Jiwei, the patriarch of the Oil Woman clan of the Occult clan. Matkai and Kakashi were secretly shocked in their hearts, and instantly raised the level of this mission. Shijiro-senpai, in front of everyone, the whole body was tightly wrapped in clothes, and the Oil Girl Shihei with black sunglasses nodded to everyone. Fortunately, everyone is used to it, and the people of the Oil Woman family don't seem to like to deal with people very much. 30 elite Kami Shinobi, 20 Kami Shinobi with battlefield experience, Kakashi Kiki, Matkai, and Shihei, the Oil Girl appointed by Naruto-sama. It can be seen that Naruto-sama attaches great importance to this operation can be imagined. Everyone has arrived, so start searching for the location of Natsuki Uchiha now. Be careful not to get too close to the target. According to intelligence, there may be other members around Natsuki Uchiha. Find the target and notify the other squads as soon as possible. Now, get moving. Yes, as soon as Kakashi's words fell, the members of the 5 squads all dispersed. The Oil Girl Shihei also released a large number of parasites in her body and began to fly around the island of Vortex country. Kakashi channeled a tracking ninja dog and began to explore the forest. Matkai followed behind Kakashi. This side of the ancestral hall of Whirlpool Village, Xia Shu and the shadow doppelganger entered the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan. As far as the eye can see, the entire ancestral hall is full of dilapidated ruins and the white bones of the forward protection of the Vortex village. In addition to the dim light and overgrown weeds inside the entire ancestral hall, the most are the totem reliefs of the Whirlpool family and the statue of the god of death. Xia Shu was not in a hurry and began to look around. The spiritual energy of this space was concentrated to the extreme, and it had begun to condense an illusory spiritual world. Enter it and fall directly into a weird fantasy. It was a fantasy that belonged exclusively to the Vortex family. The Uzumaki family fled the mainland due to the war, traveled to the sea to find a paradise, and settled on the island of today's Vortex country. Then to the formation of ethnic groups, the worship of death, the formation of villages, the establishment of countries, casting powerful sealing techniques, sealing the tailed beast, forming an alliance with the Thousand Hands clan, and other pictures began to appear in the fantasy realm. In the picture, Natsuki noticed. The Uzumaki clan seems to worship death beyond faith. And the admiration in that look is not because of strength, but from the heart. This made Natsuki feel even more weird. You must know that Whirlpool Village is known as the Longevity Village. A race that is known as longevity actually respects the god of death so much, which surprised Xiaoshu. Keep watching. The night of the annihilation of the country of Vortex is coming, and the clouds and fogs are killed. The country of Whirlpools aided Konoha because of a word between the Thousand Hand Pillars, and at this time the combat power had dropped to the freezing point. The number of elite upper ninja is not even 30. In the face of the invasion of the two hidden villages, and without help, there is no way to return to the sky. Everywhere there are shouts of killing, everywhere there is death, everywhere there is the resistance of desperately guarding the old and weak to retain a trace of incense. In the end, though, it was unstoppable. It's all a given. At this time, the picture turned, and a middle-aged man wearing a Whirlpool forward protector and covered in injuries appeared, cursing angrily up to the sky, full of grief and indignation, and smashed a punch into the sacrificial wall covered with the mask of death. Rumble! A loud bang came. I saw that the walls were shattered, and dozens of Shinigami masks were smashed into powder under this heavy blow. All of a sudden, a cold breath was like a flood that broke the seal and leaked the gate, and the ancestral hall was frozen into a world of ice and snow in a breath. The ninjas of Union Village, Wien Village, and Whirlpool Village who were fighting to the death in the ancestral hall were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant. So it is. Natsuki's eyes flickered, and he shook his head, suppressing the thought in his heart. He was now completely sure that this spiritual power was the death god mask of the Vortex clan that sealed the soul will of the previous clansman. This ability is very similar to the way you control your first-order dream to implant character data. Xiaoshu's chakra eye opened, and the spiritual power descended, popping, and the illusion dissipated. At the end, the three hidden village ninjas who were frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air immediately appeared in front of them. It's still that gesture of fighting each other. Still that hideous and angry expression. However, now they have become ice sculptures of dead bodies in this ancestral hall. You can see. These frozen ninjas looked terrified and panicked. Apparently, they were not even prepared to give them time to escape. Natsuki and the shadow doppelganger glanced around. Keep moving forward. Well, found it. With a smile on his face, Natsuki walked towards an overgrown wall. As in the picture, the wall has long been shattered, and there are scattered and tattered masks of death. But when Natsuki picked up a fairly complete Shinigami mask, he slapped the dust off the mask. When using spiritual power to spy on everything in the mask, the sealing spell of the Shinigami mask was activated, and the dense tadpole text was connected into a strange symbol, and lines of information and text appeared in Natsuki's mind. The descendants of the Vortex clan. When you activate the death mask sacrificed by the Vortex clan, it means that the Vortex clan is facing a crisis of extinction. This moment has long been expected by our ancestors. Our Vortex clan is a descendant of the 6 Dao immortals, and the ancestor founded the Vortex clan to give us a powerful physique, a huge chakra, a long lifespan, and a powerful sealing technique, but it also provoked the envy and jealousy of other forces. 1,000 years ago, the Whirlpool clan also suffered the danger of extinction, and the clansmen resisted desperately, and suffered heavy casualties. The surviving clansmen were grief-stricken, and in order to leave a fire for the Vortex clan, the contemporary patriarch resolutely signed a contract with the Grim Reaper, sealing the souls of the clansmen who died in battle in the mask of the Grim Reaper as the last strength of the Whirlpool clan. The junior of the Vortex clan. Put on a mask and accept the will of your ancestors, fight for the hope of my Vortex clan. After Xiaoshu read the information in his mind, his face was extremely calm. I'm afraid that the Vortex patriarch who signed the contract with the god of death would never have thought of it. 1,000 years have passed. The mask of death in the ancestral hall is used as a legacy of faith, burning incense, and prostrating, and forgot its original intention of protecting the Whirlpool family. I have to say that this is a kind of irony. Look around. If the Vortex clan had borrowed the power of the Death God mask at that time, I don't know if Union Village and Wien Village could win. The corner of Xiaoshu's mouth hooked a smile. If it's really what I imagined. Even if you can't win, you can fight Union and Wien with heavy losses. Looking at the Shinigami mask scattered around, Xiaoshu's heart suddenly had a new idea. Right at this moment, the wall not far from the ancestral hall suddenly emitted a buzzing insect sound. The parasite of the oil woman. Xiaoshu looked calm and waved his hand at the shadow doppelganger. You go and clean up everyone who is chasing. Behind him, the shadow doppelganger looked calm, his hands were sealed, and he clenched the short knife in his sleeve, flashing blue electric light, making the originally dim ancestral hall burst into flames. The figure turned into an afterimage and rushed out of the ancestral hall. Thunder Tooth. The furious thunder and lightning wrapped around the short knife, and the blue and white light knife of the Deo fell out, disappear in an instant, reappeared, having reached the edge of the dense forest outside the village of Vortex. Not good. This is not an elite ninja at all. Izumo Genko, the leader of the 5th squad of the route, saw that the thunder and lightning were about to get closer, his pupils shrank, and his heart was trembling. The ninja who collected intelligence had long been scolded. This kind of speed and thunder are definitely not comparable to the shadow level. This is a shadow level. Uchiha Natsuki is not an elite upper shinobi, he is simply a shadow level powerhouse. Damn, the intelligence is wrong, quickly release the signal flare. At this moment, Xia Shuiying's avatar appeared closely, and the electric light around his body sounded like the sound of cicadas in summer. Walking through the woods is like a bird of thunder and lightning, and it is instantaneous. Izumo Genko just wanted to resist with Kumo, and the sky began to turn upside down in a trance. The speed of the shadow avatar is too fast, so fast that your consciousness can't keep up with the body's reaction between breaths, and before you realize it, your neck has fallen to the ground. Poof, blood splattered. Crackle, whoosh, whoosh. The electric light turned into a Z-shaped position among the trees. The terrified pupils of the 6 root ninjas suddenly froze. I only felt a chill in my neck, and my consciousness stopped instantly. Well, what a speed, you can't avoid it. When the last root ninja is eliminated, a popping flower in the sky of the dense forest outside the village of Uzumaki shoots the totem of Kanaha village. Signal flares, to the southeast, the direction of Vortex village, that is the route of the 5th squad. Quick, go in the direction of the flare. Time. Kakashi, Matkai, Shihei, and the other 4 squads of route all saw the Kanaha totem signal flares rising into the sky. Disappear in place. Between breaths. Several teams all arrived at the scene of the incident. How's it going? Originally, Kakashi was just asking routinely. After all, from the signal flares to the gathering of 4 teams, the speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take much time at all. Moreover, there is no trace of large-scale ninjutsu launching at the location of the incident. I didn't think about the next sentence of Matkai, which directly made Kakashi's eyes solemn. Not a single living mouth, all killed. What did you say? All extinguished. Everyone present gasped. From the time the signal flares sounded until we reached the target location, it didn't take more than 3 minutes at all. And how is it possible to destroy a team of experienced elite warriors in 3 minutes? Didn't the intelligence say that there are shadow-level powerhouses around Uchiha Natsuki? Could it be that a shadow-level powerhouse made a move? No, even if it is a shadow-level powerhouse, it will not be without a trace of battle in the face of 10 elite Shangnin. What the hell is going on here? Several root squad leaders discussed in a deep voice. Kakashi's gaze was indeed getting sharper. He felt that there was something strange in it. This mission is definitely not as simple as the intelligence says. Turned his head and looked at you with a solemn expression. The 4 squads scattered to be in charge of guarding, and Kai and the oil lady senior came with me to explore the scene. Understood. The 4 squads scattered. Kakashi, Matkai, and Shikai looked serious. Warning, dangerous, warning, dangerous. What's going on? The oil girl Shihei was stunned for a while, and the parasites in her body began to stir, warning him and keeping him away from the target area. The mechanism by which bugs perceive danger is neural acoustic resonance. The neural sound waves they emitted received the frequency of the sound waves when the same kind died, and continuously sent messages to the oil girl Shihei. Kakashi and Matkai were no exception. After stepping into the target area, the spirit of the 2 was in a state of high tension. They are all elite ninjas with extremely rich combat experience, and their perception of danger is much more sensitive than ordinary ninjas. Such a sharp knife technique, such a terrifying speed, they were all killed by a knife before the consciousness could react. Opening the brace of his right eye, analyzing all the clues that could be analyzed on the battlefield, the more he looked at it, the heavier Kakashi's mood became. This time the opponent is far trickier than expected. Whirlpool Village Ancestral Hall. Xia Shu felt his soaring spiritual power with a comfortable expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the whole world changed greatly in front of his eyes. Sounds, smells, lighting, and other information from nature become colorful. Nature began to show him the scene in the microscopic. In the dense forest, the high-frequency seismic collision of the bugs' flapping wings constantly reflects and refracts between the jungles, conveying information into the distance. Birds dance, and hormones in their saliva give off a xeno aroma that evokes emotions. The flowing water of the waterfall washes away the boulders, emitting cracks in infrasonic waves. If it is said that the spiritual power briefly transcends time to improve speed, then now it is almost divine insight. Natsuki felt this kind of gaze penetrating the void and felt the wonder of the world from the microscopic level. It is as if the past life was magnified dozens of times by the microscope. The first-order life evolution control dream has been out of the category of elite upper ninja, even if it is a shadow level or even a thousand hands pillar and Uchiha spot. It was a real surprise. Xia Shu thought to himself. In the ancestral hall of the Vortex clan, in order to obtain more powerful spiritual power, a deal was reached with the spiritual will of the Vortex ancestors and the Mask of Death. One side for spiritual power. One side in order to continue the bloodline of the Vortex clan. Xia Shu agreed to obtain the spiritual power of more than 300 Vortex ancestors at the cost of resurrecting the Vortex clan in the future, preserving their independent will. The spiritual power of more than 200 elite Shangnan and 3 shadow-level powerhouses directly turned Xia Shu's spiritual fluctuations from a bowl of water into a lake. Sensing his spiritual power, he felt a fluctuation in his heart. Faintly touched the threshold of second-order life evolution, but I can't always touch the right direction. Thinking back to reality. Looking at the dense forest outside Whirlpool Village, he smiled slightly. It's magical. He could feel Kakashi's heartbeat and could see through the chakra eye under the right eye patch. Even blood flow, body heat, and smell could not escape his insight. The distance between the other party and himself has reached a negative value. In the dense forest, Kakashi and Matkai, and even the parasites in the body of the oil girl Shihei all sense that great danger is coming. The footsteps of several people began to slow down, and the nerves of the 4 root squads became highly concentrated. It always feels like something great terror is coming. Everyone pay attention to the police. The leader of the 3rd squad, Ryoma Hinata, open his eyes and pay attention to the movements around him. Others are ready to fight at any time. Kakashi let out a low sigh. The corners of Hinata Ryoma's eyes bulged, and the chakra of his body ran rapidly. Oil Nu Ji-hei looked serious and constantly communicated with the parasites in her body. The members of the 4 squads all looked tense, and their eyes were dead looking at the surroundings of the dense forest. There's something. Suddenly, Hinata Ryoma and Shihei sensed something was wrong at the same time. What's going on? What did you find? Kakashi asked. Chakra fluctuations 1,000 meters to the southwest. When Hinata Ryoma spoke, his throat couldn't help but tremble, and a trace of fear flashed on his expression. Well, what a terrifying amount of Shakara, it's even bigger than the tailed beast. In his black and white vision, a figure slowly walked out in the distance, and the chakra around him penetrated his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. That figure. That's right. It's Natsuki Uchiha. But how is this possible? In eye contact with the other party, the chakra eyes twirled, as if to reverse his consciousness and let him see an evil and brutal self. In an instant, cold sweat flowed between his foreheads. Is it an illusion? What's going on with his pupil power? Kilometers away, how did his chakra eye activate illusion? Without facing the target with double eyes, how can it already begin to have an impact on yourself? There are no such examples in the research data on Root Sharinan. The intelligence is wrong. Like Izumo Ganko, the leader of the 5th squad, he immediately saw that this Uchiha Natsuki was not an elite shinobi at all. It's shadow level. Shihei, the oil woman, also detected all this through the parasite. There was a strong sense of curiosity and surprise in my heart. The strength of the little ghost of the Uchiha family is actually so strong. This is only 20 years old, right? How the hell did he do it? Captain Kakashi, find the trace of Natsuki Uchiha, and the situation does not seem to be good, Hinata Ryoma informed Kakashi with an ugly face. Then the perceived information is spoken. Kakashi was shocked in his heart. He also had a chakra eye in his right eye, although it was not fully developed, but these years of research still gave him some understanding of the ability of the chakra eye. In order to activate the illusion, the Sharinan must make eye contact with the other person. This is the first time this phenomenon has happened to Natsuki Uchiha. The 4 squads moved in a fan shape and moved stealthily through the dense forest. When the distance between each other reaches 300 meters, Hinata Ryoma's green tendons were exposed, and his back was already soaked. That's not right. The target stops moving. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his spiritual power almost collapsed, and those eyes looked at him again. Could it be his own illusion? He was actually smiling at me. The mental pressure and the unbridled aggression in Natsuki Uchiha's eyes simply made Hinata Ryoma go crazy. 300 meters. With the perception of elite shinobi, he can already feel the huge chakra of Natsuki Uchiha. Everyone ready to fight. Kakashi waved for all 4 squads to stop. This moment, it wasn't just Ryoma Hinata who felt a pair of eyes staring at them, but everyone present felt this way. The distance of 300 meters is easy for elite ninjas to reach in a breather's room. The battle is on the verge. Kakashi touched his right eye, uncovered the blindfold, and the Sangoitama Sharinan eye began to rotate. Akai, we are ready. The oil female senior is responsible for support. Kakashi whispered to the 2. The 3 looked at each other and nodded. Kakashi and Matkai began to move forward in an instant. Oil girl Shihei is not good at strong attacks. As a combat aid, tens of thousands of parasites in the body gush out, buzzing, and the scalp of the person watching is numb. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi and Matkai are less than 100 meters from Natsuki Uchiha. Akai, it's going to be on. Natsuki actually stopped the moment Hinata Ryoma sensed him. He looked at Kakashi and Matkai who were about to kill him indifferently, and smiled slightly. Poof, The powerful sound of the explosion ahead came, and the dense forest flickered on and off, as if the shrill friction of iron tools and the dense squeaking of birdsong exploded in the forest. Rachel, whoosh, whoosh. The current rushed wildly, and the violent current was concentrated in the right palm, shining white in the palm. Electro-optical stimulation of chakra activates cells throughout the body, making movements sharper and faster. Coupled with a 300-meter rush, Kakashi's figure was like a blast of lightning, violent and sharp. Xiaoshu looked calm, looking at Ratchet, who was about to get close, and pinched the seal with his right hand. One-handed seal. Kakashi's pupils shrank. Facing Natsuki Uchiha head-on, he truly understood this terrifying pressure. Tudun, Tuliu River, burst. The hard earth at the feet of the Natsuki instantly turned into swampy mud, like a column of water that was discharging a flood, rising into the sky, rushing towards Kakashi, who was attacking. What's going on? Lei Dun restrained the earth. Dun, this is the basic common sense of the ninja world. How could Uchiha Natsuki make such a basic mistake? But Kakashi didn't have time to think about it. This is a good opportunity. Shhhhh poof. In his palm, Ratchet sent out a lightning blade, instantly cutting through the oncoming mudslide. But before Kakashi could react, another faint voice sounded. Fire escape, how fireball technique. The earth escape was followed by the fire. Oops, actually combined earth and fire. One hit doesn't work. Kakashi's figure fell back rapidly, and Uchiha Natsuki made a seal with one hand, and the speed was too fast to enter at all. Water dragon bomb. Inhale sharply, a water dragon erupts from his mouth, and the fireball explodes into a cloud of water mist in the air. This is youth. Finally, it's my turn to appear as the Azure Beast. 8 doors Dunjia 5th gate do men open. Medi shouted energetically. This was followed by a figure wearing a green tights, with a furious green chakra all around him, and a leg kick that shattered the mountain and gravel hit the door of Xiaoshu's face. 8 doors Dunjia. I was lucky that the 5th door was fully open. Xiaoshu's 3-hook jade writing wheel eye dissipated and rotated, and quickly turned into a 6-pointed star kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Suzanu, rumble. The 6-pointed star kaleidoscope chakra eye special chakra erupted, the kind of chakra that symbolizes death and silence, and Kakashi's eyes were a little more flustered. In the blink of an eye, bang! Natsuki's right arm, a huge skeleton arm braving black chakra, collided violently with Matkai's leg kick that burst into green chakra. One black and one green. The two bursting blows set off a huge wind in the dense forest, and the trees within tens of meters were broken by the block. Xiaoshu was stunned in his heart. This kick of Matty already had at least 70 tons of impact, which was equivalent to the simultaneous impact of 2 heavy tanks. No wonder he beat Uchiha to almost scrap in the later stage. It also made Xiaoshu look at the 8 doors Dunjia body technique differently. Matkai was startled in his heart, but he did not flinch. His eyes were fiery, and his gaze towards Xiaoshu was even more excited than just now. Hey, what's your name? The corner of Xiaoshu's mouth twitched, and sure enough, this guy was a 7-second memory. It's not important, fight me, Kanaha's proud blue beast. Crazy Akai, burn, youth, youth. This is youth 6th gate, open, rumble. This moment, the calm surface of the lake is turbulent, and the ground is cracked in cobwebs. The furious wave of air blew off the branches and squinted everyone's eyes, so that everyone present had to hide behind the tree to resist this terrifying suffocating airflow. What a horrible chakra. This is Kanaha's pale blue monster. Shhhhhh. Everyone was shocked by Medi's outburst into a terrifying chakra. Kakashi crossed his hands to resist the violent airflow, and his eyes looked in horror at Medi, who was red all over, steaming hot, and his black hair exploded into the sky. The plan is all out of order. Uchiha Natsuki's strength exceeded his expectations, and the Sangha Jade writing wheel eye became a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Kakashi had a faint premonition in his heart. The person who killed Kurama Shishio and Kaede Ishikawa is Natsuki Uchiha. Natsuki Uchiha has no help at all, everything is Natsuki Uchiha himself. As for that unknown powerhouse of the Uchiha family, it simply does not exist. It can be seen from the intelligence that Uchiha Natsuki itself has extremely high knife skills. This way everything can be explained clearly. A shadow level that is good at knife skills. The situation is not good. His sharp expression turned over the waves of shock, and his mind turned sharply. Akai, the situation has changed, don't fall in love with war, the intelligence is wrong. I'm worried that chakra is inadequate, but there's nothing I can do. Kakashi's pupils shrank and his hands froze. Shadow doppelganger art, bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded, and Kakashi's shadow avatar appeared beside the body. We protect each other's backs and concentrate on attacking the front. Do you have an opinion? Nope. Matkai chakra erupted, and green steam stirred wildly around his body. Then, go, rumble. Matty slammed on the ground under his feet, cobwebs thickened, and exploded a deep pit. The body was like a cannonball, smashing towards Xiaoshu. Kakashi and the doppelganger rushed to kill, and their hands were sealed again during the run. Lei Chuan. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of electricity from Kakashi and the shadow doppelganger began to condense from the palm of their hands and spread throughout their bodies in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the thunder in the hands of the two actually connected rapidly, and the sharp thunder light at this moment seemed to become a thunder and lightning ray that cut everything, swept towards the Natsuki, towards the peacock. Right at this moment, a boom came. Matkai approached Xiaoshu with his body, quickly improved his physical function with 8 medium gates, and hit Xiaoshu with nearly 200 punches per second. The speed of the fist was extremely fast, and the fist wind swept through the air to rub and make a fire, and it was actually wrapped in a layer of flaming flames under the appearance of the fists. What a speed! Xiaoshu's pupils shrank. Even if he opened a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye and could quickly see the trajectory of the opponent's shot, he was still surprised by this move. This kind of physical explosiveness and strike speed are already infinite, almost close to the threshold of the first order. The pupils suddenly froze, the short knife was drawn, and with the mental power and physical strength that had increased several times, it fought with Metkai's rapid double fist. Ding ding ding. The short knife and the fire fist struck 100 times in quick succession in less than a second of a second. The blade seemed to be experiencing the shock of the fire fist to tell the impact, and in less than a half of a second, a crack actually appeared, reaching the edge of the crack. It was less than 1 second after the two fought fiercely. Kakashi quietly emerged from behind Natsuki. The lightning rays in the palms of the shadow avatars and the body caused the air to rumble, and it was like a cutting machine that circled behind Xiaoshu. Sensing the danger behind him, Natsuki swept out the short knife in his hand that was about to crack, bouncing out Medi's fists away. Right in this 100th of a second, Chakra's feet condensed, and the lightning rays rushed into the sky, freeing from the two of them. Good opportunity, Oil Female Senior, Kakashi yelled. Come on! The oil girl's high also reflected at this time, and the parasites in her body gushed out, rushing towards the air. The oil women don't focus on one point, they are good at occupying a large area for wide-angle attacks. The parasite got the order and all scattered, like a large net that was impermeable, towards Xiaoshu. The summer tree that soared into the air was blocked by parasites swarming from all directions in the next second. In this way, there is no escape. In this dense space, it is impossible to avoid the attacks of all the bugs. Kakashi's eyes were sharp, and he looked at Natsuki, who was wrapped in insects in mid-air, and thought in his heart. Everyone thought that Natsuki Uchiha would definitely not be able to hold it this time. Occult Bug King. Buzz. The oil girl's high drank lowly, and the insect tide began to tighten, lying on Xiaoshu's body and tearing and biting the chakra that devoured Xiaoshu, and the scalp of the people watching was numb. How's Ryoma? Kakashi looked back at Hinata Ryoma. It can be determined that the target chakra is surrounded by bugs. The corners of Hinata Ryoma's eyes were exposed, his white eyes were wide open, and the chakra that could be seen in the black and white vision was rapidly decreasing, being frantically devoured by insects. Good, everyone is ready to strike with all their strength and attack the target. Good. Understood. Understood. The giant shuriken in Kakashi's hand spun at high speed, cutting towards the Natsuki that was about to fall in midair. Yikes! Behind him, countless kunao, shurikens were thrown from their hands. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoshu's body was devastated by countless shurikens and bitterness. It worked! Mat K grinned. Right at this moment, the black pupils of the oil girl suddenly widened, and she looked at Kakashi with a solemn expression. Wait a minute, something is wrong. I can feel that the bug that has feelings for chakra suddenly can't find him. This can't be. Is it the transience technique? Someone behind him asked. No, it's not an instantaneous technique. If it is an instantaneous technique, the bug moves back to the direction he is moving, without noticing it. Moreover, the chakra aura of Uchiha Natsuki in midair has not changed in the slightest. Did you say, Kakashi's dead eyes turned in huge waves? That's impossible. His chakra eyes were wide open, and even if he was overloaded, he still stared at Natsuki Uchiha to death. The white eyes of the Hinata family, and the parasites of the Oil Lady clan did not find any trace of Natsuki Uchiha's disappearance. If Natsuki Uchiha really disappeared the moment he jumped into the air, then why does his chakra still stay in the air for so long? Then how fast must he be to hide from everyone present? It's really gone. Hinata Ryoma's forehead oozed sweat, and the shock and pressure that Uchiha Natsuki gave him was too great. Just now, the target aura in the white eye horizon instantly dissipated, like a bubble pierced by a needle, without the slightest water wave. At this time, everyone's hearts mentioned the throat eye. Natsuki Uchiha is gone. This is simply more terrifying than Uchiha Natsuki's head-on battle. A shadow-level powerhouse who is good at speed and illusion to carry out an assassination is simply a disaster. Two back-to-back, pay attention to the movement of the target. Be careful. Just at this moment, Kakashi's pupils widened and he burst into laughter. I don't know when, Xiaoshu actually appeared behind the oil girl Shihei. A new short knife appeared in his hand, and it was raised flat towards the back of the neck of the oil girl's Shihei. The oil girl's Shihei was alarmed, and the parasites in the body quickly made a judgment, covering the posterior erection neck with a sharp insect shell. Hinata Ryoma, who was closest to the oil girl Kishijiro, looked firm, and chakra attached his hands. Ryoma. Kakashi's chakra eyes bulged and disappeared in an instant. It's late, Xiaoshu said lightly. In just a fraction of a second, Natsuki, Hinata Ryoma, Kakashi, and Shihei the oil girl all responded. However, Natsuki is faster than theirs. What burst? Xiaoshu's short knife hit the insect beetle, Mars splashed all over, and the single knife that was originally sparked by the insect beetle turned around and circled towards the neck of the oil girl Shihei. Blood splattered. Behead. Hinata Ryoma's Bagwazang was also condensed chakra by Natsuki's left hand at the moment it was used, and the Bagwazang bounced back. The rebound palm force accurately pierced Ryoma's abdomen, and the power penetrated through the body. Hinata Ryoma spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, smashing into a tree trunk not far away. It's already dead. Xiaoshu's knife head turned sharply again. Bang! The short knife changed again, and the long knife and the short knife collided with Mars. Boom! The chakra attached to the short knife by the Natsuki suddenly skyrocketed. Instantly, Kakashi's long knife cracked, the blade splashed, and the short knife was unabated, tearing and pulling. The bloody left arm flew up, and the whole person was kicked by Xiaoshu and smashed on the big tree 100 meters away. From Xiaoshu's shot to the three's defensive counterattack, the whole process took no more than 2 seconds, and it was almost to the extreme. Everyone in the dense forest was stunned. What just happened? Everyone was stunned by this electric flint-like battle. Xiaoshu appeared too quickly, too secretively. Kakashi's reaction was too fast, and they were caught off guard. The crimson-skinned Matkai saw Shihei, the oil girl Shihei who was killed by Natsuki Uchiha, Ryoma Hinata, who did not know whether he was alive or dead, and Kakashi, who had broken an arm, and the whole person roared and looked at Natsuki. Seventh shock, open. Rumble. Metkai's 2 eyes emitted red light and blue steam-wrapped chakra, forming a terrifying aura wave that was even more amazing than the 6th gate. As soon as it appeared, it was like a typhoon passing through. Within 100 meters, the trees were all destroyed by this wave of chi and uprooted upside down. The surrounding Konoha ninjas showed fear and all retreated. Ahem. Akai. Kakashi, who vomited blood at the corner of his mouth and fell to the ground, struggled to open his chakra eyes with blood and tears. He looked at Medi like a beast with a look of horror. It's here again. The blue beast of Konoha. He had seen Akai's combat power to open the 7th shocking door on the battlefield, which was simply terrifying, but the sequelae were amazing. That state of rapid weakness, in case of defeat, Akai will be dangerous. The next physical technique is very different from the previous one blow will kill the straight fist, and it will not be visible in life. Matkai's red eyes stared at Xiaoshu, and his heart was furious. Until now, he still couldn't remember Natsuki's name, but the moment Kakashi was cut off his left arm, the self-blame in his heart had already made the flame in his chest burn. The blue steam chakra actually forced the air away, creating a vacuum channel between himself and Metkai. Xiaoshu's brows furrowed slightly. This is to make the day tiger. The impact of the day tiger is a powerful explosion of air pressure and spreads out. Chakra has little effect under this trick. Moment. Xiaoshu put away the short knife in his hand expressionlessly, intending to resist Metkai's move with physical skills. After the first stage of evolution, he obviously felt that his physical fitness was several times more than before. What's more, the Vortex Ancestral Hall and his party had obtained a lot of spiritual power. Even if the outbreak speed exceeds the time attack, the sequelae are not as serious as the first time. The time span has been extended from 3 seconds to 3 minutes. Besides, he didn't think that Medi could carry it for 10 seconds under his full speed attack. After all, the 7th gate of Medi at this time was already his limit. Rumble. Xiaoshu's spiritual power was completely dispersed, the soil under his feet cracked, the cobwebs were dense, and a huge ravine with a length of 50 centimeters appeared on the ground. The huge spiritual power spread outward. Kakashi and the Root Ninja were all trembling, clenching their teeth and getting down on one knee. They felt that their whole bodies were like 1,000 pounds of cast iron watered, which overwhelmed them. Looking up at Xiaoshu not far away, his head was completely stunned, and the shock in his heart was simply terrifying. What the hell is this ninjutsu? What kind of monster are we fighting again? Is he God? Why is it so strong? Kakashi smiled wryly, his situation was more miserable than the others. Under Xiaoshu's spiritual impact, his whole body strength was completely used to resist this terrifying pressure, so that the wound on his left arm was bleeding more and more. All can be imagined. It doesn't take long. Just 1 minute. If there was more than blood, he would really be here today. Are you comparing yourself to me? Ha ha ha, good. This is youth, I won't lose to you. Matty laughed loudly, and his eyes sharpened. Burn, Day Tiger. Day Tiger. Natsuki writes chakra eyes to see Medi's moves. The two clasped their hands together at the same time and punched a strange seal punch. Roar! Roar! Two tiger roars tore through the sky. Air waves roll, air tears, and the wind roars. Two huge white tigers roared out and tore at each other. After a second of stalemate, they exploded one after another. For a while, the entire dense forest was completely shrouded in a layer of white light, like a pure white world. After the white light, the ground began to vibrate violently and at high frequencies. Kakashi was engulfed by the chakra eye and forcibly held on for a second. Immediately afterwards, there was a torn terrified trill. Quick, come on! At the moment of crisis, Kakashi could not care about the consequences of the counterattack, forcibly mobilized the only trace of chakra, picked up the withered Medi in the white light, and frantically fled to the perimeter of the vortex. The other root ninjas also reacted and moved rapidly through the dense forest. However, where is the day tiger cast by Natsuki and Matkai at the same time so easy to escape? Rumble! A circle of mushroom clouds rose up into the sky, and the violent air friction caused a terrifying heat wave to begin to sweep the entire dense forest. A terrifying heat wave of more than 300 degrees will instantly cover a radius of 3,000 meters at a speed of 100 meters per second, 10 seconds and the like. The slow escape of the root ninja was burned to ashes the moment the heat wave swept through. Wait for the explosion to dissipate. In the dense forest outside Whirlpool Village, a scorched black pit with a diameter of 3,000 meters and a depth of 20 meters appeared on the edge of the ruins of Whirlpool Village. These 8 doors of Dungeon are not simple, but when my mental power is accelerated and my physical fitness is doubled, I can still fight to a draw. Natsuki recalled the battle with Medi and said to himself, he didn't feel anything wrong. When the 8 doors are opened, the Dungeon can repel Uchiha ban, and his current perfect combat power has surpassed the shadow level. Even in the face of Uchiha and Senjutsu, according to his current self, it is not difficult to leave safely. What surprised him the most was that the 8 doors of Dungeon opened 7 doors, and the speed of the explosion of physical fitness alone had reached the foundation of the first order speed. If it weren't for Medi's physical fitness, it would be possible to fight him. It seems that it is time to write the character data of Medi into the dream. Natsuki rubbed his brows. It's just that Natsuki doesn't know. At this time, the Konoha high-rise F4 is completely firing. The mission to pursue Natsuki Uchiha is almost destroyed. Kakashi was dying with a broken arm, Matkai was seriously injured and unconscious, Hinata Ryoma died tragically, Shihei was beheaded, and the 50 Konoha elite shinobi sent out died, 48 people died, the 2 were delirious and even the Yamanaka clan could not get the right news. In fact, there is still a little that Tenzo did not tell the ape flying sun. Those 2 mentally disorganized Konoha ninjas always spat out a sentence, he is a god, and Natsuki Uchiha is a god. Tenzo scoffed at this, and the root ninjas were frightened, and it seemed that the cultivation of root ninjas should be more stringent. In the Hokage office, Ape Fei Riko's face was gloomy, he took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Tuanzang. How are Kakashi and Matkai? Kakashi's left arm is completely wasted, his eyes may be directly blind, as for Matkai, his injury is mainly traumatic, looking at the blood, in fact, the injury is not very serious, Tuanzang said in a low voice. He didn't expect that the casualties of the people sent this time would be so large, and even Kakashi and Matkai were almost buried in the country of vortexes. The younger brother of the oil matriarch, the oil girl Shihei, was originally sent to crack Uchiha's illusion, but he did not expect to be buried in this mission. There are simply too many dead people. What the hell is going on in the country of whirlpools? Temporarily cancel the hunt for Natsuki Uchiha, and ask about the situation when Kakashi and Matkai wake up. Ape Fei Ri chopped up and exhaled a long breath, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years older. Both Ape Flying Sun and Tuanzang understood that this matter had developed out of their control until now. Kakashi broke his arm, and Matkai was seriously injured. I believe it won't be long. The results of this mission will appear in front of the patriarchs of all the major families in Konoha village. I can't hide it at all. Uchiha. Natsuki Uchiha. The people sent several times were almost completely destroyed. What the hell does this mean? At the moment when Kakashi and Matkai were taken to Konoha Hospital. Indeed, as Ape Flying Sun guessed, the entire Konoha clan patriarch completely exploded. 3 chases, the number of root deaths exceeded 74, of which the number of elite shinobi was 58 deaths. It is almost the sum of all the top masters of a top clan in the ninja world. Instantly weaken 1/3 of Konoha's high-end ninja power. This is unbearable for any shinobi village. What's more, it is now in the peaceful stage, there is no big war, and their own people have died for no reason, which is even more unacceptable. The Hyaga clan, as one of the largest families in Konoha, Hyaga Hayashi's control and forbearance of the situation are definitely the few patriarchs of all the families. Hinata Hayashi looked at the battle damage reported by the informant, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura of a long-standing person was exposed at this moment. The numbers on this are terrifying. This was Hinata Hayashi's reaction after seeing the number of dead in the elite shinobu for the first time. Even if the Hyaga clan and Union village caused a big war on the border of Konoha back then, the elite shinobu would only have suffered more than a dozen casualties. Similarly, the battle damage rate is amazing. Hinata Hayashi could even think that the 3 people who survived were intentionally done by Uchiha or Natsuki Uchiha, deliberately let them go to deter the Konoha high level headed by the ape Flying Sun. I'm afraid the sky of this Konoha is about to change. Hinata's face was cold and solemn, and his thoughts were clear. With so many dead and injured people, if there is no satisfactory explanation, if it is only consumed in the internal fight with Uchiha, it is simply difficult to convince the public. Konoha, it's time for a big change. Day difference, it's big brother, I'm sorry for you. Hinata looked at the huge Hokage rock outside the window, and her eyes flashed. Uchiha tribe. Fugaku also got the intelligence. From a solemn expression, to widening eyes, to laughing upturned, the whole person is like a madman with a nervous breakdown and insanity. Good, this kid is really good. Now, I'm afraid that the old dog of Ape Fei is overwhelmed by himself, and I am afraid that it is a fool's dream to move Miyushaibo. Uchiha's crisis is over here. Haha, Fuya didn't care at all whether Xiaoshu did this terrifying achievement by himself or if he had a helping hand, it didn't matter to him. Maddie wakes up after the 3rd day of coma, and more details about the battle in the Vortex country are leaked. For a while, the whole Konoha was completely blown up. The fact that Uchiha Natsuki was a shadow-level powerhouse was completely exposed. There is no such thing as an external helping hand at all. It's all because of Natsuki Uchiha. The elite shinobu who died at the hands of Natsuki Uchiha. All these casualties were caused by Konoha F4 headed by Sarutobi Hinata. At this moment, the contradiction between the Hokage and Uchiha changed from a primary contradiction to a secondary contradiction. The contradiction between the Hokage family and the entire Konoha family was completely ignited. Although Sarutobi Hinata and Danzo announced Uchiha's crime to the whole of Konoha from the moment they got the news, putting all the deaths of the 3 missions on Uchiha's head, causing the resentment of ordinary people to reach a climax. But Konoha's major families were surprisingly calm at this moment. As if there was a prelude to a storm, the abnormally oppressive wrapping of the entire Konoha root headquarters. Tuan Zhang's eyes were cold, and there was a tremor in his heart that made him creepy. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Natsuki Uchiha is actually a shadow-level powerhouse. Kaleidoscope Sharinan. Unfathomable knife technique. Hard resist the physical technique of the 7th gate of the 8 doors of Dunjia. A speed that even Kakashi couldn't see. Even Kakashi couldn't see through Uchiha Natsuki's trajectory when he opened his chakra eyes. Almost all the ninjas sent out are no match for each other's moves. And Medi. Since the 8th door of Dunjia has already been opened, why not open the 8th door? At least be able to hit Natsuki Uchiha hard. Why didn't he die fighting for Konoha like his father? One thought flashed in Tuan Zhang's eyes, and his eyes were full of unwillingness, resentment, anger, disappointment. He was completely panicked. Can't imagine how Uchiha Natsuki survived in Konoha's 3 pursuits? I can't imagine that in Konoha's 3 chases and kills, Uchiha Natsuki can actually fight back. How strong is his own strength? Shadow level? Under the siege of 58 elite Shangnin, even the ape Flying Sun Slash has only one way to die. Damn it! The more Tuan Zhang thought about this, the more cold sweat broke out in his heart. Being targeted by a guy like Konoha's white teeth is definitely not what he wants. The affairs of the Uchiha clan are not their own affairs. No, this has to go to see Ape Fei. Danzo can't sit still. The people who die are all root ninjas. If the major families really attack him, even the ape Flying Sun can't save him. He knows very well that his usual behavior does not touch everyone's bottom line, but if he can't step over this time, he will really die. But to Tenzo's expectation, Sarutobi did not see him. The entire Hokage building was brightly lit, but there was no sound. It was simply quiet and terrifying. Not good. This time, not only myself, but also Rico was implicated. Danzo stood under the Hokage building, his face gloomy and terrifying. The next day, the bottom of the Hokage building began to come alive. The surrounding civilians looked in the direction of the Hokage building with a curious look. Could it be that something big is happening again? The situation ahead is not simple. Patriarch of the Nara clan, Patriarch of the Akimichi clan, Patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, Patriarch of the Kurama clan, Patriarch of the Yaogurl clan. Even in the front, I saw Hinata, the Patriarch of the Hayaga clan, and Uchiha Fugaku, the Patriarch of the Uchiha clan. What are they doing? Fugaku Patriarch please. Hayashi Patriarch please. Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly and took a step towards the Hokage building. The heads of the various families behind him exchanged a few polite words to each other, and entered the Hokage building one after another with a serious face. SHHH, what's going on today? Alas, who knows, it's also strange, Patriarch Fugaku actually came together with Patriarch Hayashi. I'm afraid something terrible has happened. Konoha is also strange these days. Some time ago, there were always people who spread how the Uchiha clan was evil, how they oppressed the villagers of Konoha, and how they went against the will of fire. It caused everyone to look at Uchiha's clansmen with an unhappy look. There were even quite a few contradictions. Yesterday, there was news that Uchiha Natsuki had defected, and Konoha also suffered heavy casualties because of Uchiha Natsuki, which caused all the people of Konoha to hate Uchiha. Shout the slogan for Uchiha to get out of Konoha. Today, Uchiha Patriarch Fugaku and Patriarch Hinata are talking and laughing again. It seems that there is no deep hatred, on the contrary, they are chatting with old friends. The other patriarchs didn't seem to have much resentment towards Patriarch Fuyu. This scene, the melon-eating masses in Konoha were completely confused. Sarutobi took a puff of smoke and stood by the window of Hokage's office, looking at the entire bustling Konoha. His heart was sad. Lord Hokage, the patriarchs of the major families have all arrived. The dark ninja standing in the doorway said. The aura who was suddenly disturbed by the ape flying sun who looked at the door was dispersed, and his heart was irritable for no reason. What are you anxious about? Afraid that I will not dare to face Uchiha Fugaku, or will I not dare to bear the consequences of this responsibility? Or are you afraid that I will do something against the will of fire in a fit of anger? No, I am Hokage, Hokage of Konoha. Even if you die in battle, you must die in Konoha. Let's go. Sarutobi shrank his momentum, looking at the dark ninja with his hands clenched and cold sweat on his forehead. His face was calm. The words fell. The two walked towards the conference room. Ape Flying Sun Chopper entered the conference room, and the patriarchs of the two rows on the left and right all focused their eyes on Ape Flying Sun Chopper's body. When Ape Fei Ri noticed the gazes of these people, his brows furrowed. This kind of gaze made him very unhappy. It's like trying prisoners, adjudicating the examination of cases. Distrust, anger, fear, disappointment. The gazes of all kinds of emotions all fell on him. For the first time, his mood was like ice cubes in the cold winter, half cold. Naruto-sama, Saname, the patriarchs of the various families began to greet the Ape Flying Sun. In the entire conference room, only Hinata Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku half squinted, completely ignoring the Ape Flying Hinata who entered the conference room. Ape Flying Sun took a deep breath, glancing at Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata, especially looking at Hinata, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Obviously, today's meeting is headed by the two major families of Uchiha and Hinata. The other families are completely melon-eating masses, and by the way, see what is cheap to pick up. Collecting his mood, Sarutobi showed his signature smile again. I'm sorry guys, I'm late. It's okay, we've just arrived. Be polite to each other, and that's fine. In the hearts of the patriarchs of the major families, it is not certain whether this Ape Flying Sun Slash can still sit in the position of the Fire Shadow. Besides, the two patriarchs in front of him can both watch, and it is inconvenient to be too close to the Ape Flying Sun. Even Koharu and Mito Minion, who sat next to Sarutobi Hinata, are now a bit grilled on the fire. Strange to say. Originally, Konoha F4 should have been on the same front, but this is not the case. Mito Minion and Koharu are a gang. The Ape Flying Sun Chop is a gang. Shimura Danzo is another gang. Koharu and Mizuto Minion have always wanted to elevate the right of apes to fly the sun. Shimura Danzo again wanted to seize the right to the Nika. Sarutobi Hinata has to deal with the black hand hidden in the group, and also has to guard against two high-ranking Konoha advisors stabbing them in the back. This is a joke among the patriarchs of all major families. Under normal circumstances, as long as the three of them are not completely in trouble, no one really dares to jump out and blow up. But today is a different story. 3 generations of adults, the root of Konoha mobilized 1/3 of Konoha's high-end combat power to pursue Uchiha Natsuki, resulting in heavy casualties. Do you want to give everyone an explanation for this matter? Hinata took the lead, half squinting, as if he hadn't woken up yet. This is completely unimaginable in the usual gentlemanly demeanor of Hinata. Since the patriarch of the Japanese foot has already spoken, I, a rebel clansman, may not be able to live in my heart if I don't say something. Uchiha Fugaku casually followed suit. 3 generations of adults, I don't know why Natsuki Uchiha was labeled rebel by Konoha, still want to chase and kill like crazy. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, I don't understand, and I ask 3 generations of adults to solve my confusion. The other group patriarchs looked at the two bigwigs and Hokage without saying a word. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he completely refuted the definition of Uchiha Natsuki by the Konoha high level. Yes, you said that Natsuki Uchiha is a traitor, you've got to show evidence. You can't say what you are. Could it be that once the clansmen of other families leave Konoha village, they will be chased and killed by Konoha and labeled as traitors? Tsunade and Jiraiya have not been in Konoha for many years, how can this be convicted? What shit is this? Sarutobi glanced at the two and took a puff of his cigarette. He didn't expect that it was Hinata who was the first to attack. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been low-key and silent in the past, actually dared to question him in public. Also, Uchiha has produced such a demon, a shadow-level powerhouse, and he dare not underestimate it in any village, and Uchiha already has the qualifications to fight Konoha. He understood what Hinata Hayashi meant, and he understood Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. Mobilizing Konoha's elite shinobi to kill a shadow-level powerhouse is extremely bad in nature. You must know that 3 generations of Lei Ying AI single-handedly singled out 10,000 ninjas to kill for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally died of exhaustion. In that battle, more than 10,000 ninjas were killed and injured. You can imagine how much it costs to kill a shadow-level powerhouse. As for the question of Uchiha Fugaku, this is almost on the bright side. Since the Senju family, the conflict between Konoha and Uchiha became more and more tense, and the Uchiha clan was marginalized outside Konoha. If it weren't for the anomaly of Uchiha Natsuki, I'm afraid that the current Uchiha would have been gone a long time ago. If Uchiha Natsuki is not a shadow-level powerhouse, today in this conference room is a meeting to discuss the division of Uchiha's ancestral property. It's just that all this has become a fixed number. I already understand the meaning of the Hayashi Patriarch. For the root elite shinobi of death, Konoha will make compensation. In addition, pursuing Natsuki Uchiha and positioning Uchiha as a traitor are both my dereliction of duty as Hokage, and I am willing to bear the price. Ape Fei Arai's words fell, and the patriarchs of the major families present understood it. Ape Flying Sun slashing this Hokage is considered to be the end. From beginning to end, no family helped Ape Flying Sun to speak, not even the Pig Deer Butterfly family that was close to Ape Flying Sunko. Ape Flying Sun's attitude is very sincere. If someone who does not understand Ape Flying Sunko, seeing Ape Flying Sun Chopper with such an attitude, it is impossible to say that he will have a good impression of him because he is Hokage. Unfortunately, he is a hypocrite, sacrificing the lives of innocent ninjas for the sake of so-called peace and stability. Hypocrites are not evil. In his view, there is no need for a reason to do something evil that is worthwhile. Even if there is a trace of guilt and apology in the heart, he will not admit his mistake, because this is all for what he sees as peace and stability. The rest of the time, the major families mainly fought over compensation. Mito Minion and Sleeping Kohara were not afraid to come out from beginning to end, lest the helmsman of Konoha pay attention to them. The actions between the major families of Konoha naturally did not know about it, but there was a hint of speculation in my heart. Such a large number of casualties must be stopped in time, even in wartime, not to mention in peacetime. Even in the eyes of those families in Konoha, chasing and killing a Uchiha clan member with such a large number of casualties, collecting the talented endures in the village into the roots, forcibly brainwashing, and serving as a tool for the Hokage series to suppress threats. In the past, they had complaints about the high-pressure policy and could only endure it, but now Uchiha's rise is unstoppable. No one wants to hang themselves on the crooked neck tree of the Ape Flying Sun. The rabbit died and the fox was sad, knowing that the Ape Flying series was going to fall. Beating a falling water dog is such a cool thing. Who will give up? Who is willing to give up? Hiss hiss, is this where Uchiha Natsuki cultivates? Did you really open the kaleidoscope chakra? Gee, this young man from the Uchiha family really makes me curious. A small white snake squirmed, and its prismatic blue pupils looked sharply and aggressively at a certain young man on the seashore of the Vortex country. That undisguised possessiveness is exposed. Just that look. Let Xia Shu, who was sitting on the beach, keenly detect a faint peeping in this corner. This is the big snake pill? Since obtaining the spiritual power of the Vortex family, Xia Shu's nerves have become more and more acute under the stimulation of the huge spiritual lake. It's just like a human radar. Perception, memory, comprehension, and reflexes have all changed dramatically than before. Within a kilometer, the sound of wind, insects, fallen leaves, and the faint vibration frequency of water droplets were all invisible under his perception. The 10-centimeter little snake squirming sound of the big snake pill sounds very faint, but here in Xia Shu, it is like a big light bulb in the dark, making people want to look at it. Shhh, did he find me? Orochimaru looked at the young man by the sea and let out a cold and hoarse voice. Just now, Xia Shu glanced in the direction he was out of the corner of his eye. It won't be a trace of me, will it? How is this possible? You must know that the stealth ability of the big snake pill is the #1 in the entire ninja world. When he left the Xiao organization, the entire Xiao organization searched for several years without finding any trace of him. How is it possible to roll over here? When he raised the snake's head and looked at Uchiha Natsuki again, he actually found that Uchiha Natsuki turned his head and smiled faintly in the direction where he was. Gee, the brat of the Uchiha family. It really got my interest. The little white snake hissed and spit out the letter, its body erected into an L shape, and its diamond-shaped pupils emitted a cold glow. Between breaths, the body trembled slightly, like a burning candle, began to melt, squirming. Finally, a black-haired man with a pale face and golden eyes as sharp as a poisonous snake appeared. Orochimaru walked slowly towards Xia Shu. When the distance between the two is 300 meters. Suddenly, the surrounding environment began to change. The birds flying in mid-air actually hovered, the small branches bent by the wind did not bounce back into place, the waves of the waves seemed to solidify crystals, and the morning dew in the forest was also frozen in the air. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill contracted tightly, and he couldn't describe the scene that appeared at this time, as if the whole world had been pressed the pause button. Is this an illusion? Or time and space ninjutsu? If it was an illusion, so far apart, how did he launch it? Just randomly cast spiritual perception, let yourself unknowingly fall into the illusion space. Mental perception instead of neuroperception? This strange ability has been freed from the pupil technique confinement of the Uchiha clan. Could it be his kaleidoscope chakra eye's unique pupil technique? If it is a time-space ninjutsu, such a large range is simply unimaginable. Orochimaru's heart beat violently a few times, realizing that this Uchiha youth he was trying to tease was a terrifying existence. Immediately after that, the pupils contracted, and the excitement in my heart began to be exciting. He defected to Konoha in order to study the mysteries of life, and even joined a mysterious organization called Xiao for this purpose. I originally thought that those mysterious guys could help their research, but they were all violent maniacs with simple brains and developed limbs, and you don't have the freedom to do your own research. Now I see a scene where heaven and earth seem to be suspended. In his heart, he was even more looking forward to meeting Natsuki Uchiha this time. Regardless of whether this scene launched by Uchiha Natsuki is an illusion or a time-space ninjutsu, it can be said that Uchiha Natsuki's spiritual power is already very terrifying, and it has reached another level that he cannot touch, and he can even contact the soul. Oh soul! That's the mystery of life and death. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill froze again, and the long snake head licked his lips, and the thoughts in his mind flashed rapidly. The heart beat faster, and the whole person's state looked extremely excited. Xia Shu looked greedy not far away, and the fiery big snake pill smiled faintly. He wasn't as disgusted by Orochimaru as Konoha. Throughout the Hokage world, some people believe in blood, some believe in spirit, some believe in the body, some believe in eyes, some believe in innate inheritance, and some believe in acquired effort. Only the big snake pill, he believes in science. Orochimaru's parents were persecuted to death in Konoha, and only then did he begin to have the idea of studying forbidden arts. Perhaps for the mystery of eternal life, or perhaps because of the bonds of his family, he only wants to resurrect his parents. When he first saw snakeskin as a child, Mayo told him that snakes symbolize eternal life and luck, and these two words also sum up Orochimaru's life. There is no doubt that he is a bad guy. Human experiments, child abduction, killing masters, planning wars, none of them are clean. But he is not simply a bad guy, because everything he does is to achieve his ambitions, and other than that, he never pursues the pleasure of killing itself. At the moment when Orochimaru's parents died, the fear of death left a deep imprint on Orochimaru's heart, and his psychology became distorted as a result. Orochimaru is a genius, and geniuses like him either want to gain power or strengthen themselves. It was precisely he who chose the latter. During the Three Ninja War, he asked about his understanding of the word ninja. Jiraiya replied that ninjas can't be tolerated, and Orochimaru roughly replied that he was someone who learned all ninjutsu. It can be seen that he is a person who pursues perfection, whether it is physical perfection or mental perfection, and even death becomes an obstacle to his dreams. In Xia Shu's eyes, although the big snake pill is a bad person, I don't know why he always hates this person. Of course, he doesn't think he's a good guy either. Maybe the two can become friends in some ideas. It's Orochimaru-senpai. Natsuki smiled and nodded in the direction of the big snake pill. The little ghosts of the Uchiha family are really so unpleasant. The big snake pill's diamond-shaped pupils flickered, and his eyes looked at Xia Shu hotly. Could it be that Lord Orochimaru didn't get benefits from the people of the Uchiha family? Xia Shu smiled lightly. Of course he knew who Orochimaru was talking about. Orochimaru has a soft spot for the Uchiha family's blood succession limit, and it just so happens that the entire Uchiha clan only has the water stop and the weasel can threaten the big snake pill. Natsuki smiled and looked playfully at the eager big snake pill. How? It seems that Senior Orochimaru is interested in me. A Uchiha clan who is weird about the Uchiha blood succession limit, a genius who can replace neural perception with spiritual perception and almost reach the realm of God. There is no better experimental material than you. The golden diamond-shaped snake pupils of the big snake pill shrank suddenly, and his expression was completely in a state of drug addiction, looking at Xia Shu hotly. The word God is either a powerful ninja title that is famous all over the world, or it is like an unknown powerful existence enshrined in the six immortals, major holy places, and shrines. Obviously, in the eyes of the great snake pill, Xia Shu already had the talent qualifications of such a powerful existence as the Thousand Hand Pillar and the Uchiha spot. God. That's right, Natsuki Uchiha, if you can let me study your body, I will multiply your blood succession limit and strength several times. Believe me, no one in the entire ninja world can be more suitable than me, alive. There was a dead silence in the field. Orochimaru's pupils tightened, staring at Xia Shu deadly, obviously thinking of the worst before he spoke. After 3 breaths, it's not that you can't. Xia Shu raised his eyebrows and exhaled, feeling that this was not a good suggestion. If you are looking for a master in the Hokage world who can excel in the fields of genetics, biology, and machinery, if you think about it, there is really no more suitable candidate than the Great Snake Pill. The research of the Great Snake Pill in the Soul Realm in the late Hokage period has already illustrated his scientific talent, and he really has plans to take the Big Snake Pill. The other side. Orochimaru's expression was tense, and the fury that Uchiha Natsuki expected in his heart actually did not appear. Even saw hesitation and thinking in Uchiha Natsuki's eyes, which made the excitement in Orochimaru's heart can be imagined. Think about it too. Orochimaru studied human experiments in Konoha village. If it weren't for the deal with Danzo with different minds, once this kind of thing was exposed, how could Orochimaru have a foothold in the entire ninja world? No one can use themselves as experimental materials for others to study. But, never expected, Natsuki Uchiha actually hesitated. What does this mean? It shows that Natsuki Uchiha is not like those pedantic ninjas in the ninja world who dislike his experiments. In a trance, the Big Snake Pill actually had the illusion of seeing a confidant. Even hearing Uchiha Natsuki's reply, he couldn't help but subconsciously exclaim, "What, you actually agreed?" Xiaoshu shook his head slightly, thought about it, and looked at the Big Snake Pill. "It's okay, it's not impossible for you to study my physique, but since you and I are ninjas, let me see your attitude in a ninja way, Zoranma." An extremely powerful sense of oppression went towards the Great Snake Pill. Orochimaru's heart beat faster and his breathing was rapid, but his face did not show any panic. On the contrary, the excitement in the heart has been exhilarated to the extreme. Both are smart people. The Big Snake Pill did not feel the slightest killing intent in Xiaoshu's spiritual oppression, but it was like an exam. Right, it's the exam. At this moment, facing Uchiha Natsuki, it actually made Orochimaru have the illusion of facing the examiner of the Chunin exam when he was a teenager. Xiaoshu's spiritual oppression increased one after another, and the excitement in the heart of the Big Snake Pill became more and more surging. "Xiaoshu-jun, that's right, please enlighten." Orochimaru laughed loudly, and even his name for Natsuki changed. The diamond-shaped snake's pupils flickered, and the fighting intent in his eyes was like fire. "I'm fast, you have to be careful." Natsuki smiled slightly. The cross-kneeled posture slowly stood up, and immediately the red three-hooked jade pupils suddenly opened. Boom! The short knife appeared, and the figure dragged out an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the short knife tears the air, and the air on both sides automatically avoids the tip of the knife under the rapid collision friction of the knife tip, disperses the two sides of the blade, and directly splits the air in front. The dangling blade cut a silvery white brilliant light track in the rapid movement. Suddenly, the light track suddenly turned from silver white to a crimson color, igniting a roaring flame that wrapped the summer tree all over its body. The previous moment was still a sharp sword, but in an instant, it turned into a blazing fierce fire snake. The Big Snake Pill held the grass pheasant sword in his hand, staring at everything that happened in front of him, and the diamond-shaped snake pupils shrank into needle points without blinking. Through the pupil afterimage of that tenth of a second, I remembered Uchiha Natsuki's extremely fast sword. No chakra, no Sharingan, no magic to paralyze his nerves. It's just a pure physical skill. The next moment, a wound resembling a strand of hair forms between the neck, giving off the fragrance of snake flesh. The tingling burning sensation violently stimulated the scalp of the large snake pill with tingling. Poof! The wound that was originally located in the neck that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly burst, blood exploded, and the head soared into the sky. How so? I didn't even find out. The pale head that rushed to the sky was opposite Xiaoshu's eyes, and his originally pale face turned even paler. How? I said I was fast. Xiaoshu smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Big Snake Pill that fell in the distance and said indifferently. He was not worried about the life and death of the Great Snake Pill. In other words, if you want the Big Snake Pill to die completely, a simple physical attack, I really can't do it. The immortality of the Big Snake Pill is not immortal in the true sense. Instead, he used the Great Snake Pill Flow Avatar technique to restore his complete super regenerative power with his autonomous consciousness before he died. Broken hands, waist chopping, severed heads, etc. are not a thing here in the Big Snake Pill. During the battle with the four-tailed Naruto, when Orochimaru saw the tailed beast Jade burst out by the four-tailed Naruto, his heart was alarmed, and he felt a mortal threat in his mental activity. It can be seen from this that if you want the Big Snake Pill to die completely, you must have a powerful ninjutsu explosion, forming a certain range of destruction zones at a very fast speed, so that the entire body completely evaporated. As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, the Big Snake Pill will escape. Hearing Xiaoshu's slightly mocking words, Orochimaru's pale face suddenly smiled. Not caring at all about the anger of being stabbed by Xiaoshu, his golden diamond-shaped pupils looked at Xiaoshu, and his voice trembled eagerly and asked, "You actually reached this level? How did you do that move just now? Tell me." The golden diamond-shaped snake pupils looked at Xiaoshu as if it was a rare treasure, and his eyes were full of greed. "You forgot our agreement?" Natsuki smiled and asked rhetorically. Haha, makes sense, Xia Shujun, I'll let you see my attitude. The big snake pill smiled coldly, his pupils shrank sharply, and under the bloody cross-section of the fallen skull, countless white pythons squirmed violently and spewed out at the severed neck. Hissing one by one, the white giant mangs with large mouths of blood were rapidly entangled, fusing into the body of another large snake pill at a speed of less than a third. Cold and bloodthirsty eyes stared feverishly at Xia Shu. He threw a shuriken at Natsuki, and his hands quickly froze. Shuriken doppelganger. Swish, swish. The shuriken that exploded at Natsuki, 1.2, 2.4, 4.16, 16.256. The whole process was completed in an instant, and in less than a fraction of a second, nearly 1,000 shurikens were already approaching the distance of less than 1 meter from Xia Shu. It's as fast as it gets. Apparently. Orochimaru also realized that in the battle with Natsuki, the larger the size, the faster he would lose. The battle between the two now is completely a contest of speed and strength. Xia Shu smiled slightly, the short knife in his hand tore through the air, breaking the air again, and the white blade rail accurately hit the surface of the dense shuriken, wiping out a dazed brilliant spark, knocking the oncoming shuriken into the air one by one. At this moment, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold voice enveloped the sharp golden chi from behind Xia Shu. While Xia Shu turned around, and the short knife and the grass pheasant sword made a spark, and the harsh friction sound made Xia Shu frown slightly. At the same time as the grass pheasant sword stabbed out, a white and reckless snake opened its mouth and approached Xia Shu's neck in an instant that it was caught off guard. The whole action is extremely fast, it is simply decisive, and the cooperation is seamless. It actually began to match the speed when Matkai opened the 5 doors. Bang! Xia Shu blocked the grass pheasant sword, and his body flashed backwards rapidly. I saw that the position where Xia Shu was standing had become a deep pit. The big snake pill with golden snake pupils stared at Xia Shu with blazing eyes, and the white giant in his mouth was slowly shrinking and swallowing into the belly of the big snake pill. What a speed! I actually avoided it, although I knew it would be such a result, but it is still unpleasant to avoid it so simply. The first exclamation was not from Orochimaru, but from Natsuki. Xia Shu didn't expect that the speed of the big snake pill would be so fast, but looking at the weak and even sick body of the big snake pill, he felt that it was right. With his penetrating eyes at this time, how could he not see that the body of the big snake pill at this time was simply full of holes? Peripheral cells have detached themselves from the human category. Completely mutant. Xia Shu still didn't understand that the big snake pill had already transformed his body. Coveting Uchiha's body is to make up for the body that has already appeared. Water escape water dragon bullet technique. Muji ninjutsu. Xia Shu faintly grabbed and closed his 5 fingers. The sand and gravel where the big snake pill originally stood turned into a pool in an instant, wrapped in sand and gravel within tens of meters and stirred together, and pounced on the big snake pill at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. It's actually Muji ninjutsu, it's really unexpected. The golden snake's pupils shrank suddenly, the smile on his face became more and more strange, and his whole body was like a python sliding rapidly in the waterhole and sand, and he was about to rush out of the waterhole. Suddenly, the violent current swirled the sand and gravel, forming a huge whirlpool on the beach. The crazy suction force directly swept the body of the big snake pill into the whirlpool. Each grain of sand and water mixed with the current solidifies together the gaps in the sand and gravel that were originally full of holes, and gradually begins to close. Seal the entire body of the big snake pill on the beach. Ahem, the art of sand control? I didn't expect that the water escape and sand control techniques could still be used like this. The big snake pill spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turned pale, and his weak eyes flashed with a hint of overflow. At this time, the body of the big snake pill was not just sealed, but the muscle tissue and cells below the head were all destroyed. The moment the body is sealed, water and sand enter the body along the skin, strangling the cells of the big snake pill at an extremely fast speed, and the entire body is rapidly sandified. Between breaths, the speed of desertification has spread to the neck of the big snake pill. The slightest sea breeze can blow the sand around your neck scattered. It looks like it's about to start spreading to the head. Gagged, the big snake pill opened its mouth, and the mouth was dislocated and expanded like a python swallowing a giant, and the teeth on both sides were split. As the abdomen squirms, a new body covered in mucus spits out from his mouth. The moment the new body lands on the ground, the body of the big snake pill that was originally sealed was blown apart by the sea breeze in an instant. SHHH. When Orochimaru, whose face was pale and panting, saw this scene, a slight chill rose in his heart, his golden pupils suddenly trembled, and deep jealousy flashed in his eyes. Xia Shujun's ninjutsu is really powerful. Glancing at Xia Shu's scarlet 3-hooked jade chakra eyes, Orochimaru felt the mystery of Natsuki Uchiha more and more, and the desire to explore became deeper and deeper. Until now, Xia Shu still hasn't used the kaleidoscope to right will eyes. Holding back the fear in his heart, he licked his lips and said casually, "What does Xia Shujun think of my attitude?" Boom! Xiaoshu did not speak, and the blue-white thunderlight on the short knife once again slashed at the new body of the big snake pill. Suddenly, poof! At the moment when the big snake pill could react, his body was cut into 3 pieces again, and blood sprayed wildly, dyeing the beach red again. Gag, Orochimaru spat out a new body again. This time he did not speak first. Losing his life again, he experienced 2 deaths in a row. Even for a ruthless person like Orochimaru, looking at Uchiha Natsuki, the cold sweat in his whole body couldn't stop flowing down. After 3 deaths, the breath of the great snake pill was already weakened to the extreme. Even if he was stupid, he could see Uchiha Natsuki's thoughts. Those indifferent scarlet pupils, calm and indifferent, without a trace of murderous aura, but it made the heart of the big snake pill tremble. Already at the limit? Xiaoshu nodded slightly and sheathed the short knife. Of course, it can't be compared with Xiaoshu. The big snake pill exhaled a long breath, raised his head with difficulty, and there was actually a trace of happiness and excitement in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoshu with a strong and fearful expression. Unwilling? Yes, there is. Anger? Yes, there is. For a scientific genius like the great snake pill, the moment Xiaoshu collected the knife, he knew that it was all worth it. Dying 3 times in quick succession in less than 3 minutes, the great snake pill's desire for life and determination to pursue the true meaning of life were stronger than ever. Especially there is a glimmer of hope ahead. He will do everything to catch it. Xiaoshu looked at the big snake pill and smiled slightly. This look is good, pure, and familiar. In the dream of infinite death, why didn't he come step by step? Kanaha's intelligence, is Kanaha's information still true to my information now? As for physical skills are generally not valued in the ninja world, even if Union Village is famous for thunder, stimulating the flesh with thunder and lightning, improving speed, attack power, and defense, but there are still very few achievements in physical skills. Xiaoshu looked at the big snake pill and smiled slightly. Exactly, Orochimaru and Natsuki looked at each other and smiled. There was a hint of relief in the eyes of fear and excitement that was different from the past. I didn't expect. Natsuki looked at the big snake pill with some surprise. Didn't expect anything? The golden snake pupils of the big snake pill flashed with brilliance, and he couldn't stop looking at the young man in front of him, and thoughts kept flashing in his mind. Sometimes frowning, sometimes glaring, sometimes smiling, sometimes laughing maniacally. The eyes are fickle, as if there are countless possibilities. I didn't expect your emotions to recover so quickly, to jump out so quickly in the fear of dying 3 times in a row. I'm really curious about what you've gone through. Xiaoshu looked at the big snake pill thoughtfully, and his face revealed a hint of appreciation. You understand the fragility of life better than anyone, and you look at life and death rationally than anyone else, and this rationality is almost paranoid, just like your research, either life or death. It seems that Xiaoshu will become my rare friend. Friends, aren't they Jiraiya and Tsunade? Jiraiya, Tsunade, it used to be. The big snake pill hesitated for a moment and gave an answer that Xiaoshu did not expect. Yes, Xiaoshu instantly understood what the big snake pill meant. The so-called 3 forbearances are similar but different, 3 different classes, 3 different ideas, 3 different personalities, destined to not last. Thinking of Jiraiya, a healing ninja, and then looking at Orochimaru, he felt this sentence even deeper. No wonder I actually found my own shadow in you. Natsuki smiled and shook his head. Orochimaru, I have read your information, and I agree with some of your opinions. Oh, what is the view? Explore the mysteries of life and pursue eternal life. For a while, the scene suddenly fell silent. The golden snake pupils of the big snake pill suddenly condensed slightly, staring at Xiaoshu deadly, as if to see through Xiaoshu's whole person. The mood swings in his heart were directly exposed, and the pale muscles of his face twitched rapidly. Shortness of breath and rapid heartbeat. Eternal life. It is actually an eternal life. In a trance, Orochimaru even regarded Natsuki as a madman like himself who was crazy for an unknown life form that could not exist. The next moment, countless years of life modification, the past of genetic modification recalled, so that his voice actually appeared choked trills. Xiaoshu, how can you believe in eternal life? Why should you believe in eternal life? Ha 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 ha. You are all crazy like me, all crazy. The big snake pill stared at Xiaoshu deadly, wanting to see the loophole, but Xiaoshu's eyes were clear and sincere, obviously without the slightest impurity, and there was no need to deceive him at all. This moment, the big snake pill roared up to the sky, like a poisonous snake roaring up to the sky, and began to roar wildly. Vaguely, there was a mist in the corners of his eyes, as if he was happy and regretful, laughing and laughing, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Finally, his eyes stared at Xiaoshu fiercely like a poisonous snake, and he drank coldly. You're taunting me, isn't it? Is it a mockery? Don't you still understand in your own heart? Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes and faced the big snake pill. You've traveled all over the ninja world for so many years, I don't believe you haven't discovered the slightest. Why is Whirlpool Village called Longevity Village? Compared with ordinary ninjas, the lifespan of the Uzumaki clan is several times that of ordinary ninjas, and there are many clansmen in the clan who have lived for hundreds of years. Tsuneidzian seal also stores chakra somewhere on the body to achieve the effect of immortality. As long as there is an infinite amount of chakra in the body, you can achieve eternal life. If you want to get countless chakras, mental energy and physical energy become the top priority. If I'm not mistaken, now you have begun to contact the second generation Hokage soil crushing rebirth technique. Do you still question the eternity of life? The scene was silent for a while. The big snake pill looked stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes sharply laughed. Now I believe you. That's right, eternal life. Those who don't understand me are ordinary people. Xia Shijun, from the first time I saw you, I found that I was inexplicably close to you. You are right, the Vortex clan is also one of my goals. This is the secret method I got in the Vortex clan. It is better for you and me to communicate. Natsuki catches the scroll and sees the text on the side of the scroll. The art of cell viability, that's right. It's a pity it's not perfect enough. The Second Ninja World War. The Kingdom of the Void declared war on the Five Powers, and was defeated by the ninja forces dominated by Kana at the border of the Land of Fire. If shedding is still there, the secret techniques of flesh incarnation, flesh regeneration and flesh revitalization in his hand should take my research further. Oh yes, that old boy will also cast the 8 doors Dunjia and still open the 8 doors without dying. If I am still alive, with his secret technique, my cell activity technique can be further advanced. When Xiaoshu heard the words of the big snake pill, he nodded slightly, and muttered paradoxically, "Empty country, Shening, he should still be alive." What? The big snake pill was overjoyed, but he didn't expect to hear the news of Shening here in Xiaoshu. In recent years, how many spies have been sent to inquire about Shening, but there is not the slightest clue. How did Natsuki know? He didn't doubt Natsuki's words, because there was no need. I don't know exactly where, but it should be in the territory of the Land of Fire. By the way, he should be disguised as a doctor. Natsuki said. Doctor? The big snake pill didn't know what he thought, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. A small white snake separated from its body and flew away into the distance. Xiaoshu sensed the movement of the big snake pill, and his face was indifferent. He took out a scroll from his cuff, titled Psychoactive Substances, which was a recent compilation of information on improving mental power. You look at this scroll, it should help you. Natsuki threw the scroll towards Orochimaru. The big snake pill caught it casually, and was aroused by Xiaoshu's words. Thinking of the scene where Natsuki detached the chakra eye to perform illusions, he was even more looking forward to what was said in this scroll. Ha! Drugs, toxin stimulation, physical stimulation, visual stimulation, thought control, mental manipulation. The more he looked down, the more solemn his expression became. From the initial external stimuli to visual stimuli, it is not difficult to understand the way neural reflexes are transmitted. The opening of the Sharingan of the Uchiha family belongs to a kind of yin, that is, to break the limits of spiritual power with mental stimulation, which is not a secret to the big snake pill who has always been keen to obtain a pair of powerful Sharingan. But, the further back he looked, the more solemn the big snake pill's expression became. Is this true? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Xiaoshu, who was carefully reading the scroll of the technique of cell activity. Orochimaru's brain was like a thunderbolt. The crazy thoughts and manic emotions in my mind are almost impossible to suppress and explode. So much so that the hand holding the scroll unconsciously began to shake. The golden pupil stared dead at the words on the scroll. The scroll with less than 1,000 words and pictures was turned over and over by the big snake pill for an hour. Then the whole person fell silent. There is a bold guess in the scroll of psychoactive substances. Soul. There is a logical reasoning of Natsuki inside. The soul is the ultimate to pure inherent spiritual energy, the means to control the body. When the soul is severely damaged, the position of the body that fits the soul is also injured. The example given here is the Gulban of the Uzumaki clan. After the nerve is stimulated externally, it will respond. Either the mental power grows and feeds the soul, or the mental power weakens to make the original soul weaker. When the spiritual power is strong enough, it can even be independent of the soul and form an independent individual. This refers not to Chakra's volitional shadow avatar, but to a complete spiritual manifestation, similar to a second soul. Finally, he even proposed the speculation of taking possession of the flesh and obtaining a second life. This logic is just a guess by Xiaoshu, and many places are not considered. But Orochimaru obviously doesn't think so. The entire psychoactive substance scroll gave the great snake pill a seemingly scattered but gradually clear idea. His research interests have always focused on body modification and genetic modification. The study of mental power was subconsciously avoided. It's not that you don't study, but the fear of death. Let your brain command prioritize body research in the first place. In this case, even if your mental power is improved, there will still be conscious avoidance in the subconscious. Thinking about it carefully, Xiaoshu's logical guess promotion route is very clear. From lower patients to middle patients, from middle patients to upper patients, from upper patients to elite upper patients, from elite patients to shadow level. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he alone would have such a vague impression, this would be enough. But the entire ninja world is in this state. They are all improving chakra, and we all know that chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy, but the entire ninja world focuses on physical energy, and the advanced cultivation techniques related to spiritual energy are pitiful. How so? Shouldn't that be? It's like conscious control, raising a cheat. When this thought appeared, the big snake pill's face turned pale instantly, and a creepy feeling appeared in his heart. The more you guess like this, the more sure you are of your thoughts. For a while, it actually gave the big snake pill the thrill and excitement of the first attempt to do human experiments. Natsuki-kun. The big snake pill looked at Xiaoshu with an uncertain expression. Did you see something? Xiaoshu put away the technique of cell activity scroll and looked at the big snake pill with interest. Chakra is a product of mental energy and physical energy, and unlike ninjas, if you study carefully, you will find that the spiritual energy of the tailed beast is much higher than the physical energy. Their chakra is erosive, affecting the nerves of the chakra ninja who use them, forming control. At the same point, the long lifespan of the vortex family, the huge chakra in the body, and the irritable personality are also the reasons why the spiritual energy is higher than the physical energy. But whether it is the spiritual energy of the tailed beast or the spiritual energy of the Whirlpool clan, it is naturally born of the bloodline. It's not something you get by training. The big snake pill's brows furrowed slightly, and he felt that his somewhat messy thoughts began to gradually clear. The same goes for Senju-Kuma and Uchiha Madara. These spiritually powerful beings are feared by the ninja world. Without exception, they are strong. So who the hell is fearing? The big snake pill's brain buzzed, and there was a cold tremor all over his body, and he felt a cool breath rushing straight to the heavenly spirit cover in his brain, which made his scalp numb. Who is jealous? It is definitely not Sarutobi Hinata, Oniki, Thunder Shadow, and others, nor the daimyo of various countries. The strength reaches the level between Uchiha and the Thousand-Hand Pillar. Will you care about their opinions? Joking. In this way, the spearhead began to clearly point to a name. Hiss. Could it really be him? But why the hell is that? The big snake pill couldn't figure it out. But I thought of my own speculation of raising cheats just now. Thinking that he often deliberately avoided spiritual energy in his research, the ninja world did not have a corresponding training method. Vaguely, it was as if a huge net was shrouded in the entire ninja world. If we say, start the analysis from the source of chakra. Only the one who first began to teach and handed chakra to the ninja world had this qualification and ability. The development of junior genius ninjutsu is also based on the theory of that one. So much so that the entire ninja world took this theory as the truth. Including the big snake pill himself, he never deliberately wanted to start from the spiritual aspect and turn to the cell and the flesh. This thousands of years of subconscious guidance is simply deep into the bone marrow, terrifying. Similarly, the study of chakra is at an extremely barren level. Chakra is a mixture of mental energy and physical energy. That's it, it's over. Next is the use of chakra in battle, the use of it in the human body. Use in the blood succession boundary. It seems that there is no ninjutsu that chakra can't perform. As long as you use chakra, even the dead can be resurrected. Such a heaven-defying energy. However, no one questioned, or even doubted, to dissect the energy of chakra. It seems that the idea of going from birth to death is deliberately avoided. It feels like this. How is this possible? The big snake pill was also shocked by such a thought. He even had a sense of unreality. It feels like the whole world is fake. Shouldn't even be a fake. Orochimaru, what are your thoughts now? Natsuki asked. Orochimaru lowered his head and pondered, without saying a word. Obviously his mood at the moment was by no means calm. He didn't expect to hear such a big shocking melon because of his slightest interest. However, will the big snake pill be afraid? How the golden vertical pupils kept changing, from the initial shock and panic to the hideous face on the face now. The heat in his eyes is even crazier than getting psychoactive substance. As a scientific researcher, the big snake pill will completely pursue the truth, and if you don't die, you won't die to the extreme. Ahem. Orochimaru, you need to think calmly about what I just said now. Xiaoshu-jun, I believe that Xiaoshu-jun told me such important information. He must want me to participate. No problem, I am willing to repay Xiaoshu-jun. Orochimaru spat out the letter, licked his lips, and looked meaningfully at Natsuki. I will help Xiaoshu-jun. By the time I left Konoha, it seems that the patriarchs of the major clans have already begun to take action against the 3 generations of Hokage. Presumably there are results now. Ever since I left Konoha, I haven't seen Sarutobi as a threat, of course. His small movements did cause me a lot of trouble. Xiaoshu's face was indifferent, and he was not surprised by the actions of the major families of Konoha. In this strength-based ninja world, the news of the Xiaoshuing level powerhouse is enough for Konoha to fear. It seems that Xia Shujun still has many unknown secrets. Orikimura smiled and stuck out his tongue to swallow the psychoactive substance scroll into his belly. Asushi nodded. In that case, I'm waiting in Konoha for Natsuki-kun. Well, I'll be heading to Konoha in 3 days. The words fell. Orikimura bit his finger and slapped it to the ground. Psychic. Bang. The white smoke dispersed, and a 30-meter white phosphorus serpent was summoned. Farewell, Xia Shu-kun. The big snake pill jumped into the belly of the snake, and then the white phosphorus snake burrowed into the water, disappearing between breaths. Come out. Xia Shu smiled slightly and looked towards the sea. Uchiha's man is really getting more and more handsome. A magnetic sound came from the sea. Immediately after, the sea surface 50 meters away gurgled, began to roll and boil. The steaming water mist gradually filled the sea, and a curvy figure loomed, slowly appearing on the surface of the sea. Her face is stunning, her facial features are strong and flawless. The fiery red hair is waist-length shawl, a blue tight off-the-shoulder hip skirt outlines the alluring graceful figure, and the long skirt at the waist gently blows with the sea breeze, vaguely revealing slender and fair beautiful legs. Zhao Mei stepped on the surface of the sea, tall and plump body strolled gracefully, tunic long skirt, long legs and black silk, showing the whole body vividly, more is fat, less is thin. On the slightly pink face, in the pair of jade-like transparent eyes, it seems that the hot affection that is about to be released, and the fiery red lips that are moist can see the hunger and thirst in those eyes. Originally, the nature is like a flame. She pretended to be a little woman in front of Xia Shu, and her movements and demeanor became dignified again. Is it? That's going to give you a good look. Xia Shu smiled and stepped forward, gently hugging Mai Mei's waist. Terumi did not refuse, and even leaned into Xia Shu's arms, like a little daughter-in-law waiting for her husband's return. The faint fragrance of roses radiated from the slender neck, apparently freshly bathed with rose petals. Xia Shu leaned over Terumi's neck and took a deep breath of the fragrance of roses, making Terumi's body tremble slightly, and her face became even more rosy. Why did you sneak out of Mist-Hidden Village? It's not. Terumi shook her head gently. The 4th generation of Mizukichi-sama heard your news, and he and Ching had already gone to Konoha first, and I heard that you were in Whirlpool Village and greeted Mizukichi-sama before coming over. Terumi is in a kind of love between men and women at this time, and the IQ is in arrears. In front of Xia Shu, she was not the tiger girl in Wuyan Village for a long time. Try to be feminine in front of your own man. Yakura actually went to Konoha. I've suffered you all these years. Natsuki's hand around Terumi's waist was slightly forced, holding Terumi tightly in his arms and not letting go. Even Terumi's restless and cramped heartbeat can be felt with her skin. Natsuki has been coming to the Hokage world for more than 4 years. Is it really not prepared? No. Originally, in the initial stage, Natsuki's goal was to use the power of the Xiao organization to help the Uchiha clan get through the difficulties. But in the year he first entered Hokage, his strength was the crane tail of the Uchiha clan. At the age of 16, he is still forbearing, and the chakra eye is also a hook of jade. Such a qualification is simply rubbish to the extreme in the Uchiha family, and the existence of Xia Shu was a little transparent at the beginning. The strength is low, the clan is bullied, and it is subject to others everywhere. Moreover, at that time, the Xiao organization had already been established, the Battle of Shen Wubi Bridge broke out, and Obito had already joined the Xiao organization. The idea of contacting the organization was also frustrated. In the 50 years of Konoha, after nearly 300 times of the torture of dream reincarnation, Natsuki was successfully promoted to Naka Shinobi. As for Natsuki leaving Konoha a few days before Uchiha was destroyed, he was condemned by Konoha as a rebel. That's understandable. Leaving Konoha, Natsuki did not mean to call for reinforcements on the eve of Uchiha's extermination. However, it also happened that in the 1000th life and death battle, Yin Yang accidentally opened the first life advance, and his combat power increased several times, becoming a shadow-level powerhouse. Let Natsuki dispel the idea of shaking people. And the 4th generation of Water Shadow is one of the backhands that Xia Shu has arranged in the past 4 years. Stroking the hair of the beautiful woman in his arms, Xia Shu's eyes were full of sweetness. This time, you can't escape the palm of my hand, Natsuki said with a smile. Terumi lifted her chin, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Natsuki ignored the pressure on his arm and said with a smile, "You won't be hungry for my flesh, can you? In fact, I also want to open the meat. No way, this is far from Konoha, living on a desert island, and the life is called a bitter ah." Xia Shu's voice just fell. Ugh. Terumi was obviously shocked in her heart, and looked up at Xia Shu dumbfounded. What did this bastard say? How could he say it? The originally red fluttering little face is more moist and attractive, and I can't wait to go up and take a bite. Well, you are a negative man of the Uchiha family. You wouldn't have pretended it all before, would you? You're a big badass. How come I didn't find you so bad before? Terumi snorted, but her body did not resist in the slightest. Humph. Terumi snorted, her expression trembled slightly, she bit her lips, and her turquoise eyes seemed to have made a big decision. after a few breaths, nodded slightly. The corner of Xia Shu's mouth smiled slightly. 10,000 words omitted here. The atmosphere on Konoha's side has changed, and everyone can feel it. Whether it is the dark part or the root ninja, there are frequent dispatches in Konoha, and the security level of the entire Konoha has also been raised to combat readiness. In the inn where Konoha received foreign guests, a boy dressed in a blue imperial robe, wearing a water-shaped hat, green hair and purple eyes, a stitched scar on his left eye, a hook at both ends of his back, and a green flower weapon club decorated on it, looked calmly at the figure of the road that rushed by outside the window. Lord Mizukage, one-eyed blue, saw the number of dark ninjas outside the hotel again, and signaled to Yakura. Ching sang, "Let's not interfere." Yakura's immature little face was extremely calm, his purple pupils flickered slightly, and his whole temperament was completely a natural nobleman. Although he has just arrived in Konoha, Yakura's analysis of the current situation in Konoha has long been out of the limitations of his current age. Since the third generation of Water Shadow Blood Mist policy, he has continued to wage several major wars with Konoha. After he took the throne and signed an armistice treaty with Konoha, he vigorously rectified the saboteurs within the Kirihide village, abolished the bloody and cruel selection system, and made every effort to change the existing policies of the Kirihide village. Stop the persecution of the Blood Succession Limit family and the Old Power family. At this time, the Wien village had come out of the shadow of the Blood Mist policy. What's more, with Natsuki intervening, Obito wants to control Yakura as it originally did, and the difficulty factor has increased by more than 1 point. Controlling the Mist-hidden village for several years has long transformed the childlike heart of Yakura. Ape Flying Sun chopping is really not simple. Yakura watched the intelligence from Ching Tan in the room, keenly aware of the connection, and couldn't help but glance at the Ape Flying Sun. This is not Yakura's speculation about the current situation, but it is also seen from the alternating infighting between the old and the new in the fog. Let Yakura see the similarities between Konoha today and Kirihide a few years ago. The same struggle between old and new forces. It is also a contest of rights. The only difference is the unknown appearance of Natsuki. The Ape Flying Sun slash has ended, but it cunningly throws out a new question. Hokage candidate. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shimura Danzo, and Natsuki Uchiha all became candidates. In particular, Tuanzang was completely removed from the people responsible for the huge losses caused by the hunt for Xia Shu. Sarutobi actually took responsibility for 1/3 of the elite ninjas who died in the village on himself. This simply caught Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi, and others off guard. Yakura knew that when Sarutobi became the first person responsible for this incident, it had already drawn an end to the task of chasing and killing Natsuki. This is a conspiracy. A Yang plot against Uchiha and Hinata. The patriarch of the family led by Uchiha broke into the Hokage building, and in less than an afternoon, the third-generation Hokage ape flew into the wild. The operation to recover Natsuki Uchiha was deliberately spread. It is really that Ape Flying Sun is too successful in shaping his personal image. Leaving aside the dark ninja who were guarding outside the inn, neither Aoi nor Yakura cared. Instead, Ching leaned against the wall and picked up a copy of A Brief History of Konoha in the hotel and laughed. Open the first page. 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun, the strongest Hokage in the history of Konoha. Poof, just saw this sentence, which directly made Ching Xiao spray. Ching, what's wrong? I still underestimated the Ape Flying Sun slash before. Ching handed the book to Yakura, and the muscles on his unsmiling face twitched slightly, and he shook his head. This book is so large and grand in the end that it has obviously become a must-read in Konoha. The first page is to claim to be the strongest Hokage in history, and the ambition is not too big. Yakura also saw this sentence, only felt that it was inappropriate. The deeper layout, with his current experience, really did not understand. Ayaza noticed Yakura's expression and smiled. Don't you see something? Yakura nodded. Konoha's strongest Hokage, he is also worthy of Ape Flying Sun. A Brief History of Konoha. This kind of official history book is basically a copy of Konoha's people, and it is a must-have reading at home. Since childhood, they began to instill the idea of this Ape Flying Sun slash, the strongest Hokage in history, and when they grow up, the cognition of beating the little ones for more than 10 years has been fixed to death. What do you think will happen then? Look at the content at the back of the book, how the whole book expresses the introduction of the 2 brothers between the Senju Pillar and the Senjukuma. The first year of Konoha, the first Hokage Senjukuma united all the clans to establish the village of Konoha, and decided to establish a peaceful village. Second year of Konoha, Senjukuma joined forces with one country and decided to establish a one village one country system, and since the shadow is the Hokage, the latter country is the land of fire, and in the same year, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan joined. 7 years of Konoha, Uchiha Madara controls the 9 tails to attack Konoha, and the Sarutobi clans fight to the death, and the first Mecha Hyukuma leads him to fight outside the village, reaching the Valley of the End, fighting for a day and a night, ending in Madara's death. 13th year of Konoha Tsuma dies, and Senju serves as the second generation Hokage. In the same year, organizations such as the Ninja School, the Konoha Police Corps, and the Dark Department were established. The patriarch of the Uchiha clan succeeded Madara as the captain of the police team. The latter World War I broke out. Konoha's 14th year, Konoha did achieve a complete victory. The second generation Hokage Senju died in battle, under the death battle of the ninjas of all races led by Sarutobi Hibi. A peace treaty was successfully concluded, and the third generation Hokage Sarutobi fought bravely to kill the enemy in wartime, and was respected by the second generation and selected as the third generation of Hokage, as Ching gradually analyzed this Konoha documentary history book one by one, including the narration of the first Hokage Senju pillar, the second Hokage Senju pillar, and the fourth Hokage Wei Feng Shuman. Inexplicably, I don't know if it's Yakura's illusion. Uncanny. Inexplicably, the image of the ape flying sun chop actually became tall? Subconsciously, Yakura looked at the information on the table with a strange face. Could it be? What misunderstanding does the entire ninja world have about Sarutobi Hinata? Ordinary teenagers don't say that they understand. Just for a while, they will definitely doubt themselves. There are too many subconscious references to the three-generation Hokage ape flying sun in this book. Even in the Battle of Union, the Hyuga clan handed over the Hinata for the peace of Konoha, and it would be marked on the back by the three generations of Hokage ape Hibiki. Subtly, he actually downplayed the efforts of the Hyuga family, and raised the image of the ape flying sun to the limit. What Yakura couldn't understand the most. Konoha was first created, and in just a few simple strokes, it summarizes the establishment of Konoha village by Senju Kyuma and certain families. The Uchiha family didn't mention a word in it at all. Perhaps, some families include the Uchiha family. Later, Uchiha controlled the Nine Tails attack on Konoha and actually used tens of thousands of words to tell the story. Even the war exploits of the Uchiha clan have been brought away. It was as if the Uchiha clan should have selflessly dedicated to Konoha, and the Uchiha clan inherently owed Konoha. It's a day-old dog. The more you look down, the more you listen. Yakura's childish smiling face frowns slightly, and she follows Ching's train of thought the whole time, thinking seriously. If you put aside his identity as the water shadow of the mist-hidden village and his intelligence control of various ninja villages for several years, just look at this book. It's really possible to be taken to a ditch. If you follow the explanation in this book, the strongest Hokage in history, the ape flying sun slash, is simply deserved. Even, this ape flying sun slash is simply a saint who is willing to sacrifice everything for the peace of the ninja world. Yakura was ashamed to read it. The entire Konoha only knows the third generation of Hokage ape flying sun slash. I don't know the first Hokage, I don't know the second Hokage, I don't know the fourth generation Hokage, I only know the third generation Hokage. Hear Ching's words. Yakura's small hand flipping a brief history of Konoha suddenly froze. The mouth opened widely, and the big eyes were instantly fixed. It was as if there was an electric current rushing through the whole body, and suddenly a stirring spirit looked at Ching incredulously. It was as if something good had been destroyed and scattered with debris. Ching, the history books of the mist-hidden village, are they also like Konoha's books? His eyes were serious, and it was clear that this approach was difficult for him to accept. Due to the blood mist policy, the infighting in Weian village is extremely serious. Blood heirs and commoners, nobles and bloods, nobles and commoners, commoners and commoners. The competition between them is fierce. You can see elderly ninjas in the other four great ninja villages, but in the fog hidden absolutely impossible. Ninjas of this age like Sarutobi Flying Sun Chopper have long been picked by Kashimaka, or by a kid who jumped out of the corner. Where else can you hold a high position for so long? Even if Yakura himself is a water shadow, there are often some challengers, let alone others. Therefore, the backbone of Weian village has always remained under 30 years old. The backbone combat power has always remained at the top of the 5 ninja villages. Before Yakura was controlled, among the 5 great ninja villages, the high-level combat power Konoha was the first, and the mid-core combat power Mist-Hidden Village was definitely the first. Looking at Yakura's expression, Ching understood what Mizukage-sama wanted to express, and the corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Not all shinobi villages are like the 3 generations of Hokage, although everyone uses this practice. We will also publicize the achievements and policies of Lord Mizukage, but we will never beautify the image of the contemporary Hokage by greatly weakening the achievements of the Hokage of the past generations like Konoha. Besides, the 3-point Hokage dares to do this, and the major families of Konoha choose to acquiesce. How can there be no deal here? The fall of the Senju clan, Tsunade's farewell, the death of Hinata. One by one, the stain cannot shake the 3 generations of Hokage, you can imagine. If it weren't for the sudden rise of Xia Shijun and breaking the balance that Konoha has maintained for a long time, this time Uchiha is afraid that he will also follow the old path of the Senju clan. Yakura had a surprised expression, and after hearing Ching's words, his little face was silent for a long time. That, Misty Hidden Village? Mist Hidden Village? Looking at Yakura's serious little face, Qing's expression was slightly strange. Is there a soil for family existence in Wuyan village? Qing candidly expressed his opinion. Ghost Lantern, Dried Persimmon, Citrus and other clans may have been able to influence Mistjin village before, but after the fall of the second generation of Water Shadow and the Blood Mist policy, the voice of the family forces was completely destroyed, and it is impossible for this kind of thing like what happened in Konoha to appear in Mistjin. Once someone does this, they will definitely be beaten by all the ninjas in the fog. Groove, Lao Tzu will never allow there to be an existence better than Lao Tzu in Wuyan village. This is the unanimous opinion of all Mist ninjas. In Wuyan, you can defeat me, but if you want Pu Laozi, it depends on whether your chrysanthemum belt is strong or not. Obviously, Yakura also thought of this, shook his head and smiled gently. Now it's up to Xia Shujun's means. Ahem, Terumi's throat was choked, and she forced her throat to itch, and Jade stood up with her hands patting her chest. Xia Shu lay in a hammock between the two trees, lazily basking in the sun. The gentle sea breeze, the flying seagulls and the rustling of the leaves of the dense forest behind you make people feel extremely soothing and comfortable. Terumi, who wears a blue bandeau dress, closes her eyes in red hair, and her beautiful feet lightly step on the beach, her face is red. The turquoise eyes looked at Xia Shu strangely and ambiguously. Natsuki looked at her and smiled faintly. I'll be skilled next time. Zhao Miu's face turned even redder when he said it, and Yuza stepped on the beach lightly and snorted coldly, then obediently began to tidy up Natsuki's clothes. After tidying up, I don't know where to get a lot of eel, seaweed, polished rice, octopus, sori, and even various sauces. The wrist began to process eels and sari, and a small fire became a home cooking weapon. The summer trees that looked at were pleasing to the eye for a while, and it was simply beautiful. For Zhao Mei, Natsuki can be said to be 10,000 satisfied. Perhaps the competitiveness of Wuyan village is extremely common, whether it is a man or a woman, it is very precocious and independent at a very young age. Plus the man famine in Wuyan village. There is a serious imbalance between men and women. Women's internal competitiveness is extremely severe, and it is common to see 3 or 4 women robbing a man, which eventually turns into a women's fight. Therefore, in terms of women's quality alone, Wuyan village definitely occupies the top of the 5 hidden villages. The old lady must cool you well at this time, so that you can't steal fishy, and you won't come to see me for several years, and now hold it for me. At this time, Terumi made up her mind to temporarily not let Natsuki succeed. The pink and shy face instantly turned into a domineering arrogant style. Turning his head without looking at Xia Shu, he put the meal in a bowl with his own care, without the slightest appearance of serving Xia Shu gently. Xia Shuan smiled. Get out of the hammock and sit on the beach, facing the sea breeze. Grab the eel pieces and enjoy the sushi. The two enjoyed each other's comfortable life as a couple very tacitly, without interrupting. Even Natsuki seemed to have forgotten Konoha village, the Uchiha clan, and the pressure of life and death crises that he had come to this world. Let go of the body and mind. Looking at the woman in front of him, he smiled heartily, and his mood suddenly brightened. Perhaps, this is home. Boom. For a while, the memory of surviving death 1,000 times in the mind is like a slide in the mind. The physiological electrical beating of brain neurons is abnormally active, and a large amount of mental power and physiological electricity stimulate the brain sebum and stimulate the muscles and veins around the body. The hair roots and hair follicles of the whole body were faintly seen, and I actually saw the scene of spiritual power overflowing, affecting reality, and distorting the air. This, Terumi stopped the movement in her hand. Looking at Xia Shu, his watery red lips opened slightly, and he stared at the man in front of him in shock and fear. There was a burst of gain and loss. At this time, the scene was extremely strange. Natsuki seems to have disappeared. No, not really disappeared. Instead, he saw Xia Shu's figure, but he couldn't touch reality. The Natsuki that falls under Terumi's eyes is an illusory and distorted image, visually intangible. It's like leaving the real space and entering a different space, obviously close in front of him, but he can't touch it. Terumi was angry and anxious, constantly scooping out in front of the distorted image, trying to fish out her man. Xia Shu was indeed completely immersed in another realm. I don't know the outside world at all, and the whole thing is in a strange state. What the hell is going on? Natsuki floated in the air, and he saw himself. No, to be precise, it was Natsuki's soul that was detached from the body. A large amount of spiritual power gushed out, filling the illusory soul even more condensed, so that it was squeezed out of the body and floated in the air. Besides, an even more bizarre scene appeared in Xia Shu's pupils. Look down. The body of the soul-free body was actually covered with transparent golden chains that were secretly numb. The whole flesh was wrapped like a big rice dumpling, tight. Under careful perception, those transparent golden chains were not only wrapped around the flesh, but even the veins, blood knight, and muscles were completely covered. Xia Shu's eyes burst into disbelief, and he looked at himself in disbelief. What is this spiritual chain that runs through the flesh? Why do you get entangled in yourself? When the hell did this appear? The soul is separated from the body, is it that he is dead again? Another crossing begins? Just when Xiaoshu was shocked and anxious, staring at this incredible scene in front of him, click, click, there was a subtle noise in the alien space. The sound of the iron shattering instantly interrupted his thinking. Although the voice was subtle, it still did not escape Xiaoshu's perception. The gaze is like electricity. Moment. The source of the sound is discovered. That's a golden chain. The golden chains wrapped around the flesh actually began to be densely packed with subtle cracks, and this crack continued to spread at an extremely fast speed. As the speed of the chain breaks, in a trance, an invisible suction force was rapidly brewing in the flesh. Floating in the air, Xia Shazi felt his soul tremble. What the hell is going on? Next moment. Boom, boom, bang bang. A succession of explosions sounded, and a wave of suction erupted violently. I saw that the golden chain that was originally wrapped around Xiaoshu's flesh collapsed inch by inch, exploded into powder, and penetrated into Xiaoshu's flesh. The soul is also sucked into the body again by this suction force that erupts from the body. At the moment when the soul returned to its place, Xiaoshu's mind tingled, and the entire body of the painful Xiaoshu curled up into a ball. Holding his head in his hands, his face was pale and his body twitched. Countless pieces of information began to fill Xiaoshu's left brain. The nerve stimulation of choking and crying again and again spread to the entire brain. The most primitive desire for survival exploded. The brain protection mechanism is instantly triggered, and it begins to soothe and guide this sudden spiritual message. After dozens of breaths, Xiaoshu slowly opened his eyes with a pale face, a bitter smile. The information in his mind he had already gone through. I clenched my fists and felt the change in my body. Every pore is breathing and swallowing. Like a dam, Shakara pouring out the muscles, blood, and muscles that are blocked in the body. The moment the golden spiritual chain burst, the pure spiritual energy violently stimulated the skin, stimulated the growth of cells, and swallowed all the originally strained cells. It makes the muscles of the body tighter, and the dead skin is removed. Now the surface of the body is as clear as jade, and it is simply more tender than the skin of a newborn baby. And that's not all. In Xiaoshu's perception, due to the explosive growth of spiritual power, the aging speed of stimulated cells was delayed by more than 5 times. Now Xiaoshu can do nothing and live 500 years old. Staying up late can kill a generation. The overall strength has risen by more than 1 level. Wow, you dead scumbag, if you want to die, you will die together. Suddenly, Zhao Mia's body pounced like a fierce tiger, and there was no way to let Xiaoshu pull it. Supporting her body, she moved Terumi's body away, and saw her red and swollen eyes that were already crying, and hugged her tightly in her arms. A slight smile. This one, would you believe me when I said it was an accident? Xiaoshu smiled sweetly. No matter how she beat herself, she didn't let go. You're a dog, how do you bite? Uchiha Natsuki, I want you to remember that if you dare to lie to me in the future, you will die. Humph. Turning his head to meet Terumi's warning eyes. Ahahaha, not in the future, really. Xiaoshu looked at the delicate face in front of him, smiled, helped Terumi straighten her loose dress, and subconsciously put her right hand around it. Snap, but was slapped away by Terumi. Stay away from me. The resentful little eyes looked at Xiaoshu, and began to prepare the meal for the two of them again. The white jade feet stepped on the soft sand, and a gentle ray of sunlight shone on, reflecting this picture particularly warmly. Xiaoshu looked at this scene and smiled faintly. In a small town in the land of fire. Hurry up, the big fat sheep is coming. Ha ha ha, we're going to get rich. I didn't expect that such a good thing could happen here. Big fat sheep, quickly take out the family base of Uncle Ku. I want to gamble fiercely with the big fat sheep. Outside a casino, countless people flocked to it. The entire casino was blocked, and everyone's eyes lit up, and their faces were full of madness. Casino gamblers are like pilgrimages, automatically parting the road from the entrance of the casino, and watching the people walking towards the table step by step in front of them. All for Lao Tzu, big fat sheep, Lao Tzu bet with you. Suddenly, an untimely voice sounded. Tezuka Shiki, the guard of the casino, recognized the identity of the middle-aged man at a glance and looked at him tremblingly. Ha! Tsunade narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who was walking towards him with a burst of disgust. No one had ever dared to talk to her like that. Ha! Is this bastard famous? Tsunade ignored Tezuka Shiki and asked the casino guard beside him. Big fat. No, Tsunade-sama, Tezuka-sama is His Excellency the General's man. The guard was taken aback by Tsunade's eyes just now. Could it be that Tsunade-sama wants to kill Tezuka-sama? If Lord General initiates the wind, they will be in big trouble in the casino. Just you, what can you bet with me? Tsunade glanced at Tezuka Shiki and sneered. Hey, bet on you. When the words fell, he opened the suitcase behind him, which was filled with yellow gold, not to mention 10 million taels. Open, a lot of gold. It really deserves to be His Excellency General's person. Under the light, the whole box of gold illuminates the casino golden. 10 million taels. Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up. Hee, how is it, 10 million, as long as you follow me, what will you want in the future? Ugh, poof. A bloodstain appeared on Tezuka's neck, and the scene suddenly fell silent. SHHH. Under everyone's terrified gaze, a short-haired girl holding a piglet behind Tsunade put away her short knife and stood behind Tsunade casually. Bang! Tezuka fell weakly to the ground. Xiaomu is really cute. Now, there is money again. 10 million taels is enough to gamble for a long time. Tsunade-sama, we still owe 86,530,000 taels in gambling debts, and this 10 million taels have to pay off gambling debts. Ahem. Little silence is not cute, just bet 8 million taels. 1 million taels. 7 million taels. 1 million taels. 5 million taels. Tsunade-sama, we don't have any more money. Shizun was about to cry, her little hand tugging at the corner of Tsunade's clothes, and her voice was full of crying. Say yes 1 million. Tsunade-sama, you lied to Shizun. 10 million gambling capital, has not yet paid back the gambling debt, and all lost. Huh, no way, how is it so fast? Tsunade looked incredulous, this just felt a little, why did he lose everything? How about it, woman, if you really don't have money to pay back, I see that the little girl behind you is a little beauty, so I will use her to pay off the debt. The surrounding gamblers are also happy to see it, and it is indeed the legendary big fat sheep, which is simply giving money. Mute or mortgaged you, Tsunade looked at Shizun, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Tsunade-sama, who looked at him with silent and grumbling eyes. This is already the 13th time that I have mortgaged myself. Come and come, all start betting. Madness flashed in the dealer's eyes, and then he shouted, Yaga, I don't believe it. This time you must win a round back. Bet on. The dealer's eyes are scarlet, apparently since the big fat sheep, his share is definitely enough to eat for a year. This big fat sheep is a good person, definitely a good person. Open. Ha, small, really small, lost again. Ha, Lao Tzu made a profit today. Tsunade's face was livid, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Where does she still have money now? Tsunade pay back. That's it, the eldest lady of the Thousand Hands clan, is this gambling debt still a thing? Tsunade-sama. Shizun's little hand grabbed the corner of Tsunade's clothes, his little face full of despair. Little silence, small silence, Tsunade called softly. Tsunade-sama? A bad feeling rose in Shizun's heart, and this feeling came again. Run! Again grab her and don't let her run. Pay it back. Seeing Tsunade running away with a cigarette, and the small henchmen left behind were gone, the gamblers suddenly went crazy and rushed up and chased in the direction Tsunade left. Phew, Tsunade-sama, there is no one chasing behind us, we are safe. Shizun bent over, braced his hands on his knees, exhaled a long breath, and looked at Tsunade with sorrowful eyes. With Tsunade-sama, he didn't have a peaceful birthday. Finally got rid of them, wanted to ask me for gambling debts, there was no door, today's gambling luck is too bad, I must gamble back another day. Tsunade glanced at Shizun's resentful little eyes and smiled awkwardly. Ha, Tsunade, sure enough, I lost the bet again. Just then, a voice reached Tsunade's ears. Jiraiya. In a tavern. Tell me, the old man asked you to come to me, what do you want to do, Jiraiya? Tsunade filled his glass of wine and looked at Jiraiya and asked. Konoha has a list of candidates for Hokage, and the old man means, stop, Konoha doesn't have anything to do with me anymore, even if he runs for Hokage, what does it have to do with me? Tsunade raised his hand to interrupt Jiraiya's words, and the waves in his eyes could feel the slightest hesitation. Tsunade, Jiraiya's brows furrowed slightly, he had long expected Tsunade to say this. I'm afraid you don't know yet, the clan in the village has recognized the status of the Uchiha clan as a candidate for Hokage, and if you don't go, Uchiha Natsuki will succeed the Hokage of the village. Jiraiya was heavy. Don't talk nonsense, what the hell is going on? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in disbelief, frowning impatiently. Okay, Zilai also sighed, his expression helpless. There is nothing strange that every generation of ninjas will have geniuses, some family geniuses, some are the pride of existence, and some will become geniuses who are famous throughout the ninja world. What are you trying to express? Tsunade stared at him with a furrowed brow. Everyone in the village is comparable to the ninja god of Uchiha Natsuki, just like the original Naruto-sama. Jiraiya sighed, compared to the solemnity and depression of the confrontation with Uchiha Natsuki at the beginning, after the Hokage building removed Uchiha Natsuki's rebellion order. He didn't know why, but his mood relaxed a lot. Although, the heart is still not calm. Ninja god? Just him? Except for Pillar Tower, everyone in the village disagreed with Madara being appointed Hokage, and even the daimyo of the Fire Nation recommended Pillar Tower. Then Madara returns, and the conflict between Uchiha and the village gradually deepens. The second generation of the evil family once again aggravated the conflict between Uchiha and the village, and created a guard team to kick Uchiha out of the center of power, and the residence was also driven to the corner of the village. 3 generations and even 4 generations of the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha family was even more disgusted to the extreme. No doubt. In Tsunade and even Konoha's mainstream thought, the Uchiha clan is either destroying or on the way to destruction. How could such a dangerous race be the Hokage of Konoha? Isn't this pushing the Konoha village started by his grandfather into the fire pit? Tsunade, who regarded Konoha as his grandfather's personal property, stopped doing it in an instant. Compared to Tsunade, Jiraiya also seems calm. The major families in the village acquiesced to this result and carried you and me out. Apparently the old man did this on purpose. Jiraiya shook his head and said, I can't comment on the old man's approach, but for me, as long as there is peace and stability, I have no objection to the Uchiha clan being elected Hokage, and even with Uchiha Natsuki, Konoha can't say that it will be more prosperous, at least for now. We are friends and not enemies without completely tearing our faces. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya coldly and questioned, friend or foe? When the time comes, who is the opponent of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village? Although I know very little about Natsuki Uchiha, if he is really as you say, comparable to the ninja god, who in Konoha can deal with it, it's me, or the old man? Why do you have to hate the Uchiha family? Jiraiya stared at Tsunade with an ugly face and asked rhetorically. For the village's hatred of Uchiha, Jilai has always been very unhappy in his heart. He and Tsunade stand in a different position, and look at things from a completely different angle. Although the two are friends, the circle of contact is not the same thing at all. From childhood to adulthood, Tsunade came into contact with the cultivation mode of the eldest lady of the big family. And since this kind of optimism mixed in the city, the two people naturally have differences in cognition. Jirei, who has been on missions outside for a long time, also has frequent contact with the Uchiha people. He didn't think the Uchiha clan was so evil, at most a little tsundere. The Uchiha clan is Konoha's enemies. Which side are you? Tsunade's eyes as he looked at Jiraiya began to become unkind, and the fists of his knuckles clenched and clicked. I really want to knock out your pig's head and see what mess is going on in your head all day. Tsunade, how can you say that? At this moment, he no longer had the appearance of hanging in the past, and his eyes looked at Tsunade sharply. Enemies? The Uchiha clan is an enemy in your eyes? Nope, Uchiha and Senju founded Konoha, even if no one mentions it now, but the truth is still the truth, it is a part of Konoha. To put it bluntly, if the Uchiha clan is really Konoha's enemies, with the current power of Uchiha, who can stop the rise of Uchiha? By you or by me? Tsunade clenched his fists tightly, his heart was annoyed, and he looked at Jiraiya with an incredulous expression. Is this still the Jiraiya I know? When did he dare to speak like that in front of Miss Ben? How do you? Take a long breath and force down the anger in your heart. Condescending, staring at Jiraiya. What the hell are you trying to say? I mean, at this time, the Uchiha clan has already been recognized by the major families of Konoha. No matter how credible this recognition is, at least on the surface, it has reached a consensus. It didn't cause another internal war in Konoha, which is good for both sides. Zi Lei's idea is very simple, they are all a family, and they can solve each other's contradictions in private, and there is no need to make trouble. What he wants is the peace and stability of Konoha. As for who is Hokage, who was elected Hokage? Shut me up. I never wanted to be the thankless Hokage. Tsunade, I didn't think I had to change your mind, and I couldn't do it. Maybe there was a bad fight between Uchiha and the first generation, some people in the Uchiha tribe had done bad things. But who could not make mistakes? What's more, didn't the clansmen of other families do anything wrong? They have all been understood. Why has it become an unending situation here in Uchiha? Then do you have a better way? Jiraiya interrupted Tsunade's words. What? You know what I mean. Jiraiya stared calmly at Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes flickered, staring straight at the scruffy man in front of her, making her feel a sense of strangeness for the first time. This man, where did all those passions of the past go? Do you really want to choose to give in to Uchiha? Not really. If Konoha's recovery order had not been withdrawn, Natsuki would still have caused a large number of Konoha ninjas to be killed and injured. At this time, Jiraiya was not facing Tsunade, but Natsuki, who was in a life and death duel. The situation has changed. In order to maintain the stability and harmony of Konoha village, this is already the best ending. If I have to be an enemy of Natsuki Uchiha? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with cold eyes. No, you won't. What if I really want to do this? Tsunade asked. If there really is a day, as a member of Konoha village, I can't let you disrupt the peace and stability of Konoha. As a friend, I can't watch you die, I can't do it, do you understand, Tsunade? Zi Lei's eyes were firm, and there was a slight complexity in his voice. You, hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade snorted coldly and fell silent. After a few breaths, a boom came. Jiraiya. Why didn't I find you a stinky toad so bold before that you dare to talk to me like this? Tsunade punched Jiraiya. Poof. Zai also covered his stomach, his face full of pain. Ah, my aunt, you want to beat me to death. It was a miserable trip. In order to find Tsunade, his leg has been broken for the past 2 days, and now he is going to be beaten by Tsunade again. Why am I so miserable? Let you yell in front of me. Make you yell. I didn't see it, I haven't seen it for a while. You are a stinky toad with long skills. I won't beat you up today. Tsunade chased out of the tavern with his fists clenched, and the 2 fists rounded the hammer towards Jiraiya, and you could imagine how much resentment he had just held. Tsunade, stop, if you don't stop, I'll fight back. Zai also seemed very annoyed, but there was a wistful smile on the corner of his mouth. This crazy woman is simply turning her face faster than turning a book. Stinky toad, you still dare to fight back? Oops, Tsunade, am I wrong? Jiraiya saw the anger on Tsunade's face getting stronger and stronger, and he was startled, and quickly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Right at this time. Come on, the big fat sheep is here, everyone come quickly. Grab her and don't let her run. Pay it back. Tsunade looked back, and a group of gamblers in the distance rushed over with red eyes, seeing that they were going crazy. Whisper. Run. It's been 2 days since Konoha released the election of a new generation of Hokage. Except for the Land of Fire, the other shinobi villages in the 4 countries have received this information. Uchiha Natsuki's achievements also flowed out of Konoha village and were learned by the other 4 shinobi villages. For a time, all parties moved frequently. I really didn't expect that there would be such a day when the ninja of Konoha would be so wasted. It's really humiliating enough to let that person openly campaign for Hokage. The 4th generation of Lei Ying sneered and threw the information on the table. Darui looked at Lord Thunder's shadow and asked softly, Sir, shall we let the border move? No need. It's not a good time to strike. Wait a minute, the 4th generation of Lei Ying sneered. By the way, where did that kid run again? Maybe go to other villages for inspiration. This stinky boy. The other major hidden villages reacted at this time. In Cheyenne village, inexplicable colors flashed in the eyes of the 4 generations of Wind Shadows. Cheyenne village lacks resources, and has suffered huge consumption in several ninja wars, and its development is extremely slow. This turmoil in Konoha is not an opportunity. The side of the couch allows others to sleep soundly. Whether this time there is a civil war in Konoha or the Uchiha clan is in power, it is necessary to guard against the Tsunahide village. No one wants another extremely aggressive country on the border. Let the border pay attention to the movements in the direction of Konoha, and the Dark Department will collect the news of the major families and people of Konoha as soon as possible. I need to get first-hand information. By the way, send a copy of every piece of information about Konoha to Elder Cho. Yes. Iwahide village. Oniki looked at Konoha's intelligence with a mocking look as he punched his waist. Actually forced that monkey to this little ghost named Natsuki Uchiha is really powerful. Oniki touched the 2 white whiskers, his face pensive. For years, an ordinary Uchiha tribe has actually reached a height that is difficult for others to reach in a short period of time. If there is no, the ghost will believe it. This little imp of the Uchiha clan has a secret. Oniki looked at the intelligence and frowned in thought. Defeat Medi's 8 Doors Dunjia. More perverted than Kakashi's ability to rewrite. Comparable to Konoha's White Fang's knife technique. Extraordinarily huge chakra. Unfathomable speed. This condition looks at the conditions of Oniki as terrified. Ordinary people who get an ability are already elite ninjas protected by the village. Natsuki Uchiha has actually been able to control so many outstanding abilities in 4 years. 4 years, that's only 4 years. Not to mention, where did he get the energy and time to raise so many abilities to the height of the shadow level? There is an evaluation of Xia Shu's strength in 4 years in the data. Elite upper shinobi. But not as amazing as it is today. The more Oniki looked at this information, the more he thought of the man who scared him, and the more he looked at his thoughts. No, is it really him? Reactions from all over the ninja world to Konoha's campaign for the new Hokage were mixed, and our initiator has already set out on the road to Konoha, border town in the Land of Fire. Boom! Adults, please use slowly. A plump woman dressed in a traditional kimono walked into the izakaya with a large plate of various delicacies, staring at Natsuki with a smile and unabashedly possessive eyes in her eyes. Well, go down, don't bother without my orders. Natsuki waved his hand. Yes, adults. The woman looked disappointed and retreated with a resentful expression. Gee, Terumi's eyebrows frowned slightly. I didn't expect my little man to be so attractive. Why, jealous? Xia Shu said seriously. Shhhh. Terumi rolled her eyes. Natsuki smiled slightly when he saw Terumi's expression. I tore off a large piece of beef and ate it with relish. Half a roast beef in front of Xia Shu, at least 500 caddies. Looking at Meishi's indifferent look, it was obviously not the first time he had seen Xia Shu eat like this. Not bad. From the moment the second stage of the dream lock was opened yesterday, Xia Shu was hungry, and he consumed no less than 2,000 catties of meat at a time. Now I have passed the hungriest. While thinking, Xia Shu ate all 500 pounds of beef, and the deficit in his body was immediately replenished. He slowed down, greeted Terumi, and entered the room alone and approached the bathroom to take a bath. Both fists clenched, the force shook, felt the soreness and numbness in the muscles gradually disappeared, closed his eyes and immersed himself in this power. The second-order dream lock has strengthened 90% of the body's functions, completely transformed the body's genes, so that every muscle in the body can exert several times the incredible strength, the internal organs, blood vessels, and tendons have been strengthened, and the 5 senses and 6 senses have advanced again. This is not enough, especially the control of mental power has reached an incredible point. Take a simple example. 1. Physique. The physical strength before the second order is hitting the day tiger, towards the peacock, and even the explosive speed punch power beyond the range space, which is limited by muscle strength and physical fitness. At most, the output cannot be continuously exceeded for more than 3 minutes, otherwise the body will not be able to eat it. And now the physical strength, muscle density, bone strength, has greatly reduced this limit of use, and can burst out punches beyond time at any time. 2. Speed. With the blessing of terrifying physical fitness, the instant explosive power is amazing, and it is easier to unleash the transcendent time and break the speed of sound. 3. Mental power. This is the most significant place with the first order. At the beginning, the mental power increased, enhanced the insight of the visual distance, improved the perception of the nerves, and even stimulated the muscles to burst instantly, but did not change from quantity to quality. At this time, spiritual power has begun to affect reality. For example, Xia Shu did an experiment to open the stomach of a fish, and when the fish was about to die, he could mobilize his own spiritual power to stimulate the fish cells to accelerate and make the wound fuse at a speed visible to the naked eye. In other words, the spiritual power has now not only gone out, but has begun to expand to condensation, refinement, and even externality. 4. Chakra. The strengthening of mental power and body made chakra 5 times more than the first order, 20 times more than when he had not yet left Konoha. Chakra is huge, and it is not bad to say that it is a humanoid-tailed beast. 5. Vitality. Delay cell aging, increase the number of cell regeneration, eliminate dead cells, delay the aging speed of the entire cell by 5 times, and increase the life expectancy to 500 years, comparable to the vitality of the vortex. More than just the above 5 examples. When the second stage of the dream lock was opened, Natsuki carefully probed the subtle changes in his body. It was found that in addition to the golden chains on the outside of the body, the inside such as the danchan and the 5 internal organs were wrapped with golden chains. Natsuki already understood. The mental chains locked the genetic sequences everywhere in the body. When spiritual energy and body energy converged in the danchan, condensing shakara, there was actually 1/100th of a second exclusivity. The original genes of the body seem to be intended to distinguish something very different from its existence. The relationship is delicate, mutually exclusive but have to coexist to maintain balance. Its tentacles are like countless densely packed roots, winding and coiling, all over the summer tree. Chakra seeds? No. To be precise, it should be called Shakara gene. Xia Shu instantly thought of this. It has long been speculated that the Shakara gene is an imported product, but it has never been possible to spy on its source. After the second-order dream lock, he can clearly perceive the change of a certain gene sequence. Parasitic in the body, after thousands of years, has reached a certain delicate balance with the body's genes. It's like the X gene. It is highly mutant and hereditary. The most typical example of mutagenesis is the blood succession limit. The blood succession limit is the product of various mutations in the Shakara gene. Xia Shu's expression gradually became cautious. Think about the day when the divine tree comes back to life and strips it of its genetic sequence. Won't it become a waste? No way. This disgusting thing can't happen to yourself. Since it grows on itself, it must be its own. Even if it is not its own, it must become its own, and no one wants to snatch it away. What are you thinking, so ugly face? A light voice suddenly sounded in his ears. A pair of jade arms wrapped around his neck behind him. Terumi entered the bathhouse barefoot, wrapped in a bath towel, and looked at her man with a worried expression. The chakra fluctuation of his little man just now was very unusual. Obviously, what happened? There are no enemies left and right, and they can't think of the result themselves, so they have to suppress it temporarily. When she hugged her man from behind, calm returned to her surroundings. I remembered last night, and I couldn't help myself for a while. Natsuki chuckled, turned around and hugged Terumi by the waist. Hey, what are you doing? The two looked at each other in the bathhouse, and the steaming water vapor filled the entire bathhouse, and time seemed to stand still. Just finished eating, then start exercising after meals. You come less. Konoha Village. It was during the honeymoon trip of Natsuki and Terumi. Natsuki's movements have long been the first-level intelligence of Konoha Village during this time. With the slightest movement, the entire Konoha becomes sharply tense. They need to get the news of Natsuki Uchiha. But, this one, what are you waiting for? When he saw that the new message was passed back, the content on it made the corners of the mouths of countless Konoha high-ranking people twitch. It was news from the Dark Division, the Roots, and the ninjas of the major families. Uchiha Natsuki came out of the ruins of the Vortex Country, and he had been playing with a female ninja in the village of Kirai, and it seemed that he did not have the slightest sense of urgency to reach Konoha. Even those sentient ninjas can hear birdsong that makes men feel ashamed of themselves all day long. As a loyal intelligence ninja and loyal to his professional ethics, these things must of course be presented in detail in front of the people behind them. There is no doubt that everyone's mentality is completely confused. Atta boy. Lao Tzu was worried all day, thinking about how to stabilize the Uchiha clan and save the life of my clan in the Battle of Hokage. But what are you kid doing? Depend on. Both of you are elite ninjas at the very least, and there is a monster. How much time can you waste from the border of the fire country to the village? 4 trips a day is enough, right? But you, wow, shame, alas, am I really old? Ape flying land. Sarutobi looked at the information in front of him, but his heart couldn't feel relaxed, and he even became more and more jealous of Uchiha Natsuki. Truly. After he abdicated, he threw out the list of 4 who ran for Hokage in order to disrupt Uchiha's plot to try to take power in Konoha. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Natsuki Uchiha, Danzo. Anyone who sees this list will not think that Natsuki Uchiha has any chance of winning. This is basically the consensus of everyone in the ninja world. The Sarutobi Sun Chopper has raised Konoha's popularity, fishing wheel, and reputation to a peak. Even if the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillar and Ape Flying Sun Chopper stand together again to fight for this position of Hokage, the victory must be Ape Fei. Sarutobi flew into the field, and the only most likely people to take over the position of Hokage were Jiraiya and Tsunade. It's not a regiment. It won't be Natsuki Uchiha. This is a complete conspiracy. Whether it is Ape Flying Sun Chopper or Uchiha and the Uchiha family, they are testing each other. The Uchiha clan tested the position of Hokage with Natsuki, and they were also testing Natsuki's recognition of Uchiha. Kakashi? 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 In the ward, a man with thick eyebrows wearing a green bodybuilding tights, his arms trembling and shaking, only his eyes were exposed on the hospital bed, and the silver-haired man was wrapped in his whole body like rice dumplings. More than a dozen figures flashed by the hospital bed in an instant. The man's eyes were empty, and his tired eyes took a while to see these familiar faces standing beside him. Am I hurt, Akai, Red, this is Konoha Hospital? His gaze swept over the Sunset Red, Metkai, Red Bean, and Asema next to the hospital bed, and just wanted to stand up, a snort, and his pupils suddenly widened. What's going on? How so? Don't move, you're hurt so badly, don't move casually. The nurse sister hurriedly persuaded, and in the blink of an eye, the wound on the shoulder area was broken open again. Kakashi's eyes were hollow, enduring the pain, and his right hand went to grab his left arm. No, the arm is gone. I didn't think that Uchiha Natsuki's strength was so terrifying. Thinking of the scene of escaping from the ruins of the Vortex Country, his body couldn't help but stiffen. That lethality is simply a humanoid-tailed beast. If he hadn't replaced the body in an instant with a substitute technique, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kakashi, Matty whispered. Akai, your legs. Kakashi's eyes recovered, only to realize that Matkai was actually holding crutches. It's okay, even with one leg, I can kick you away. Besides, Tsunade-sama has returned to the village, I believe Tsunade-sama must have a way. Matkei smiled, and the 2 rows of white teeth flashed a shin. However, anyone who looks at it is a bit fake. Kakashi, you're finally awake. Sunset blushed with joy. Asema beside him looked at Kakashi with a complicated expression, and a trace of haggard melancholy flashed in his expression. Kakashi smiled lightly at everyone and looked at Akai. Akai, how long have I been in a coma? It's been 10 days. 10 days, Kakashi thought thoughtfully. How is Natsuki Uchiha now? This, Matkai, Sunset Red, Asema, and the others hesitated when they heard Kakashi's question. What's wrong? Could it be that the Uchiha clan had already occupied Konoha? Kakashi's heart tightened, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. Could it really be that things have come to this point? No wonder he had that thought. The contradiction between Uchiha and Konoha is already on the surface. According to the instincts of the Uchiha clan, if there is a clan like Natsuki Uchiha, Uchiha will really resist and even control Konoha. Looking at the look of several people in Joe who wanted to talk and stopped, the more they felt that this possibility was possible. Kakashi couldn't imagine how many casualties in Konoha village were there again. Is it that Konoha has been completely controlled by Uchiha? No, Uchiha didn't take Konoha, nothing? Kakashi looked surprised. Silence counts. Sunset Red sighed. It's been 10 days since you fell into a coma, and the entire Konoha village has undergone earth-shaking changes in these 10 days. Uchiha Natsuki did not attack Konoha. The patriarchs of the various clans led by Uchiha and Hinata went to the Hokage building. Uchiha Natsuki's status as a renegade was revoked, the 3 generations of Hokage-sama abdicated, Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama were recalled, a new Hokage-sama began, and Uchiha Natsuki, Danzo-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Jiraiya-sama were all candidates for the new Hokage. Now the whole Konoha people are panicking. Sunset Hong lowered her head and let out a long breath. Kakashi remained motionless for a long time, shocked by the news that Sunset Red suddenly said. Natsuki Uchiha ordered to revoke. 3 generations of Shimano. 3 shinobi return. Hokage campaign. He was only in a coma for 10 days, so many things actually happened in Konoha? But what the hell is this for? Doesn't he understand? No. Being in the dark and being exposed to the more darkness, he understood better than anyone the meaning of doing so. But what exactly do you want? 3 generations of adults. At this time, the will of fire in Kakashi's heart began to falter like never before. Where Konoha flies, fire also grows. Ninja of Konoha village, burn yourself, continue the flames, and protect Konoha village. Thinking of those elite ninjas who died in battle, I inexplicably thought of my father for the first time. Maybe his father is feared by the top brass just like Natsuki Uchiha. Merely one choice to die indifferently. One choice fiercely resists. Kakashi smiled bitterly and was immediately relieved. At this time, he still did not understand that he and those dead ninjas had completely become victims of high-level games. Sunlight pierced Kakashi's eyes through the ward glass. Turn your head and look out. The current Konoha ninja is at a loss for the future of Konoha village and does not know the direction. Since the ape flew into the wilderness, the entire command system of Konoha was completely collapsed. Tuan Zhang, who was originally the most popular in the eyes of everyone, now does not even dare to fart. Koharu and Mizuto minions simply hid at home and did not go out. The dispatched Konoha ninja continued to gather in Konoha village in batches. The oppressive atmosphere is getting stronger. Fuck off, demon fox. Obscure. Hit him. Ominous thing. Hit him. Ichiro, stay away from him, otherwise he will be unlucky. Really, why don't you let this stinky fox demon leave the village? I don't know what Naruto-sama thinks. Just leave him alone, just ignore him. Konoha Street. Passing villagers, children gathered in pairs, looking at the children on the side of the street with rough hair, emaciated bodies, and wearing tattered clothes with a look of disgust. Especially when the child shrank into the corner in fear, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. The gaze of hatred, disgust, and malice all focused on the child. The adults whispered, and the children picked up the stones and threw them at the children without hesitation. The child's clothes were dirty, shivering, his eyes were full of fear, tears could not stop flowing, and he could not hear it in his mouth. I'm not a fox demon, I'm not a fox demon, such intermittent choking muttering. Looking at the look in his eyes, it was clear that this was not the first time. Face this scene. The passing ninja just glanced at it and left expressionlessly. On the street, the weasel was preoccupied, and his eyes were full of doubts. The attitude of the family towards Natsuki Uchiha also became more and more difficult for him to see. The young people at the bottom regard Natsuki Uchiha as a spiritual leader. But whenever the name of Uchiha Natsuki is mentioned, each one's eyes shine brightly, and the kind of worship is simply unimaginable. That's all. Some family elders have actually begun to try to use Uchiha Natsuki as a weapon for Uchiha to speak out. I want Natsuki Uchiha to accept Uchiha's leadership. This seems incredible to him. Could it be that those elders of the clan didn't know about Uchiha Natsuki's force? I actually want to control. Isn't it crazy? Now the arrangement of the Uchiha family against Uchiha Natsuki is simply astir and has begun to oppose. All this upset the ferret and had no idea why it was all this. Gradually, a sense of disgust began to rise towards Natsuki Uchiha. Out the door, appeared alone on the street. Ito-kun, what happened earlier? Why are so many people around? Hey, it's not that the demon fox bumped into people again, it's really a shame. Bumping into someone? No way, that kid didn't hide far away when he saw us, how could he bump into people? Hey, the village has not been peaceful recently, that kid actually dares to come out, isn't this a ready-made punching bag? Damn, what the hell is going on up there? Why not drive the demon fox out of Konoha? SHH, be quiet, now Naruto-sama has just retired, don't make trouble for yourself, take care of your own mouth. Uncle, may I ask? The ferret also saw the chaotic situation in front of him, and out of curiosity, he was about to speak. Several villagers on the street who were chatting turned around to see the weasel. The eyes widened, the pupils contracted, it was like seeing a ghost, and they pulled out their legs one by one. The hand that let the ferret rise in the air stiffened slightly. Shaking his head, he walked towards the crowd with an embarrassed look. When he got closer to the crowd, he saw a scene that made the weasel frown. This yellow-haired kid like a beggar is Naruto Uzumaki? Son of the 4th generation of Hokage? Being in a big family has the benefits of a big family, and he knows far more than these obscenities, ignorant villagers. He knew the identity of Naruto Uzumaki. He knew why Naruto Uzumaki was called Demon Fox. I don't know why. In the past, when he saw this scene today, he would choose to ignore it like those Konoha ninjas. But when I saw this scene today, I was extremely angry and irritable in my heart. I couldn't help but clench my fists, and an irrepressible anger in my chest was about to roar out. Stop! Suddenly, a childish roar broke the calm of the street. The young man holding the stone and was about to throw it at Naruto Uzumaki's body stiffened. The woman standing on the side cursing turned her head like a ghost. Everyone who originally surrounded Naruto Uzumaki in the corner also turned around in surprise. Everyone looked at Uchiha with a complicated expression. Resentment, anger, fear, panic. All kinds of eyes fell on the weasel. The scene became tense for a while. Hey, Uchihas, we say this demon fox has a fart relationship with you. Ryasuke, shut up. This TMD, I'll shut up your brat. What the hell is going on up front? As time went by, more and more people gathered in this direction. The main street is becoming more and more crowded, and the voices are getting louder and louder. The ninjas and villagers of the entire street noticed the movement here. The more people gather, especially when discovering the sound and shadow of Uchiha attack, some people certainly cannot turn a blind eye. Konoha Hospital. A mist rose in Kakashi's eyes as he looked at the blonde imp curled up in the corner, his eyes full of self-blame and guilt. Teacher, I'm sorry. In the shadows, Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hayashi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yakura, etc. all noticed the movement on this side. Hey, Stinky Toad, you're really going back more and more. That blonde imp is Watergate's son, right? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya coldly and said with a smile. Yes. Zii also hesitated for a moment and said with an ugly face. Gee, although I am not used to the Uchiha clan, I didn't expect that in the past few years when I was not in Konoha, the old man was really getting more and more confused. Even if the old man didn't take care of the little ghost, you, as the teacher of Watergate, actually let the old man mess around, I really didn't expect it. The fourth generation of Hokage in Konoha, the son of a hero, is actually treated like this in Konoha. I don't think it's as daring as that little devil from the Uchiha family. The more Tsunade said, the uglier Jiraiya's face became. At the time of the change of the Nine Tails, Jiraiya and Tsunade were not in the village. Tsunade saw Naruto Uzumaki for the first time, and he was often away from home because he traveled around the world. I had met Naruto secretly, but the real contact came after Naruto became a ninja. You have to say why he has not taken the initiative to show up in the past few years to take care of his apprentice's son. Maybe he felt guilty about the death of Bofang Shuman, maybe he found something in the death of Bofang Shuman, which made him also have a layer of separation from Ape Fei and even the high level of Konoha. But no matter what, his failure to blame him can't be relied upon. Alas. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, his eyes wavered, and he looked at the shivering blonde child in the distance with a complicated expression. Maybe I'm really wrong. The ape-flying sun chop hidden in the shadows saw the scene, his eyes narrowed slightly, he took a pipe and spit out a mouthful of smoke. His expression was extremely calm. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed, and he looked thoughtfully at his son who was surrounded by the crowd, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In the field, the crowds on the streets gathered one by one. The weasel became more and more irritable. Now he just wanted to get close to Naruto Uzumaki and bring Naruto Uzumaki out of the corner. Thinking of this, suddenly take a few steps forward, and you will pass through the crowd. The Uchiha family is going to kill. Uchiha is going to kill. Just when the ferret just made a move. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman near the weasel tore open her throat and shouted, drew the attention of everyone around. The villagers who were about to arrive in the distance were even more stunned by this scream, which aroused the excitement of the crowd. The Uchiha family dares to kill people on the street? It's worth it. Who moved the hand? The Uchiha clan is indeed an evil clan. Could it be that the village is watching the Uchiha clan bully the villagers of our Konoha village? 3 generations of adults call our shots. 3 generations of adults. 3 generations of adults. You can't watch the Uchiha clan oppress our powerless villagers in such an unscrupulous village. For a while, the whole scene is chaotic. The ferrets were surrounded by 3 layers outside the 3 layers of these fierce-faced villagers. Not far away, a group of ninjas with cat masks also began to jump rapidly on the roof, and Chakra's imposing momentum could be felt dozens of meters away. How could the dark part come? This is everyone's question. The sudden appearance of the dark part made Kakashi and the others frown slightly. Although the 3 generations are in the wild, but according to the prestige, no one can compare, and only the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Slash can mobilize the dark part at this time. At this time, the dark part appears here. What the hell does he want to do? Menacing. Uchiha Fugaku stared at the rushing dark ninja, turned his head to look at Naruto Uzumaki, as if he had guessed something, and his voice was extremely cold. Immediately after the dark ninja, Uchiha Fugaku stepped out and walked out from the other side of the street, followed by 20 members of the Konoha Guard Uchiha clan. Time. Two groups of people appeared at the same time, the crowded street consciously separated by two columns, and the tense atmosphere rose again. The villagers who were arrogant to block the weasel just now were trembling with fright when they left, and the fiercest woman who was shouting had already collapsed to the ground, and an unpleasant smell wafted out of the solace of her feet. No wonder. With a wave of his hand, the dark part behind him immediately stepped forward to surround Naruto, and the medical ninja simply dealt with the scars of Naruto's beating, and carefully made a full body examination for the nine-tailed man. When Naruto, who had scared eyes, was brought to the loving Sandai, it was obvious that the little Naruto's mood had stabilized a bit. "I'm sorry, Patriarch Fugaku." "You're welcome." "Then, can you ask Patriarch Fuya to explain what is really going on here?" The three generations looked calm, and their expressions seemed to be puzzled, as if they did not understand what was happening here. "Aren't the three generations of adults unclear?" Fugaku said with a low smile. "I don't know what Patriarch Fugaku said again. I only saw the villagers of Konoha being intimidated by Uchiha and even threatening their lives." Ape Flying Sun looked serious. "Although the Uchiha clan is now powerful in Konoha, as a member of Konoha, I will not allow the Uchiha clan to bully the villagers of the village." As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and even the young man with a stone in his hand raised his neck and looked at the three generations with a look of adoration, as if he had found the backbone of the main heart. "Three generations of adults, you have to call our shots. The Uchiha clan is arrogant, and the villagers of Konoha village don't know how many have been bullied by them. People know their faces and don't know their hearts. Now they dare to be arrogant to commit murder on the street. What can we do in the future?" The existence of this evil clan in Konoha village affects the overall unity of Konoha. If it were not for the large number of people today, maybe something would have happened. "It is, third generation Sama, can please drive Uchiha out of Konoha?" "Yes, get out, get out, get out, get out." 3 layers of waves were stirred up for a while. The villagers who had originally bullied and surrounded Naruto turned into messengers of justice at this time, their faces hideous, and began to distort the facts. The outer villagers, who did not understand the situation, were also completely infected by this sudden emotion. One by one, the clansmen who looked at the Uchiha clan gritted their teeth, as if the Uchiha clan had given them a grassland above their heads. It's no wonder. It's really not too ruthless about Uchiha's rumors. Konoha's high-level propaganda has demonized Uchiha over the years. Now it is actually rumored that the Uchiha clan is also running for Hokage. You can imagine how frightened the hearts of the people are. If this belligerent Uchiha is elected Hokage, how many people in the entire village will have to die? I can't imagine. Fugaku wanted to say something and seemed to want to say something, but finally hesitated and did not say it. Staring at the ape flying sun, his eyes narrowed slightly. The crimson eyes rendered the killing intent of 3 sharp blades and wind darts, and the chakra eyes turned rapidly, and a huge black chakra overflowed. The villagers around them turned pale and trembled. Ape Fei Riko, who was facing Fuyu's pressure in the field, was even more shocked in his heart. Kaleidoscope Sherry-nan. Fugaku actually opened the kaleidoscope chakra-eye. "Didn't you say that kaleidoscope Sherry-nan is going to kill his loved ones? How did he open it?" Don't say that the ape flying sun shop does not understand at this time. Even the faces of other people who were secretly observing this scene were even more ugly. Another pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. How did Uchiha appear a pair of kaleidoscopes again? The sudden change made everyone who was secretly observing the situation stunned for a moment, and their expressions became groaning. Obviously, at this time, it is very unwise for Sarutobi to jump out and intensify the contradiction between Konoha and Uchiha. No one expected that Fuyu's thick eyebrows and big eyes would actually hide such a hand behind his back. Set his gaze on Naruto Uzumaki, who was tugging at the clothes of the 3 generations and looked terrified in his eyes. Suddenly, it seems to understand something. 9-tailed demon fox. Human pillar power. Even those little patriarchs couldn't sit still at this time. Uchiha Natsuki overwhelmed Konoha. If you add the 9 tails, Fugaku, then the rest of Konoha's families will never want to raise their heads. Can't let Uchiha get the 9 tails. Such an idea quickly became the consensus of all families in Konoha. Obviously, Fugaku saw the intention of the ape flying sun slash and began to be tough. Ape Fei, this old ghost is really calculating. Precisely because of the movements of the weasel. Let some families in Konoha mistakenly think that Uchiha began to covet the 9 tails. They are completely starting to be afraid. Humph, shameless. Tsunade snorted coldly when he saw all this. But who exactly this sentence is talking about, only she knows. Ching-sang, shall we interfere? Yakura's immature little face was extremely calm, and his purple pupils flickered slightly. No, Uchiha and the 3 generations can't fight. Ching shook his head. Why, Konoha's family is still that family, but 3 generations may not be that 3rd generation. Really? Ching's voice just fell. Hinata appeared in the field. 3 generations of adults, Fuya patriarch, if there is anything to say, everyone sit down and talk, there is no need to make it like this. Hinata was in the middle of the two, giving the ape-flying son a hard look, and his face was difficult to see. Patriarch Fuyu, all this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yes, Patriarch Fugaku, for Naruto's safety, maybe I was blinded just now. Say the words. The spirit of the 3 generations of Hokage seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and his tone no longer had the fierce momentum just now. Since it's a misunderstanding, I Uchiha won't care. Fugaku also put away the chakra at this time, and looked at the ape-flying son with a smile. Everyone's expressions began to change. There was a dead silence. 3 generations backed down. Hearing the words of the 3 generations, the villagers of Konoha saw that all the rabbits and foxes here were sad, and their eyes were empty. Who would have thought that even the 3 generations they most respected would back down? Not for 3 generations. Who else can cure Uchiha? Time. Let them resent Uchiha deeper and deeper. There was silence in the room. An unexpected scene appeared. Little Naruto actually let go of the ape-flying son's slashing corner, and his little short legs ran quickly towards the weasel. With big eyes, he reached out and grabbed his messy yellow hair, looking at the cool big brother in front of him in surprise. Big brother, are you not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? The ferret was expressionless. Little Naruto stood in place dumbfounded, as if he didn't expect Itachi to answer like this, and didn't react for a while. Thank you, big brother. After a few breaths, little Naruto said something that surprised Itachi with a smirk. Today I am very happy. I have never been so happy when I am this big. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, can I be friends with you? Little Naruto shrunk his neck, his small hands tightly grasping the corners of his clothes. Carefully whispered this sentence, looked at the big brother in front of him, his big eyes were full of expectation, afraid that the big brother in front of him would reject him like everyone else. Yes. The ferret frowned, looked at the big eyes of the little guy in front of him, and agreed without thinking. Big brother, you actually don't mind being friends with me? Little Naruto looked at Itachi with incredulous eyes, jumped up happily, and the expired milk in his hand subconsciously wanted to share it with Itachi. But seeing the mud-stained milk in his hand, his little hand retracted again. Next time I invite my big brother to eat ramen, Uncle Ichiraku's ramen will be delicious. Good. That big brother, I went to the 3rd generation of grandpa first. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. The weasel looked at the little ghost who ran to the 3rd generation. Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi all saw the scene of Naruto and Itachi communicating just now. All have complex complexions and different minds. Especially Yakura, with his hands clasped and his expression extremely embarrassed. Weasel. Father. The 9-tailed pillar force has a sensitive identity. In the future, it is better to have less contact. Got it, father. Back in the Uchiha clan, Fugaku looked at his son with an incomparable expression and shook his head. I hope he understands. Long time no see, patriarch. Just when Fugaku appeared in the tea room, Xiaoshu had already brewed a pot of tea and looked at Fuyu, who was in place, with a smile. Fugaku was startled at first, and then began to silently observe the calm-looking Natsuki, and repeatedly began to compare with his own memories. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and could not see a trace of it. It's different. It's different. The current Xiaoshu has a different temperament and breath from when Uchiha was guarded. Only the arrogance in his eyes is still so impressive. It's been a long time. Fugaku sat at the table, picked up a cup of warm tea, and sighed. I didn't expect that you have become an existence that the family looks up to. If I had known your plan long ago, I might not have had to worry about the safety of my family all day. That's impossible. Xiaoshu shook his head and smiled slightly. There are plans, but they can't be what you think. Fugaku continued. I once mobilized the power of a clan to completely integrate your information, but there was no trace of recording the reason for your skyrocketing strength. Once I thought that you hid your strength. Like the patriarch, Natsuki said with a smile. Fugaku paused, revealing a helpless smile. Yes, just like me. I'm also waiting for an opportunity, a moment that can completely change the status quo of Uchiha, but the more I look at Uchiha's clan, the more disheartened my heart becomes. The older generation of Uchiha no longer has an enterprising heart, and they have been consumed by Konoha's will and become lambs to be slaughtered. Don't look at the elders shouting that they want to resist the Hokage series, it is just a knife on the neck, and the incompetent bark before death. The corner of Fugaku's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly embarrassed. In fact, the family and the village are the same. The bottom clan is suppressed by the elder clansmen, and the village top restricts the development of the family, which is fundamentally no different. Xia Shuan smiled. As you said, there was such a different kind of person as me in the clan, which made the family have a subtle hope, and the patriarch was murderous and did not start immediately, just to see this little possibility. However, the family and the village may not be as the patriarch said. Uchiha is the fate inherited by the Hokage family. As long as Uchiha does not die, the Hokage family is unsafe. The third generation inherited the will of the second generation, and whatever Uchiha did was wrong. It's not that this layer of will cannot be transferred, whether the younger generation adheres to this shackle can be seen from the changes between the three forbearances. Whether it is the big snake pill or Jiraiya, the younger generation has another possibility for this so-called will. As long as 3 generations die, Uchiha may not have a turnaround. Fuyu's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes looked at the man in front of him with a sluggish look. This possibility is also in mind. What will happen when 3 generations die? Konoha F4, led by Sarutobi Hinata, Shimura Danzo, Koharu and Mito Manita, completely fell apart. Shimura Danzo will definitely jump out and compete for the position of Hokage. Koharu and Mito Manita will also elect Tsunade to compete for the position. What will happen at this time? Danzo's status in Konoha is far less than Tsunade, and with Danzo's nature, he may directly attack Koharu and the others. Under the chaos. I don't know if Konoha F4 can exist in the end, but I definitely don't dare to provoke Uchiha again. This is a violent theory. This kind of thing can only be handed over to fate. For Uchiha, fate is the most ridiculous thing. Natsuki smiled dumbly. Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. By the way, what happened to the ferret and the water stop? It was too seriously attacked by Konoha's will of fire. Even after stopping the water and losing an eye, he was still wary of the family and wanted to repair the relationship between Konoha and the family in his own way, but it was too naive. As for Itaki, I can only blame me for protecting him too well in the family, having too little experience, and being too heavily poisoned by the Hokage family. Today's scene may make him feel a little better. You're not going to guide him. It's useless, my son. I know it myself, and it will not be transferred by my will. It's really optimistic. In the tea room, Natsuki and Fugaku talked freely with each other, like two old friends reuniting, and sighing about the time in their hearts. Physical and mental comfort, sincere attitude. Sometimes, I really want to give the position of patriarch to you. Maybe Uchiha will be better. Fugaku smiled indifferently. Xiaoshu sipped the tea with a relaxed expression, and it was not at all surprising that Fugaku had such thoughts. Now Uchiha, there is no one who can lead Uchiha better than Patriarch Fugaku. Uchiha needs one flag to change the status quo, but also another flag to stabilize the situation. The younger generation dares to overthrow the old system, but the elders' way of defending the city may not necessarily lead to the new system. It's about family rights. Family rights, Fugaku said thoughtfully. Not bad, family rights. The power of the older generation in power grants the new generation of pioneers. Fugaku looked at Natsuki seriously. The strong can naturally formulate systems and suppress them, but this kind of high pressure is often only a temporary measure for the family. But after that, a family without an upper foundation will eventually become what it is, and will it have to wait for another redeemer to appear at that time? The flag only has a guiding role, and it cannot always lead the family. Xiaoshu stopped talking after saying this. Fugaku straightened up in thought, gritted his teeth, and stared at Xiaoshu. Don't worry, we old guys won't become an obstacle to the new generation. If anyone has to disobey, I was the first to wake him up from his dream. It's best. Xiaoshu smiled lightly. Uchiha clan hall of the society. What is Fugaku's matter that needs to urgently convene a family meeting now? I don't know, hehe. Now we use Haibo is like the sky. Even if the ape-flying old ghost does not dare to provoke use Haibo, it doesn't matter what meeting it is. Now who dares to underestimate us use Haibo? Hey, don't say it. It's true. It is. However, no one expected that Fugaku would actually have that legendary Sharingan. You didn't see it today. The old ghost of Ape Face saw Fugaku's expression at that time. It was simply more uncomfortable than dead parents. With the current Uchiha, plus there are several of our elders handling family affairs. Who are we afraid of? At this time, inside the hall of the Uchiha clan, the supporters of the old order of the elder faction were full of smiles. His eyes shine like a fanatical gambler, discussing what happened in Konoha today, and how Uchiha will lead to glory under the leadership of the elder family in the future. This time, the exposure of Fugaku's kaleidoscope chakra eye was undoubtedly regarded by the elder family as the cornerstone of the upper authority of the guardian family. Besides, outside the clan hall, the courtyard was bustling, which was a strong contrast with the cheerfulness of the hall. No laughter, no vision of the future, and even mixed with a strong smell of gunpowder. Two groups of discriminated people glared angrily at each other, one looking at each other unpleasantly. It is conceivable that if this were not the Uchiha clan, it would definitely fight. This time the clan will not be the same as before. In addition to the old family controller class, there are more than a dozen family side clansmen. The internal rules of the major families in the entire ninja world are extremely strict, such as the Hyaga family, which shows its primary and secondary status, and uses the caged bird spell on the divided family. The Uchiha clan also has a strict set of family rules that govern the main family and collateral lineage. The elders inside the hall looked slightly sideways, their brows slightly wrinkled. They had long noticed the changes in today's clan meeting. It's really these dozen or so people. They have an impression. It's not an ordinary impression, and I hate it when I think about it. In the past 2 years, the low-level clansmen have always contradicted them, and the leader is this group of rabbit cubs. I don't know what the patriarch really thinks. Family meeting, how can these rabbit cubs participate? There are no family rules in this Uchiha Takechi, you are just a collateral clan, this is a family meeting, how can you be qualified to participate? Uchiha Tatsuno's eyes were cold and expressionless, looking at the man in shabby clothes opposite him proudly. This is the order of the patriarch, how long your uncle is just a fifth elder, can't you still disobey the patriarch's order? Opposite Uchiha Tatsuno, the emaciated man glanced at the other side and snorted coldly. Don't say it yet. Whether the main family of the Uchiha clan or the bottom clan of the side lineage, the arrogance in the character and the indomitability in the bones are simply engraved in the blood. The first impression is definitely not comfortable. Uchiha Tatsuno snorted coldly and ignored it. He is not a fool. The family meeting with this gang of collateral members can never have happened before. But now the relationship between the family and the village is tense, and it happens that when the patriarch exposes the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, a family meeting is held. Apparently this is the family ready to announce a big event. It can't be said that it is related to the low-strength collateral of this gang. Tatsuno thought of this, and Takechi and the others also had their own ideas. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku entered the courtyard, and the elders and high-ranking people inside the hall, the main family in the courtyard, and the people of the collateral clans, suddenly cast their gazes over. Everyone frowned. Patriarch Fugaku was followed by a cat-faced ninja. This outfit is almost the same as that of a Konoha dark ninja. Are you kidding? This is the Uchiha clan. How can outsiders participate in Uchiha's clan meeting at will? Fugaku, what is this going to do? Also, who the hell is he? For the first time, Fugaku felt the gaze of the entire clan scrutinizing and questioning. Even today, in the face of ape-flying Sun Chopper and dozens of eyes behind him, there is no such pressure. This feeling takes less than a few seconds. The clansmen in the courtyard and the elders in the hall saluted one after another and greeted Fugaku. In just a few seconds, Fugaku felt a chill in his back. If it weren't for the clansmen's belief in Fugaku's character and belief that he wouldn't betray Uchiha, it would definitely be possible to fight just now. Patriarch Fugaku. Patriarch Fugaku. The names of the main family, collateral lineage, and elders are different. Fugaku took a deep breath, revealed a calm expression as before, and waved his hand. Fellow clansmen, sorry for being late. Where? The patriarch's family affairs are busy, and there is pressure from the village, so we clansmen will be fine if we wait a little longer. Today the patriarch shines, our gang just said, besides, it won't take long. It is. After a polite exchange between them, Fugaku sat in the first seat, and the cat-faced masked man consciously stood behind Fugaku. Merely. Whether it was the elder family, the main family in the courtyard, or the side clansmen who looked at this scene, they all felt quite awkward. Of course, Fugaku would be nice to say if he was Hokage, the point is that he is not. It's just that an outsider will emerge from the clan, and he is still a member of the Dark Department. What the hell is going on here? Fugaku, who is this person behind you? The impatient third elder couldn't bear it anymore at this time. Fugaku glanced at him and sighed secretly in his heart. The three elders were indeed the first to jump out. Fuya saw that no one was speaking again, his eyes were slightly heavy, his gaze swept over all the clansmen present, and he exhaled deeply. Since everyone is here, let's discuss Uchiha's next move. I propose to give up 4 of the 7 elder seats of Uchiha and grant it to the youth leader generation of the Uchiha lineage. In an instant, the audience was dead silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 10 seconds passed, and the entire clan hall and courtyard of the main family and the clansmen next to them froze. The 7 Uchiha master elders, who were originally smiling, even opened their mouths, widened their eyes, and looked at Fugaku, who was sitting in the first place, with an almost ghostly expression. Except for Uchiha Takechi and the others, their eyes were sharp and bright, and the others were simply unbelievable. Divide family rights, how could the patriarch have such thoughts? If it weren't for some details that allowed the elders to confirm that the goods in front of them were not the imposters of the enemy hitting Uchiha, they almost couldn't help chakra explode just now. What is he going to do? Fugaku, what do you mean? The 4 elders had fierce eyes and a bad face. Give up 4? To give up 4 to this group of lowly collateral lineages, wouldn't it be to deprive oneself of his family authority? How can this be? Which family in the ninja world is not in charge of the main family? When will these lowly collateral families also enjoy the rights and treatment of the main family? This makes me Uchiha a laughingstock in the ninja world. Besides, do they deserve it? Fuyu ignored the threat in the eyes of the 4 elders and looked at the people of the family. There are 7 elders of the family, 4 in the main family, and 3 in the side lineage, who are jointly in charge of the affairs of the clan. Let's talk about that this time. Boom! The four elders slammed their fists on the wooden table and shouted, "I disagree." His eyes were fixed on Fugaku, and he whispered hysterically, "Fuyu, even if you are the patriarch, you have no right to do this." The seven elders of the main family manage Uchiha, which is a family system jointly formulated by Uchiha since the founding of the clan, and has not changed for thousands of years. Uchiha has today's prosperity achievements, all laid down by my seven veins, and the collateral is only a subsidiary of Uchiha. Why should they compete with us for the position of elder? Four elders, how can you say that? Just as Fugaku was about to speak, there was a loud shout from the courtyard. A young man with sharp eyes and an icy face strolled into the hall. "Takeichi, what do you want to do?" "Tatsuno, back off. What do you want to do? Stand back, don't blame Laozi for turning his face." "Michiko, it's none of your business here." "Wow, don't move, Laozi's fire cannot recognize people." "Get out." "Wow." The young man had just entered the hall. The courtyard was completely chaotic, and the main family and the clansmen of the side family pinched the seal one by one, touched the ninja bag with one hand, and looked at each other with hostile eyes. If there is a slight mistake, it will be directly fought on the site of the clan meeting. The corners of the cat-faced masked man's mouth turned up slightly, and he looked at the scene in front of him with an interesting face. "Patriarch." Takeichi first saluted Fugaku, and when Fugaku nodded, he looked at the seven elders present. Finally, his gaze stared at the four elders. "Four elders." "Takeichi, go back, this is not the place for you to go wild." The fourth elder looked at the person with a look of disgust, a proud demeanor, and shouted fiercely. Takeichi didn't care either. Today, the patriarch is discussing the seven elder seats of the family, and there should be four of the side lineage. As a member of the Uchiha family, why can't I speak? "Just you, by what?" "I admit that I am only a middle ninja, and the will contribution is definitely not as much as the elders here, but I want to ask the four elders, the prosperity of the family today, is it all the glory laid by the seven veins of the elders? There is also a credit to me. Collateral, low strength, low talent. It is good to be able to save your life on the battlefield, where to contribute." The fourth elder smiled disdainfully. The side departments in the courtyard were also stimulated by this mockery and gritted their teeth. "Not bad. There are 3,000 clans in the Uchiha family, less than 800 people in the main family, and the remaining more than 2,000 clans are all collateral. The strength of the main family is generally above Zhong Shinobi. 2/3 of the collateral are still in the combat power of Shinobi. You must know that the basic combat power of both middle and lower patients must be more than 10 times, and the upper Shinobu is even more so against the middle Shinobi. Therefore, many side families will be arranged in the ninja stronghold, responsible for the supply of weapons, medicines, clothes, and food, and even some family businesses are handed over to the side families to manage, and the protection and decision-making of the family industry are still in charge of the main family. As for the battlefield, with the overall strength of the collateral tribesmen, most of them will exist as soldiers and cannon fodder. The main force of the war is still dominated by the seven veins of the main family. Even the side lineage of middle and upper patients is mainly auxiliary on the battlefield, and has already been discriminated against by the main family. This inevitably made the seven veins of the main family laugh. However, in Xia Shu's opinion, this is completely the family's own pot, and he can't complain about others. When close relatives marry, the possibility of genetic sequence abnormalities greatly increases. If the blood succession limit of the writing wheel I is a genetic mutation, and the clan members with the same blood succession limit combine, so that the gene is mutated twice, the development difficulty of the bloodstain limit is close to 1 + 1 2. At this time, compared with the original gene sequence, the Sherinan gene at this time can no longer be improved with simple mental stimulation. This also leads to the fact that the current Uchiha family wants to open the kaleidoscope. If there is no big change, it may not necessarily stimulate the genetic sequence of the kaleidoscope. During the Uchiha period, kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes are rare. When Fugaku took charge of the family, of the 3,000 people, only Fugaku and Shui stimulated the kaleidoscope Sherinan. This is all blind cats meeting dead rats. In Natsuki's mind, Fugaku and the kaleidoscope of stopping water were definitely stimulated by the clan and the village when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha village. And then to the weasel, it is again stimulated by the illusion of stopping water and committing suicide. It can be said that the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is extremely difficult to open, and this blood succession limit is inherently a perfect match for that kind of warlike family. After Madara and his family, the Uchiha clan began to slack off and began to compromise with the village, and the clan had no intention of fighting. Coupled with the marriage of close relatives, the bloodline is getting thinner and thinner, and the difficulty of advanced chakra eyes increases again. So much so that the kaleidoscope chakra eye has even become a legendary existence, and it is blown more and more godly. Xia Shu looked at the changes on the field with an indifferent expression. They are all close relatives married, and the main family is the best of the best. The chosen spouses are all powerful, and the heirs born inherit the excellent genes between the two to a certain extent, and the strength improves faster. Collateral spouses are not, they don't have so many choices. Generations down, strength can be imagined. In this case, the advancement of the 7 veins writing chakra eye of the main family is naturally faster. Fourth elder, don't forget that the clothes you are wearing now, the house you live in, the meals you eat, the kun you use, and the weapons you use are all taken care of by us in various strongholds. Yes, you are right, our collateral is indeed low in strength and average in talent, I have nothing to say. But, if you think about it, without the contribution of our collateral lineage, which family in Konoha would be richer than the Uchiha family? What clan doesn't rely on ninjas to take on tasks to maintain the family? What family elder is as arrogant as the 7 of you? Yes, Takeichi sneered. The 7 elders and the clansmen of the main family also looked ugly at this time, because what Takeichi said made them unable to argue. The original timeline was after the extinction of the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga family was known as the first family of Konoha. But when it comes to being rich, there are really few families in Konoha or the ninja world that can compare with Uchiha. Before the establishment of Konoha, Uchiha was a ninja clan, with strongholds throughout the ninja world. If it weren't for the contemporary patriarch Uchiha Madara brain show teasing and establishing Konoha between the pillars, Uchiha can definitely establish a country on his own, just like the country of whirlpools, becoming a country of one family and one surname. The words are far. Takeiki's words are revealing the scars of the old series of Uki wavelengths. The younger generation of the main family is just that. In order to protect the village, they will not hesitate to fight for their lives, and fight everything for the family. However, these 7 elders are now completely in the stage of retirement, and it can be said that everything they need to be provided for. Now okay, take the bowl and eat, put down the bowl and scold the mother. What? The reason is still unwillingness to give up the power and treatment in their hands. Hearing Takeiki's words, the hall fell silent for a while. 7 elders, you look at me and I look at you, your face is more uncomfortable than eating. It was really embarrassing for them to remove 4 of the 7 of them, but the key is that Fugaku doesn't let go. At this time, Fuyu's eyes did not look at the elders present at all, sitting in the first place with a serious face. Obviously these 4 seats were retreated. No one can change it. Also, of course, they know the merits of the side lineage, but in the era when the strength of the ninja world is respected, everyone compares strength. Who would have thought? Takeichi gave them such a look, and directly put some things on the bright side. It's just not a routine. How can this make them fight? However, when it comes to self-interest, someone soon spoke. Old 7, or, leave your place behind, the great elder said in a slow tone. Boss, no, I'm still young, if something happens to the family, my old bone can still hold up, or the boss retires, you are almost 80 years old, you should give the young man a chance. Old 7, what did you say? I went down, in the future, Fugaku is something, who gives Fugaku advice. Old 4th, hurry up and express your position, isn't it 4 down? I see that I will let the old 4, the 5th old, the 6th old, and the old 7 go down. Second brother, what do you mean, why not you? Old 5th, I'm not coming in order, it's not right. The elders of the 7 veins cursed for the benefit of their respective branches, blushing and thickening their necks. Even moved his hands. Tearing, beating each other, spitting. All the street gangster fighting moves are used. The people of the side clan in the courtyard were stunned, and the main family members were red-faced. The heart is full of mockery. I really didn't expect that this gang of existences who were high in the family and flaunted their might would one day fight in the clan hall like scoundrels in the city. Today it's really a knife-pulling ass, an eye-opener. Stop it. Come and pull a few people away. What is it like? All stop. Great elder, stop quickly. Fugaku shouted loudly, but it was useless. The 7 old guys didn't seem to hear it, and none of them stopped. Still rolling around the hall. Looking at this scene, Fuya held his forehead with his hand, and his face turned blue for a while. A bunch of greedy old ghosts, what a cunning. Originally, in Fugaku's original guess, they would make a big shot in the field, and then they were crushing with their strength, but they didn't expect it to be like this. It's a shame. The scene was chaotic. Xiaoshu looked at this scene with interest in his eyes. Gee, this routine. Cooked. Isn't this a classic scene that often appeared in the parliaments of some great powers in previous lives? Encounter a meeting that is not in your own interests. One thing is that it has been dragged on for a few years, and some of them have even disappeared in the end. I didn't expect it to be staged in my own family. What an eye-opener. However, it can't go on like this. Seeing that the farce in the field became more and more outrageous, Xiaoshu finally spoke. Since you don't want to retreat, let's grab the lot. The words were flat, almost negligible in this noisy hall, but they instantly made all 7 people stop. His eyes sharply looked at the cat-faced masked man behind Fugaku. Boy, who are you? The great elder straightened his scattered clothes, and the excitement in his eyes kept flickering. As soon as this mask entered the field of vision, he paid attention to this kid. There was always a strange feeling in his heart that made him uneasy. It's not that he feels how powerful this kid in front of him is, but the strong sense of existence that is different from everyone present, filling his senses. It is as if this person is independent of others. It is clear that he is standing there, but it makes you subconsciously ignore his existence. Damn, who the hell did Fugaku bring here? How did this kid do it? It's not an illusion, otherwise, his own chakra eyes will not be unable to see through. Could it be that this kid is Fuyu's backhand today? It seems that today's events are really not good. The great elder's gaze shifted from the masked man to Fuyu, and he sighed in his heart. I see, Fugaku. The great elder stared at Fuyu and turned to look at the others in the hall. Old 6, Old 7, Old 5, let go, let's grab the lot. Big brother, what do you want to do? This is the clan meeting, do you guys want to be expelled from your family? Lao Tzu is still a great elder now. If you want to catch the lot, you can catch it yourself. I don't agree. The fourth elder snorted coldly and turned to leave the hall. Stop, Uchiha Fugaku, announce on the order of the patriarch that at today's family meeting, who dares to leave without permission, deprives the family of all rights, and is punished as treason, and the entire Uchiha clan will kill them. Fugaku's gaze looked coldly at the four elders, his right hand was clenched, his green tendons were exposed, and his sharp eyes were as cold and ruthless as when he participated in the Ninja World War when he was young, glancing at everyone present. This is really moving to kill. No way, if you don't open your mouth, Xia Shu behind you is really going to kill. You, Fugaku, you. Very good. The eyes of the four elders flashed, their teeth clenched, snorted coldly, and sat down in their original position without saying a word. He was afraid. Fugaku's eyes just now. If he stepped out of the hall today, Fugaku would really kill him. He will not be soft on his status as an elder. You can't go wrong with this feeling. The next clan meeting will be much calmer. The 7 elders began to grab the lot. In the end, the 3rd elder, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 2nd elder withdrew from the seat of the 7 great elders and transferred their rights. On this side, Gong promoted Uchiha Takechi, Uchiha Tetsuo, a member of the Konoha Guard Force, Uchiha Inewo, a member of the original Konoha Dark Division, and Uchiha Yatsushiro, the captain of the Konoha Guard Force. Seeing the side lineage being promoted to elders one by one, it is impossible to say that the young ninjas on the main family side have no idea. Especially the clansmen of the retiring elder lineage such as Uchiha Ryu. They are even more unwilling in their hearts. Why can even those people from the side clan become elders? Why can't Lao Tzu? A series of power struggles occurred in Uchiha, the redivision of family rights by the main family, and the elders of the 7 veins gradually became younger. They were all quietly disclosed and reached the ears of the major families of Konoha. All of a sudden, all of them stunned all the families. The older generation of Uchiha powerers were actually forced to retreat by the sidelines. The collateral family actually began to interfere with the real power of the family. What are they doing? Infighting? Just when everyone was gloating. The content of the heated conversation between Uchiha Takechi and the 4 elders of Uchiha was completely revealed. At first, I saw the 4 elders angrily scolding the side clans for their poor strength and talent, and they were not worthy of controlling real power. The masters of the major families of Konoha smiled disdainfully, deeply impressed. But when he saw Uchiha Takechi's heated argument, his face was as pale as if he had eaten shi. It's hard to see the extreme. Let the major families of Konoha, who pay attention to family order, explode. Fallacies. Fallacies. We shed blood for our family. We are the founders of the family. The collateral is just a vassal. The sideline is just our watchdog. On the night of Uchiha's transformation, the entire Konoha clan could hear fierce scolding and dog barking. Sure enough, the next day, when the Uchiha clan appeared in the streets of Konoha, the atmosphere in the village was extremely strange. In addition to the look of disgust, there were countless complicated envious eyes looking at them in the shadows. The intelligence ninjas of each village, who had been paying attention to the fluctuations of Konoha and Uki, even sent out the discussions of the villagers in the village, the remarks of the ninjas in the village, and the reactions of the major families after Uchiha's transformation. For a while, the entire ninja world was in an uproar. Ha ha ha, it seems that this seed has been planted. I'm afraid that the major families are not calm now, right? Natsuki laughed. Spiritual power covers within a kilometer, and all the subtle sounds are difficult to escape. Under his perception, Hinata and other large clans have not yet moved, but some ninjas of small clans have begun to argue violently with their patriarch and glare angrily. The contradiction between the main family and the collateral line gradually opened up under the influence of Uchiha. This cruel order in the ninja world naturally forced the main family and the sideline to opposites. Any family has always treated its servants as a servant when facing its collateral lineage. Even some of the geniuses in the collateral line are despised by the mediocrity of the main family because of their status. So is Uchiha. Hinata, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Oil Girl, Inyazuka, Ghost Lantern. All the families in the ninja world are like this. Under the sadness of the rabbit dead fox, the fate of the sideline seems to be frozen in this way. But this change in Uchiha is undoubtedly not to let the side department see a glimmer of light. The collateral line is no worse than the main house. This is also the result that Natsuki wants to get. External contradictions turn into internal contradictions. Believe it won't be long. A new trend of thought will quietly rise in the ninja world. Hyuga Patriarch Courtyard. Hinata looked at the clan meeting and smiled bitterly. Is it really so clear that the Zone family and the Separation family have to be divided? Hinata, why didn't I insist on persevering in the first place? It's brother, I'm sorry for you. For a while, Hinata's eyes were red, and she closed her eyes, falling into a deep sense of guilt. Like all Konoha families, after the news of Uchiha's restructuring was exposed, Hinata also held an intra-family meeting. There was also a similar discussion at the meeting about giving the split family control over part of the family's authority. Without a doubt, all dismissed. Even more vigorously controlling the separation than before. Even if Hinata Hayashi proposed to hand over the marginal industries to separate control, it caused an uproar. The angry elders looked at Hayashi with the wrong look, and the clan meeting even became a corrective meeting for admonishing and teaching Hayashi. I am afraid that Hinata Hayashi will also have a big decision like Uchiha Fugaku. They are afraid. Curb any signs that dare to challenge the rules of the family. After this meeting, Hinata's mind also changed. There is even the influence of green on the Japanese foot. Kakashi's blindfolded left eye was the Sharingan eye that Obito gave him. King Mundeo's right eye is indeed taken from the booty of the Hyuga clan. Every time I see Ching, I can't help but let Hayashi do it. The longer Aishi stayed in Konoha, the more impulsive this emotion became. The patriarch of the two major Konoha families, he is more adept at running the family than Fugaku. However, the family's prestige in the ninja world has never been comparable to Uchiha, the same two pupils of Konoha. No one dares to snatch it openly. The white eyes were deceived again and again, and they were forced to swallow the bitter fruit again and again. It's just ironic. Uchiha. What is he going to do? Oniki's pupils shrank, frowning tightly, his rough big hand clenched the information in his hand, his breathing was rapid, and his mind was extremely uncalm. 10 minutes ago, the intelligence ninja took the latest information about what happened in Konoha to himself. Originally, in a melon state, Oniki, who was ready to watch a good show before, was stunned by this information in front of him. Uchiha's main family is separated. The right to separate the family gradually exceeds that of the main family. How dare he? And the key is to look at this point in time. The eyes of the entire ninja world are now attracted by Uchiha. Any movement is faster than ever, and it can't be stopped. Oniki put down Konoha's information and punched his waist while his gaze became heavy. Uchiha actually dares to break the balance of the ninja world in an instant. Do they want to be enemies of the entire ninja world? Oniki touched his white beard and said to himself, Suchikage-sama, does it make any difference? Lois also read the content of the news, touched his head, and was puzzled in his eyes. Lois, don't you think it's a terrifying thing to let the family give up the power of the divided family? Oniki stared at the Lois and said, horror. No, the people who divided the family are very good to me, and there is nothing wrong with letting them control the family. As long as they manage the family well, is it necessary to divide it so clearly? Lois's eyes are sincere, and his face doesn't matter. It's really me off. Oniki was angry for a while, and he was really defeated by the sincere eyes of the Lois, and jumped up in a hurry. Click, oops, my old waist. Suchikage-sama, you, don't come here. Yumi, I'm crazy, what are you telling this for? Isn't this looking for guilt? You are a log. Oniki gritted his teeth and glared at Lois, holding the sprained waist disc, and cursed a few words angrily. Hee, Lord Suchikage, I'll help you. Go away, let the girl from Kuratsuki come, and look at you and be angry. Lois hurriedly helped Oniki and kept smirking. Union Village. Lei Yingei received the intelligence and just smiled coldly, with a gloating expression. I didn't expect such an interesting thing to happen to Uchiha. Hey, this time, the old ghost of Oniki and the Luasha boy are miserable. The dispute between the main family and the separation of the family also exists in Union Village, but it is much less difficult to change than other shinobi villages. Since the Night Moon clan gave up Cloud Thunder Canyon to the original Thunder Shadow, Lei Ying only has the identity code AI, and it doesn't matter if you are any family. Since the beginning of the high-level family, it has been intentional to integrate the children of the family into the entire village, and this practice has gradually become a tradition. The laziness of Land Dun blood succession, the soil platform of melting blood succession, and the blunt of magnetic Dun have not specifically shown the surname of their family. The entire high level deliberately obscured the family, turning the entire union into a special big family, and AI became the only object of allegiance. Of course, the most important factor in this is one word: money. The reason why the boundary between the main family of Union Village is extremely blurred is because Union Village is not short of money. Union Village is very rich, even rich enough to build the village into the air. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Sky City. They don't need to worry about resources as much as Konoha, Iwane, and Cheyenne. The villagers are rich, and they are not as enthusiastic about some power as other village families. Let's make trouble, the bigger the trouble, the better, so that Union can expand his strength. Azabi, tell the Union ninja outside, spread this incident in Konoha to every corner of the ninja world as much as possible, and it is best to make everyone know. Yes, Lord Thunder Shadow. Union and Wien looked at the other ninja villages with a look of gloating, and it was not too big to see the excitement. It also added oil and vinegar to spread remarks to the entire ninja world, causing panic among the people in the ninja world. Less than 3 days. The news broke that the patriarch of a small family in Konoha had been killed in the courtyard. For a while, the contradiction between the main family and the separation of the family has become more acute. Xia Shijun, you are really powerful. Inside the Uchiha clan's underground pond, 3 big men and 1 teenager soaked side by side in the bath. It was Yakura, Ao, Fugaku, and Natsuki. On the day that Natsuki arrives in Konoha to deal with the affairs of the Uchiha clan, Terumi, who is traveling with him, meets Yakura and Aoi and tells them the news of Natsuki's arrival. In the past few days, Yakura and Ching have been staying in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's institutional change is an opportunity for both the family and the existing ninja renewal. If you investigate Konoha now, you'll find an interesting thing: the collateral family and some of Konoha's villagers already have a different opinion about Uchiha. Natsuki chuckled, feeling very interesting. Takeyaki's speech was logically a revolt against collateral oppression, but it could not resonate with ordinary villagers. Whether it is war or in the past, villagers are always the most persecuted. Fugaku sat on the side of Yuchi inside. If I could have asked you what you thought earlier, why would Uchiha be like this? Behind him, the girl in a kimono skillfully pressed on Fugaku's shoulder, which made Fugaku feel a lot happier. That's impossible, according to Uchiha's previous contradictions with the village. If Uchiha really does this, I'm afraid that Uchiha will only be one step faster. Without absolute strength, daring to challenge the order of the ninja world is tantamount to the behavior of a madman. Natsuki shook his head. Fugaku pondered for a few seconds and nodded with a serious face. Yakura blushed as he accepted the beautiful girl's service, and when his eyes looked at Natsuki, he revealed a trace of adoration. Xia Shijun, do you need me to do something? No need, Koyakura just needs to watch the play obediently. Nasty, I'm an adult too. Oh, are you sure? Natsuki touched Yakura's little head with a funny look. If you don't know Yakura's real age, just based on your appearance, you will really be deceived by him. Yes, you are an adult, let me see how big your little brother has grown. Xia Shijun, you hate it. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Yakura's cute face flushed, the 3 big men in the soup pond looked at each other and laughed. Mr. Madara, that's all about Uchiha Natsuki. Have you collected any other information about Uchiha Natsuki? Xiao Nan looked at the spiral masked man in front of him. In a certain room in Yuin village, Tiendeo Pain, Zionin, and Obito are meeting. Although Uchiha Natsuki is my junior, there is really little information about him. Whether it is us or other villages in the ninja world, the information about Uchiha Natsuki is not exhaustive. Obito slowly spoke. From the latest news, we can see that the entire ninja world seems to have some misunderstanding about the Uchiha clan. Would a family that can claim equal rights be an evil family? Heavenly Deo Pain said. So what do you want to do? Can you try to reach Natsuki Uchiha and try to draw him into our camp? Obito looked at Heavenly Deo Pain in surprise and nodded. I have no problem if you want to contact Uchiha Natsuki, but judging from all kinds of intelligence, the danger of Uchiha is far beyond your prediction. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, Shinwei launched, and Obito's body was gradually pulled into a strange space. Don't be careless, his feelings are not too much compared to the pillars. Obito glanced at Heavenly Deo Pain, and the space completely disappeared. After Obito disappeared, Xiao Nan looked at Pain with a worried expression. Wouldn't that be too risky? If his strength is really terrifying to this extent, entering the internal organization will be too harmful to our plan. No, you don't understand, I can feel that Natsuki Uchiha is different from the others. Tiendeo Pain shook his head, looked at Xiao Nan and said seriously. He is trying to change the order of the rules of the ninja world. I now have an idea that if he really goes in a certain direction that I envision, then the organization will not be able to work with him. What if not? Isn't it? What we have to do from the very beginning is to be the enemy of the entire ninja world, destined to be against Natsuki Uchiha. If so, what does it have to do with it? Nagato closed his eyes and pondered, as if remembering the time he spent with Yahiko. This country is suffering from war and weeping all the time, so we are going to be the dawn that will change this country, no, change this world. Xiao's original intention was to change the world and maintain world peace. Even now this dream has not changed, even if it cooperates with Ban. In that case, then who will contact Natsuki Uchiha? Xiao Nan asked. It's delusional that you want to get my ability, I won't give it to you. In a glass cover. A man with white hair had bloodshot eyes, a hideous face, and his fist slammed into the glass tank full of blue solution. Shenning, relax, I am only interested in your physical activation ability and physical regeneration ability, and I will reluctantly kill you when this problem is not completely solved. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill froze, and the long snake head licked his lips, and the thoughts in his mind flashed rapidly. The heart beat faster, the look greedy, and the whole person's state was extremely excited. Don't you want eternal life? You and I are originally the same kind of people. What am I thinking? You don't know, right? Do you think that you are the only one in this world who has the ability to activate cells and regenerate flesh? The big snake pill did not care about Shenning's ugly face and sneered. Don't lie to yourself. Whether the dark Shakira of Zero Tail can live forever, you yourself know better than anyone. After all, you're nothing more than a poor puppet. Besides, your theory is not as important to me as you think. Right now, the only thing that interests me is this body of yours. Orochimaru's pupils flickered and he licked his lips. Ha ha ha. Don't use such a boring trick with the big snake pill. You covered my research, I don't give it. Don't lie to me. No one in the entire ninja world can understand this research better than me except me. You are dreaming. Shenning laughed wildly, his eyes full of madness. SHH, the frog at the bottom of the well, just be my experiment in peace. The big snake pill looked at Shenning and sneered, ignored Shenning, who showed madness, and continued his experiment. Hours later, the ring of the void suddenly sent a message. Sensing the ring of emptiness that was sealed deep underground by him, Orochimaru spat out the letter in his mouth, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, I guess that Xia Shujun's appearance would make you move. While separating a doppelganger, he unlocked the seal that sealed the ring of void. Place the ring on your finger and begin the procedure. Ninfa, the art of the slide body. Chakra relies on the ring of emptiness, carries the thought wave of the great snake pill, and relies on the black rod shards to transmit the image of the great snake pill into a dark enclosed space. Xionin, Pain, Orochimaru, Scorpion, Loquat Juzo, absolutely. 8 illusory figures appeared, each standing on the finger of a monster with a terrifying face. Orochimaru, you disgusting rat, where have you run all these years? Loquat Juzo screamed strangely. The snake will make a hole and drill through it, and who knows where he runs, said the scorpion hoarsely. Orochimaru looked at the two and narrowed his eyes. The positioning function of the empty ring was no joke. If he hadn't discovered the loophole of the empty ring and sealed the empty ring underground with a sealing technique, covering his breath. Even if you run anywhere, you will be discovered by them. Big snake pill, I don't ask you where you have been hiding all these years, and now there is a task for you to complete. Pain looked at the big snake pill indifferently. I know you've been in contact with Uchiha Natsuki, and now I want you to test Uchiha Natsuki's meaning and try to invite him to meet me. Natsuki Uchiha? Scorpions, Loquats and 10 zombies, all looked at Pain with a surprised face. Who is Natsuki Uchiha? Now it can be said that there is no one in the entire ninja world who does not know about Natsuki Uchiha. At first, Uchiha Natsuki's bounty was 300,000, and no one cared. As a result, within 2 days, the bounty directly broke 10 million. It will hit 100 million in a week. The ninjas of the ninja world were stunned. Just as a large number of ninjas were about to try to take Uchiha Natsuki's bounty, the bounty order was suddenly revoked. This time made countless ninjas jump on the spot, forcibly endured the fermentation of things, and began to collect information on Uchiha Natsuki. As a result, you can imagine, that amazing achievement instantly chilled the heads of all the ninjas, and completely stopped the idea of finding Natsuki Uchiha. Coupled with the recent changes in the Uchiha family, people once again mentioned Uchiha Natsuki for the first time. For a while, the 3 names of the Uchiha clan and even Uchiha Natsuki, Uchiha Takechi, and Uchiha Fugaku have completely spread in the 5 major countries. Pain said indifferently, and the link channel of the slide was completely broken. The next moment, the nerve that connected the big snake pill was broken. The first time he threw the empty ring into a confined space, quickly sealed it, and sealed the empty ring again. Interesting, I didn't expect Pain to really intend to recruit Xia Shujun. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill flickered, and he let out a sneer. Separate a small snake doppelganger and quickly drill out of the ground. That night, Orochimaru infiltrated the Uchiha clan through the doppelganger snake. Xiaoshu sensed the breath of the great snake pill at the first time through perception. Orochimaru, please come in. Natsuki beckoned in the courtyard. Excuse me, Natsuki-kun. A hoarse voice came out. In the corner of the courtyard where Xiaoshu was, a white snake crawled and peeled off its skin, revealing a man with a pale face and golden eyes. Terumi knelt opposite Natsuki and served Natsuki tea. Terume, dressed in a house kimono, has a beautiful figure and crystal skin. Sitting on the side of the tea table and starting to brew tea, the whole figure is mature and charming, like a flower with a bag in bloom, and the eyebrows are full of delicate style. Wearing home clothes, some places are always looming. Sorry for the rush. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly when he saw Terumi. Terumi looked at the big snake pill with a curious look. The big snake pill in Kana has 3 shinobi. She had heard of this name more than once, but it was really the first time they met, and it's still in this state. Terumi looked indifferent, divided the brewed tea into 2 cups, and placed them in front of Xiaoshu. Please sit. Xia Shu smiled lightly. Orochimaru put away his embarrassed state of mind and knelt next to Natsuki. Take a sip of tea first. Thank you. The doppelganger gracefully picked up the teacup and took a sip, and there was really a sense of elegance in reading poetry books. Xia Shijun, I came this time to represent the Xiao organization and extend an invitation to you. Pain wants to meet with Natsuki-kun. Of course, Xia Shijun can also refuse. This kind of thing is all about will. I am just a messenger. Xia Shu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Pain wants to see me. It's not impossible, but not now. You can also see, the Hokage campaign is about to begin. I can't leave the family for the time being. Are you really going to go? Orochimaru was still a little surprised in his heart. You must know that there is still a spot in the Xiao organization, and although the big snake pill has always expressed doubts about this spot, if Xia Shu meets that spot, he really has a little expectation. I have my own sense of proportion. Seeing that Natsuki had made up his mind, Orochimaru said nothing more. Oh, by the way, Xia Shijun, look at this. Suddenly, the golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill shrank sharply, and he excitedly displayed a glass bottle engraved with sealing spells and filled with black energy in front of Xia Shu. This is spiritual energy. Xia Shu's eyelids jumped and hesitated. Yes, this is spiritual energy. This is a trace of dark chakra that I extracted from Shenning's body. The big snake pill licked his lips, unable to resist the excitement in his heart. His eyes stared greedily at this black energy mass. Xia Shijun, what do you think? Orochimaru looked at Natsuki and asked. The stimulation of this group of spiritual energy is not low, it will disturb the balance of cells, and the specific function is still let me try it, said. Natsuki controlled his spiritual power to seal the dark chakra glass bottle with a diameter of half a meter and began to approach the glass bottle. When Xia Shu's spiritual power was 30 centimeters away from the glass bottle, that black spiritual energy vibrated violently in the bottle like it was attracted by a magnet. At 20 centimeters, it has all been adsorbed on the surface of the glass wall. At 10 centimeters, it actually made Xia Shu feel a vague devouring force. Close to the bottle, this devouring force became more and more violent, and the black spiritual energy consciously rammed in the bottle, wanting to escape the glass bottle. A polymer that completely bodies dark spiritual power. Xia Shu withdrew his spiritual power and looked at the dark energy in front of him interestingly. This dark spiritual energy is soft and dark chakra is too badly damaged by the cells of the body. Chakra is a polymer of mental energy and physical energy, and spiritual energy includes one's desires, emotions, negativity, positivity. Under the same volume, if a single negative emotion is used as the support of chakra, although it can rapidly expand the growth of cells, the lifespan of cells will also be greatly reduced, but it will erode ninjas. Natsuki sighed. Dark chakra or zero tail is too limited to help themselves. Big snake pill, what do you think? Natsuki asked. This kind of puppet-like chakra, of course I won't use it. However, his single attribute spiritual energy stimulation cell method can be tried. The ghoul ban of the Vortex clan may be successful. The blade of death can cut off the soul and cast soul skills, and the soul is essentially an aggregate of the spiritual energy of the human body. Since the blade of death was able to cut off the soul, could he weaken the spiritual energy of a single attribute? Xia Shu felt cold in his heart. This reminded him of Meng Po soup in his previous life. When the soul is reincarnated, it is necessary to erase all the memories of the previous life and play a role in washing the soul. Also a thing of the underworld, the blade of death is not able to accurately eliminate the energy of a single spiritual attribute. The more he thought about it, the more Natsuki felt the possibility of this method. Great snake pill, if you are going to try to decompose the spiritual attribute, maybe the ghoul ban will be an opportunity. Ghoul ban. Yes, it's a ghoul ban. The ghoul seal summons the Grim Reaper, and the blade of death seals the target's soul by cutting off the target's soul and devouring it in its belly. Since some souls can be sealed, then the spiritual energy of individual attributes cannot be sealed. The big snake pill looked at Xia Shu, his golden vertical pupils widened sharply, and his voice trembled slightly. Ghoul ban, and this forbidden technique, where is it? At this time, the big snake pill was completely silent in shock and surprise. Countless thoughts churned in his mind, and the anxious emotions in his heart were simply like a volcanic eruption, which could not be suppressed at all. The facial expression changes rapidly, and one possibility after another comes to mind. Through Xia Shu's explanation, he was completely able to believe that this forbidden technique might really be able to achieve his goal. Divide the soul. This pair of large snake pills that are still under cell activity research is simply an unexplored treasure. Xia Shijun, tell me quickly, where is this forbidden technique? I must get him. The big snake pill grabbed Xia Shu's arm violently, and his hands trembled vigorously. Big snake pill, pay attention to emotions, Sorry, Xia Shijun, I was really too excited just now. I hope Xia Shijun told me the news of the ghoul ban, which is very important for my research. The big snake pill had to press to resist the throbbing in his heart. What would you do if I said that the ghoul ban is now in the hands of your teacher Ape Flying Sun? Natsuki said. Teacher. The big snake pill froze slightly, thoughts flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. His expression was cautious and struggling, but in the end it slowly became unusually determined. After only a few seconds, his expression became solemn when he looked at Xia Shu. Xia Shijun, I know what to do. Maybe it's time for me and my teacher to say goodbye one last time. After speaking, the big snake pill slowly got up and said goodbye to Xia Shu. Looking at the back of the big snake pill once again burrowing into the snake's mouth and leaving, Xia Shu's eyes were thoughtful. What do you think he'll do? Terumi said with a slight frown. For a pure scientist, nothing can stop him from doing his research. Besides, the contradiction between the great snake pill and the ape flying sun slash is not just because of a ghoul seal. Xia Shu said seriously. Is that again? Stop every time you get to the point. Terumi rolled her eyes, put aside the cup of tea that Orikimuro had drunk, and rebrewed a cup of tea for Natsuki. Xia Shu looked at Zaome's dignified and mature tea-brewing demeanor, and for a while he was fascinated. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The second order of the dream lock opened, the spiritual power expanded several times, and the strength could be called a terrifying point. However, the mental vitality is extremely strong, and even the desire is amplified. Every time I see Zhao Mei, I always think about which way. I can't control it at all, and it's uncomfortable to die. As Xia Shu's hot gaze was not concealed in the slightest, Terumi's ears became more and more red, and he glared at Xia Shu sharply. You pervert, and there's no end. It's not over, Xia Shu said casually. Terumi was angry for a while, and when she saw his appearance, she knew what was going on in her head, secretly cursed the beast, and her face became even redder. The teacup in his hand was thrown over angrily. Natsuki dodged in a flash. With a grin, he pulled Terumi's body and walked quickly towards the inner room. Natsuki Uchiha, you're just Wyu. According to the 5th generation of Hokage in Konoha village, the day has reached its last day. This Hokage election is completely different from previous elections. It includes almost all the villagers of Konoha village. On the square at the bottom of Hokage Rock, 4 barrels engraved with the names of Natsuki Uchiha, Tsunade him, Shimura Danzo, and Jiraiya have been placed. The two men sat opposite each other, and the sunlight hit their faces through the sliding door of the paper paste, which was unusually warm and peaceful. The old man kneeling on the left, with his head wrapped in a white scarf, his one-eyed eyes are deep, his seemingly loose hair has a gloomy spirit, and although his whole body is old, it makes people feel the coldness of a twilight poisonous wolf. The middle-aged man kneeling opposite had his eyes narrowed into a slit, his fat belly trembled slightly, the corners of his mouth grinned at an exaggerated angle, and he smiled vigorously. Hee Danzo-sama, you just put 10,000 hearts. The daimyo is very happy with Danzo-sama's initiative to vote this time, and they all sent me to Konoha village in person, just to make Danzo-sama satisfied. The middle-aged man's smile was retracted, and he snorted coldly with dissatisfaction. Ape Flying Sun cut down the Hokage of Konoha, and made a mess of Konoha in a short period of time, choosing the Hokage, actually making so much trouble. Isn't this Shinsen and the masterpiece, and that Uchiha, who actually refused the daimyo's solicitation? This time when I go back, I must sue the daimyo fiercely. Tuan Zhang smiled faintly. Ape Fei is already old, he is also afraid, he is indecisive in everything, and he can't achieve big things. Tsunade was born in the Senju clan, and he must first think of the interests of the village when doing things, and he would definitely refuse some of the interests of the daimyo, and he couldn't spread into the climate. Uchiha Natsuki was the most unlikely, and Uchiha's reputation in Konoha had long been rotten. Therefore, the only person who threatens me the most is Tsunade, and I can't say that Hinata will stand for her. This is the best. Princess Tsunade and the daimyo-sama's family have a very good relationship, and now that Danzo-sama has the support of the daimyo, I think Princess Tsunade will give the daimyo a face. The middle-aged man smiled and said, then please leave everything to the great Nayun. Tuan Zhang saw that this was another salute. Good to say, good to say. Of course, I don't have a problem here, but can't Lord Tenzo hold back? Haven't those hidden problems in the secret been dealt with? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Tuan Zhang with a smile. Tuan Zhang also frowned at this time, and said positively, I have let the hidden forces deal with the problems left over from all these years, and will not let them sabotage our plans. Good, then I wish Danzo-sama to become a Hokage and seek more benefits for the daimyo. The middle-aged man was unimpressed, and secretly mocked in his heart. The ape flying sun slashing move really impressed him. If Tsunade, Jirei was also sent by Sarutobi Heinetsu to surround Uchiha Natsuki, then Shimura Danzo is a complete addition. Ape Flying Sun cut this old fox, obviously knowing that his old partner was attached to the position of the Hokage to a terrifying level, and even assassinated him more than once. But when he dealt with the incident of the Uchiha family, he deliberately preserved the Danzo, giving him a little hope. The middle-aged man was disdainful in his heart. Is this hope? This is desperate. This is a long time ago speculated that after the Danzo did not get help in Konoha, he would definitely follow the path of the daimyo. Gee, really? In this kind of thing, even with the support of the daimyo, if you want to really defeat Tsunade and Jiraiya in the election, Danzo has little chance of winning. It is said that the Uchiha clan is evil, but your group's reputation in Konoha is no better. Danzo's ruthlessness, sinister and cunning have long been no secret in Konoha. A guy who engages in conspiracy behind his back, no wonder he can only be under the ape flying for so many years, can only be the shadow of Konoha. If it weren't for ape phase several times and repeatedly resignation of the task given by the daimyo, he could only retreat to the second place and choose the shadow of Tenzo to cooperate. Moreover, Tuan Zhang, this dog is unexpectedly easy to use. Although they didn't wait to see Tuan Zhang, they couldn't find a more suitable person. After all, it is still necessary to have the cooperation of a high level in the shinobi village. Great Na-yun, please. Danzo-sama, please. The two smiled at each other and talked cordially. Inside the house, sexy girls in kimonos twist their waist stances, bounce shamisen, dance femininely, and dance boldly. Danzo and Na-yun also had a kimono girl waiting for them. The whole room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In a canyon on the border of the land of rain, there is an isolated village here. Everything in the village feels very strange for those who have just arrived here. The village has no name, and the villagers have no surname, no name, only code names named after animals. No one knows exactly how the village came into being, or where the people in the village migrated from. Outside a ruined courtyard in the nameless village, an eager voice came. Fox, what's going on? The young man with a broken right arm and tattered clothes and a fox mask on his face had a hoarse voice, staring sharply at the vulture-masked man who entered the courtyard in a panic. Vulture, it's over, this time it's completely over. The parasite I released found that at least 30 Shangnin rushed towards the village. The village turned its back on us. Does the village have to completely disappear, our people? The vulture's hoarse voice trembled slightly, his spirit instantly withered, and his eyes became more and more dazed. The fox looked at the man in front of him with a sad and indignant face, his fists were clenched, and countless insects in his body seemed to scream tearing. How did things turn out like this? There are some things that the two know very well, and there is no need to cover everything they have like the rest of the village and live in this canyon like a ghost. Vulture, what should you think about doing quickly? The fox was also very angry in his heart at this time, and when he chose to speak, he had already thought of the worst plan, but the bonds in his heart always bound his hands and feet. What do you think? Just say it. The vulture gritted his teeth and looked solemn. Things have reached the point of no return, do they still have a way back? It's really ironic, remember what Xia Shujun told us before, the fox taunted. You are shadows that wander in darkness, and shadows can only lie behind darkness. There is still a glimmer of hope in the vulture's heart. He really didn't want to believe that Naruto-sama would make such a decision, should these ninjas who secretly defend the village have such an ending, even to drive these people to extinction. No matter how bright the village is, there is darkness that maintains the village. Root or dark, they are all protecting and loving them with their lives in the darkness unknown to ordinary people. Ninjas make it their duty to carry out orders. In the shadows of the village, both the roots and the shadows perform a large number of dangerous and unknown tasks. Most of these tasks are with the will to die and do their best for the will of fire. Some complete the task by luck, of course. There are a large number of failed tasks. The dark part may be open to mission failure, but the root part is much harsher. On some dirty work, the death rate of the roots was the highest, leaving a large number of wounded. It is impossible to kill all these wounded, which is easy to cause riots and has a great impact on the stability of the village. Moreover, many of them have the secrets of Sarutobi Hinata and Shinura Danzo. Once exposed, the harm is great. In order to stabilize the situation, Sarutobi Hinata and Shinura Danzo sent these ninjas out of the land of fire to earn a living in a small canyon in the middle of nowhere, on the border of the land of rain. Nor did they allow them to return to their villages. Over time, this kind of thing seems to form a tacit understanding. Many dark ninjas and root ninjas who failed in dirty work will be secretly sent here. So much so that an unnamed village with 300 ninjas slowly formed. It is said that there are 300 ninjas, but in fact, there are not even 40 people who have the combat power of ninja. Because many of them were seriously injured and disabled in the mission, even if they were upper endurance before, it is difficult to have lower endurance combat power now. It's just miserable. Even more serious is mental illness. There is no doubt that they are all losers. Everyone thinks of themselves as losers, who will stay in this canyon for the rest of their lives until they die, and everyone lives like the Walking Dead, without spirit, without fighting spirit, and all day in confusion. If you couldn't see people walking around during the day, I would have thought it was a village of the dead. Desolate, silent, desolate, without the slightest smoke. Fox, call people. The fox looked at the murderous vulture, and finally gritted his teeth and quickly ran outside the courtyard. Ape Flying Sun, 3 generations of adults, why don't you give this group of us a way to live? We fought everything for the sake of the village and lost everything. Aren't you going to let us go? Why? Humiliation. Anger. Hold back. Taunt. More than that, it is disappointment in the village and regret for the family. This is a shame on Kanaha. The vulture clasped his hands tightly, trembling all over, his eyes sharply looked in the direction of Kanaha, he exhaled a long breath, and walked towards the courtyard with dull steps. This step out is destined to become Kanaha's rebellion. But he wasn't convinced. Something went wrong. Everyone come out. Wild boar, call the lynx out. Donkey, let the tiger come out to discuss big things. Come out soon. Something has happened. Quick, fast. There is no hesitation. These abandoned ninja thoughts first thought of this. Also, all tried to be failures by the village, carrying defeat and regret to hide in this place where birds do not shit. What could be more fucked than losing glory and faith? The fox's shouts did not raise the alarm of the already numb village. Taunt, commiseration, indifferent, numbness. I have gone my own way, like the Walking Dead, and I don't feel that something big is really happening in the fox's mouth. Event? What else can be the big deal when it's all here? Could it be that this fox slaughtered a cow? Happy crazy? Eating is indeed a big deal. Under the anxious urging of the fox, there were more than 300 ninjas in the entire village, and there were not 10 people who went out. It was these 10 people, some with indifferent eyes, some with a playful look, and some with a pitying look. Looking at the fox, they all regarded the fox as a poor person driven crazy by reality. Watch his last madness salute and give him a ride. Fox, how's it going? The vulture walked out of the courtyard with calm steps, and walked towards the center of the village with a solemn face. Vulture, it's useless, it's useless. The fox looked at the vulture, and as he spoke, his voice choked and he cried like a helpless child. The vulture body fell. Looking at the fox's eyes was also a little sour. His clenched hands trembled slightly, and he slowly turned his head to look at the several masked ninjas who were standing at the door of the courtyard and casting their gazes at him. With grief and indignation in his heart, he couldn't help but roar. You incompetent cowards, are you all dead? If you don't come out again, today next year will be your death day. Anyone who has the courage will stand up for me. Stand out. Who dares to stand up? Seeds, come on. The heartrending roar exploded directly in this narrow canyon. The echoes of the canyon tumbled layer by layer, crashing into the hearts of these people like waves. It's like a powder keg, completely detonated. The resentment, anger that had long been accumulated in his chest all erupted at this moment. Like a flood that leaks the sluice, it can't be stopped. All the villagers were detonated by the scolding of the vultures. Wow, who is it? It's sick. Look for death, right? Can't you all be quiet and wait for death? Crazy. If you want to die, die far. The sound of scolding came out layer by layer, and this time, dozens of people were provoked by the vulture and walked out of the yard, looking angrily at the vulture and the fox. Very good. Very good. The vulture looked at the dozens of people who came out again and was not afraid, but laughed happily. It's good, and the living, not completely dead yet. Scold, scold, as long as you can walk out a few living people, this time it will be worth it. Next, the vulture stopped cursing, but used his remaining arm to make a move that made everyone stunned. Did he want to? How dare he? When the rough and boneless thin one hand touched the vulture mask on his face, all the ninjas who saw this scene had a rapid heartbeat and rapid breathing. He is going to take off his mask? Can't be crazy. Vulture, do you really want to do this level? The fox's heart was anxious, and he instantly grabbed the vulture's hand and smiled bitterly. Is this really going to be done? Is it necessary? They don't cherish it, we just leave it ourselves. These people can't stop the incoming enemy at all. Why put themselves in danger? You must know that there is an unwritten rule in the nameless village. Taking off the mask means giving up life and death. These people carry too much, as dark shadows, they do not deserve their true appearance. Fox, we people are already bitter enough. If we can't fight before we die, what is the meaning of this life? Is it really like the Walking Dead waiting for their butcher knives to fall? What's the difference between that and pigs and dogs? The vulture turned to look at the fox and said calmly. But the vulture did not find out because of his amazing move. At this time, more than half of the villagers were already watching him in disbelief. The words just now may not seem loud, but for these former masters, it is not too difficult to hear. What do you mean? Suddenly, a hoarse muffled snort came from a distance. The vulture touched the hand of the mask and looked up into the distance. Tiger. This man has the impression that he has been in the village for less than 2 years, and every time he sees him, he always likes to lie on the lawn and bask in the sun during the day. What do you want to ask? The vulture asked. What you said just now. What is today's period of death? What is waiting for them to slash at us with butcher knives? What do you want to say? What do you know? The tiger took a deep breath, his trembling body trying to calm himself, but the anger in his chest could not be suppressed. Clenching his fists, staring at the vulture with sharp eyes, he continued to speak. What the hell is going on? Some ninjas inside and outside the courtyard also sensed that the atmosphere was wrong at this time and guessed some possibility. The same eyes were fixed in the direction of the vulture. Just now, the fox noticed a change in the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, and 30 ninjas wearing root masks moved in the direction of the village. Judging from their attire, they are not the supply ninjas of the past at all, and in terms of chakra and personal qualities, they all have the combat literacy of upper ninja. Isn't that clear enough what that means? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Even those ninjas who had lost their will to fight and were physically disabled noticed the seriousness of the matter. Abnormal. This is so abnormal. In the past, there were also supplies from Konoha, but those supplies were only escorted by a few ninjas with lower ninja combat power. When did they need to be shinobi? Besides, what did the 30 Shangnin do in this abandoned nameless village? Should I re-enable them? Thinking of many people here, their eyes flickered and then quickly disappeared. Impossible. This is simply impossible. These cripples themselves no longer have the combat power to threaten the enemy. It is impossible to be enabled. The only thing they have to use is the dark secrets of the village. Impossible. That's impossible. You are slandering, this is rumor-mongering, this is the behavior of traitors. How can the village deal with us? 3 generations of adults have said that we endure for the sake of the village's efforts, we are all heroes. This can't be, this is absolutely impossible. Gradually, everyone in the village walked out of the courtyard and looked in the direction where the vulture was standing, their brows furrowed. Some dark ninjas who had been seriously brainwashed by the will of fire had already begun to scold vultures, and the killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. The vulture ignored the barking men and sneered. I'm afraid you haven't been exposed to information outside for a long time, so you can't know what happened outside. To tell you the truth, the 3 generations of adults have gone into the wilderness. 3 generations of adults went into the wilderness. Is this true? Why did he go down? Could it be that something has changed in the village? What is the situation in the village? Silent. Quiescence. Everyone's bodies froze, and the strange atmosphere in the field was calmly transmitted. The vulture looked at this scene indifferently. The people of the nameless village are closed to information, and many things often pass by the outside world for months, and the people here do not know the news from the outside world. Maybe for them, it's already like this. What do things outside have to do with them? No one paid particular attention to these. Therefore, when the vulture told the villagers the news, they actually did not react for a while. The tiger was obviously shocked by this incident as well. 3 generations in the wild. How so? Not paying attention to everyone's dull expressions, the vulture continued. It's time for the 5th generation Hokage to be selected, and Natsuki Uchiha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shimura Danzo are all candidates. Think about us, for the 3 generations in Tuanzang, we people are all garbage from the old era, and keeping us can only be a hidden danger. When the 3 generations were in power, he disdained to deal with us, but now that the 3 generations have lost their own security, will they let us live at this time? The answer is, no. Being in the dark, wandering in the dark, no one knows better than the means of the 3 generations in the group. How is Konoha White Fang better than them? Not yet ostracized to death by the village. The 30 Shangnin are menacing, it is related to life and death, and this kind of thing cannot be overdoubted. Moreover, the Uchiha clan actually appeared in the list of candidates. Apparently something big happened in the village. Over time, more than one villager in the village already sensed the breath of 30 Shangnin. The breath is getting closer and closer, and the atmosphere in the field is becoming more and more depressing. Vulture, say, what should we do? The donkey gritted his teeth and looked at the vulture and shouted directly. Obviously, many unwilling people have already made their choice. The vulture looked at the donkey, scanned the 300 ninjas in the cutscene, and let out a long sigh. Not bad. It's already good. At least a third of them have light in their eyes, and they want to fight again. The remaining 2/3 have been too deeply affected by the will of fire of the 3 generations, and I am afraid that only when the knife enters the body will it suddenly awaken. Now, it's time for the final decision. The vulture shouted at the crowd. Ninjas should die on the battlefield, and rush to kill on the battlefield with integrity, not in ostracism and shame. Jiraiya's disciple, the partner of the 4th generation of Hokage, and the brother of Akimichi Yoshimaru. How could he have been abandoned here too? It shouldn't be. What the hell is going on here? Everyone was stunned by the vulture's movements. Those who did not know his true face were shocked by his amazing actions, and those who knew him were even more shocked by this incredible result. How can it be? Mitarashi Kurosuk, how could he appear here? Kurosuk saw everyone's eyes, touched the broken arm, and laughed at himself in his heart. How could he not understand the meaning in this look? I am afraid that everyone will not think of today's situation. The most mysterious disciple of Zile, a genius who has not returned to the village for 6 or 7 years. Unexpectedly, because he joined the dark department, he failed to perform a mission and was sent to the unnamed village of this loser cemetery. It's just ironic. Just like the White Fang back then, he also became a person who was jealous of the ape-flying sun. The White Fang was pushed to death, and now he is a waste. Senior Kurosuk, it's actually you. The tiger suppressed his mood with excitement and looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. You are, I'm Senju Hirano. The tiger was excited and also took off his mask. A face younger than Karasuk appeared in everyone's eyes. Once again, there were countless gasping sounds. No, I know. During the Third Shinobi World War, when the Senju clan fought against the Land of the Wind, one saw you in Watergate, Inyazuka-ja, and Akimichi Dodo, but one didn't expect that you were also here. Since the Thousand Hands clan was gone, I have been under Tuanzang, and now that I think about it, I am really lucky not to die in the hands of Tuanzang. Hey, Senior Karasuk, now is not the time to reminisce. The enemy is less than 5 miles away from the village. At this time, the fox also took off his mask, and the face younger than the tiger reappeared. Tamano, you are Tamano. At the moment when the fox threw away the mask, a middle-aged man wearing an owl mask walked quickly to the fox, grabbed his shoulders, and choked up with excitement. You, second uncle, how could it be you? The fox never thought that there were still members of the Oil Woman clan in this group, and it was his second uncle. Oil Woman. Next. The more than 100 ninjas seemed to have discussed it, and all of them removed the masks on their faces. Looking at each other, their breathing was rapid, their heartbeats were racing, and their emotions were completely exploded again. Third uncle, why are you here, and what's going on with your legs? Brother, who let you out? How is the family now? Oh my son, Shimura Danzo, you clearly promised me, why did it become like this? 3 generations of adults lied to me, why? These more than 100 ninjas were completely moved. Miserable, so miserable. There are more than 100 ninjas, and more than 80 people know each other. Even some of the ninjas who did not take off their masks were secretly sobbing and trembling. Obviously, there are also their relatives here. In the unnamed village, there was an extremely shocking drama of recognizing relatives. 2/3 of them are relatives and friends, they know each other. What's more, father and son are separated by a wall, and they have not known each other for nearly 10 years, passing by, and not knowing each other. Each other thought that the other party had died in battle. The white-haired person sent the black-haired person, and the black-haired person sent the white-haired person. It's horrible. What's more, he directly deceived the whole family, and the means were bad and heinous. Enemy attack. Poof. Just shouted these 2 words, and his head instantly rose to the sky. This sound broke through the silence of the village. Kurosuk's doppelganger was stabbed in the woods a mile away. Karasuk noticed the movement for the first time. The 30 upper shinobi rushed to attack, and one shot directly in the face. Communicate with you at all. This scene. The villagers, who were still holding a fluke mentality, were completely dumbfounded, looking at each other, and their faces were difficult to see. See, whether to wait for the other party to slaughter or take up arms to resist is up to you. Karasuk's eyes widened, he shouted angrily, turned his head and glared angrily at the ninja who rushed towards him, and his murderous aura completely exploded. Ninjas should die in battle. Kill. With his legs bent, Chakra was attached to the long knife, and his body dragged out an afterimage, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The 30 ninjas on the opposite side came out of the grove, and when they saw the faces of these people, their lowered eyes shrank and they were obviously shocked. After a pause, only one thought flashed, and he killed again. Boom! Kurosuk single-handedly held a knife and Kumu collided with bright sparks. Just wanted to perform ninjutsu, only then did he think that he only had one right hand now. With a bitter smile, he fought a few knives, and his figure quickly retreated. It's time for a minute. Senju Hirano, Kajigano, Ito Shuaki, Fuji Ihawa. The nameless village ninjas, who had long since removed their masks, began their counterattack without fear. Fireballs and water dragons exploded one after another against Kurosuk. For a while, the whole village became a battlefield. Fireballs, water bombs, earth walls, kunao, and shurikens collided one after another. The few remaining dilapidated courtyards in the village were blown apart. In the sound of explosions, there was also the friction sound of kunao, long knives, and shurikens colliding. When they really felt death, everyone in the village was unexpectedly united at this time. Even if you are not an opponent, you will try your best to block it desperately. Fighting. Keep fighting. The resentment and anger accumulated in my heart completely exploded. At this moment, these people were completely turned into beasts. Boom! Karasuk single-handedly held a knife and slashed at the water bomb that smashed at him, and the gushing water curtain splashed all over, and the figure dodged again. The next moment, the long knife had already slammed into the chest of the ninja on the opposite side. Look at himself again. A shuriken pierced flesh and blood on his legs and abdomen, and his tattered clothes were stained with blood. This moment, Kurosuk's blood-stained face showed a strange smile, covered with wounds, and he was already holding a knife in one hand, like a demon. The other side. The oil girl Jinai and the oil girl Fang uncle and nephew control the parasite to attack from a distance, waiting for the opportunity to snipe. With the assistance of several ninjutsu people next to him, he actually killed 2 upper ninja. But the price paid is too high. For every one enemy dies, his own side will bury 10. Madman, dude is a bunch of crazy people. The battle-hardened ninja of the enemy side was also shocked by the bloody scene in front of him. He even saw those disabled ninjas with broken hands and feet directly tearing off a piece of flesh and blood on the ninja on their side with their teeth. Death is smiling. He didn't understand why these people had done it this way. Can't you wait quietly for death? The killings were not short-lived. Dozens of breaths of time, when the enemy can endure and completely start killing. Of the 300 nameless village ninjas who wandered in the darkness, there were less than 150, all forced into a corner. The blood and countless mutilated corpses silently record the sins that occurred here. It can be clearly seen that the enemy Shangnin suffered 20 Shangnin casualties under the crazy fight of the nameless village like a wild beast at any cost. This record is simply jaw-dropping. If the 150 nameless village ninjas who died were all Naka ninjas, it would be enough. The point is, these 150 people have less than 20 people with medium ninja combat power. The rest of the people are all disabled, and their combat strength is inferior to the lower endurance. However, even in this case, it is incredible that 20 Shangnin can fight to the death. After a brief loss of concentration and silence, the other party also saw this tragic situation. Careless. They were careless. There are 30 shinobi on his side. Originally, I just came to clean up some garbage that was harmful to the village, and 30 Shangnin, this configuration is already beyond the standard. Everyone was unimpressed and did not take this mission seriously. I didn't expect to capsize in the gutter. Abominable, can't you garbage from your village die quietly? Isn't it okay to die for the village with secrets? Why do you have to resist? In the field, a young man sent by the root to slaughter the nameless village was not in a good mood. Roots do not need emotions, they are killing machines. But people can't really be machines. The young man looked at Kurosuke and the others, who were covered in wounds, his eyes were red and his body trembled. Just now, he actually saw his father in the crowd. Before he could rejoice, his father was killed by a fellow ninja. Watch your only loved one die in front of you. This kind of bittersweet and helpless torment made his whole spirit collapse. Why? Why is this so? The ninja who was not in the right mood was not only a young man, but the 10 upper ninjas who survived the battle also had more or less mood swings. It's just that they still remember Tuan Zhang's words. Those ninjas in the nameless village know the secrets of the village, and if they let them survive, it will be devastating to the village. Remember one and don't stay. Therefore, they can only pray secretly now. All for the village, all for the stability of the village. Kill them for the village. The more than 100 ninjas who were forced into the corner were all wounded, and at this moment, they had no power to fight. Looking at the approaching 10 Shangnin, none of the remaining people were timid. When they looked at each other, they both had a hint of a smile. Ha ha ha, it's painful, it's too painful. Ninjas deserve to die in battle, and they can experience such a hearty battle after death. No regrets. You and my father and son can actually die together, it's worth it. Kurosuke looked at these comrades and smiled heartily. Live. Now it's all alive. It's a pity that I can't see the day when Konoha will completely prosper. Secretly laughed in my heart. Hey, I'm really a nest, I'm going to be killed by the people in the village, and I still remember the village. Laugh, take one last look at this world. One of the 10 kami shinobi frowned and looked at the two. One has a shark-like face, skin color and sharp teeth, golden pupils, and a strange knife on his back. One person has red eyes and green pupils, his face is covered, he can't see his specific appearance, and his entire body is wrapped in a black robe. Both of them looked at the 10 root shinobi with a playful look. Mist Hidden Village, Taki Hidden Village. You're a misty dry persimmon ghost mackerel, and bounty hunter corner. Kakyoto, what are you doing here? The head of the root ninja recognized the two. Not bad, the roots of Konoha actually know of my existence, and the intelligence ability is doing a good job. It seems that among these people, the leader is you. The ghost mackerel looked at the field and sneered. Not only that, in my hunting file, his head can reach 5 million bounties. Kakyoto spoke with an indifferent expression. Hey, you wouldn't really take this mission for money, would you? Bounty hunters like you, are they still short of money? The ghost mackerel was stunned for a moment. What you want is this feeling of making money, you don't understand. The ghost mackerel frowned. These people are too weak, let's finish this mission quickly. Good, the 3 over there are left to me, and I will take it and exchange it for a bounty. As you wish. Instantly, the situation in the field became tense. Kakyoto looked at the other side indifferently, and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel pulled out his mackerel, and his eyes were cold. Be careful, they are not easy to deal with. The leader of the ninja was already sweating profusely, took out his kunao, and looked at the two with a terrified expression. The rest of the ninjas were also dignified at this time, and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel was not very famous now. However, Kakyoto's reputation is great in the ninja world. A battle with the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillar, just by virtue of this, it has to be terrifying. Let's do it. Just then, the killing begins. Before the ninja leader could come to his senses, a hole exploded in the ground. 2 hands with trembling black lines drilled directly out of the ground, and the next moment, the neck broke in response. When he reacted, heaven and earth began to turn upside down. "Get out of the way," the ninja leader exclaimed, and just as he was about to make a move, the ghost mackerel held the mackerel muscles and slammed down at a very fast speed. With a boom, the ground exploded. The ninja leader who was ready to block the long knife broke and exploded to pieces. The muscles were castrated, directly tearing his body in half. Poof! Blood splattered, minced meat flew everywhere. Whether it was the 150 ninjas who survived or the ninjas who fought against the Oni and Kakuto, they all looked terrified. Some of them couldn't even bear the smell of blood and vomited, but before he could raise his head, the mackerel took his soul again. This is really terrifying. Karasuk was holding a long knife, and his severely injured body was half kneeling to look at the two figures who were fighting, and his heart twitched violently. In less than 20 breaths, 10 upper shinobi are about to run out. This faced these two hot and terrifying ninjas. He began to worry about the end of himself and others. Would they also be slaughtered? Just when Karasuk was stunned, a voice woke him up. "Hey, just you, Xia Shijun asked me to save your life, now the mission is completed." When Karasuk reacted and heard Natsuki's name, he let out a long breath. It turned out that they were sent by Natsuki. Then there is no need to die. Looking back, look at the 10 Nebu shinobi in the field, where there are still their figures. It has all been mutilated corpses. My mission is accomplished. Kakuto turned around indifferently and was about to leave. "Hey, don't you go to Konoha to see the liveliness?" The ghost mackerel looked at Kakuto's back and shouted. "No need, the money and goods are clear, the next task is still waiting for me." After speaking, the horns wrapped the two bloody heads and left directly. Boom, what a weirdo, the ghost mackerel put away the big knife and said lightly. He turned his head to look at Kurosuk and the others. "Let's go, I'll escort you to Konoha." "Oh, thank you, thank you." Gradually, under the protection of the Oni mackerel, they advanced towards Konoha, and the 150 recognized each other. Slowly left this nameless village and broke free from the arrangement of fate. "Gee, it's really wonderful, and I don't know if Konoha knows if these will explode." When the ghost mackerel took everyone away from the nameless village completely. On a dead tree in the village, half of his body was exposed. A man with a whirlpool mask next to him showed his scarlet right eye, and looked calmly at the figure of everyone leaving. "What should I do? Do you want to tell Tuan Zhang everything that happened here?" Kuro looked at Obito. Obito's expression frowned slightly, and his face showed doubt. "That's not right, what's wrong?" Black Peerless. Today, it is the day of the nomination of the 3rd generation of Hokage and the selection of the 5th generation of Hokage, and Konoha is extremely lively. All the villagers were involved. Under the security of the Konoha Guard Force, the Dark Division, the Hyuga Family Guard, and other villages, and the guards of the major families, the selection was carried out in an orderly manner in the square below the Hokage Rock. This selection burst out from the 8th Flying Sun, and the impact was great, and all the major ninja villages sent spies to blend into Konoha. Onaki, Lake Kaguya, Reisha. Even the daimyos of the great powers sent people into Konoha. Because of Natsuki Uchiha. This man is comparable to the ninja god in the surname of Uchiha after Uchiha. Let the 5 major ninja countries be terrified. Originally, only the election of Hokage in Konoha village was forced into a major event related to the ninja world. Uchiha clan land Uchiha Natsuki, Yakura, Ao, and Fugaku sat on their knees, and Terumi continued to be her teamaker. "Let's all have a cup of hot tea, there is no need to be so serious, and it is not a big deal." Natsuki greeted casually, not caring in his eyes about the belonging of the position of Hokage. Fugaku's face turned red and he glared at Xiaoshu. "Hokage, that's Hokage." It was his position that even the patriarch of the Uchiha clan could not calm down. In Fuya's eyes, this is not only the responsibility of Xiaoshu alone, but also the hope for the rise of the Uchiha clan. How in Xiaoshu's eyes, he has become a street vendor buying vegetables, so he does not put it in his eyes. He had high expectations for Uchiha Natsuki, but when Natsuki was casual, he already had his own thoughts in his chest. As for Yakura and the others, they don't care at all, it's purely a mentality of watching a good show. "Xiaoshu, what is your attitude towards the selection? Tell me." Fugaku was anxious in his heart and asked cheekily. Yakura and the others also looked at Natsuki. They also want to know what Natsuki is going to do. "Let's drink tea slowly, just wait." "Patriarch, don't you know Uchiha's reputation in Konoha? What can I do about this kind of thing?" Xiaoshu said slowly. I really don't know what to say." Fugaku glanced at Natsuki and sighed. "Xia Shijun, you really can't help?" Yakura asked with wide eyes. I don't know why, the more Natsuki's face was light, the more Yakura felt that the other party was full of confidence. Natsuki glanced at Yakura, took a sip of tea, and smiled faintly. "In that case, we might as well guess the form over there in the Hokage Rock Square now." According to the influence of the villagers of Konoha, among the four of us, Tsunade is famous enough, and she is a disciple of 3 generations, and she has the most votes. The second is Danzo, although he has a bad reputation, but because he is often in Konoha, the appearance rate is much higher than that of Jiraiya, so Danzo and Jiraiya have similar votes, and finally me, if my estimation is good, my number of votes should be second after Tsunade. This can't be. Fugaku was the first to disbelieve. Natsuki Uchiha ranked second in terms of votes, and Jiraiya and Danzo's votes were still behind him. How could this happen? What about Uchiha's reputation? He knows it himself. There is the reputation of the Senju clan behind Tsunade, and there is an ape-flying old ghost standing on the platform himself, and there is no doubt that the number of votes is first. Jiraiya is also a disciple of Sarutobi, and with the title of one of the 3 ninjas, he is almost the same as the Danzo who has the support of the daimyo behind him. Whether it was Jiraiya or Tuanzang, he was not surprised that no matter which of these 2 was in second place. But Natsuki was in second place, which he would not believe in the current bad state of the village in Uchiha. Ching's eyes narrowed slightly, quietly listening to the conversation of several people, silent. Patriarch, there is an update on the election venue. Takechi looked excited, and quickly ran to the courtyard where Fugaku and the others were. The first time I entered the door, I saw Natsuki Uchiha sitting in the front, his pupils widened sharply. Xia Shukun, you're back. The excitement is about to go up and give a big hug. Then, ahem, Fugaku coughed, looking embarrassed. Sorry, Kazekage-sama, Patriarch, Ching-senpai, Terumi-senpai. Zuyi reacted at this time, and Xia Shujun was not alone in the room. Zuyi, it's only been a few days since I left, you are all elders, later, let's have a drink with a few brothers. Xia Shu looked at Takechi and said with a smile. Good. Takechi smirked. Ahem. Takechi, don't you have news? Let's listen. Fuyu only felt embarrassed. The day before yesterday, where did the posture of the 4 elders go? How to see Xia Shu, just like the younger brother. Come to your senses. Takechi adjusted his mind and continued. Patriarch, according to the report from the clansmen at the venue, Xia Shujun's vote has already ranked second. It's a lot higher than Tuanzang and Jirei. Who voted the most? Fugaku looked at Takechi with sharp eyes, and thought of a certain possibility. It seems that they are all collateral clans of some families in Konoha, right? It's the collateral people, many of them I knew before, Takechi spoke. No wonder, Fugaku frowned and thought, thoughtfully. Since the restructuring within the Uchiha clan, he understood that Uchiha would have a different feeling in the eyes of Konoha and even the ninja world. It is understandable that there are other family members who favor it, but I didn't expect the action to be so big. Gee, the number of votes actually directly exceeded Tenzo and Jiraiya. How many people do you need to support this? Fugaku turned his head and looked at Xia Shu, who was drinking tea indifferently, with a strange expression. Did he count it all? Yakura's eyes are full of little stars, and he has simply become Natsuki's little fan. Ching also had such an expression. Patriarch, where is this? Keep looking. Konoha, roots bang. Gen's office was silent at the moment. The masked ninja knelt on one knee, his fists clenched, and did not dare to say a word. On the desk in front of them, Denayan and Tuanzang sat facing each other. The man who made Konoha's darkness tremble felt the scene uncontrollable for the first time, and the panic and anger in his heart completely overwhelmed him. 30 Nebu Shinobu died. The nameless villagers went to the empty village, and the village was full of ruins destroyed by the explosion, tattered corpses, and even a complete body could not be found. The nameless village mission has been declared a complete failure. Tuanzang's cold eyes wrinkled, and his heart gasped with cold air that cooled his spine. How so? How can it fail? Who the hell wants to get by with me, Konoha? Danzo was flustered, thinking over and over in his mind who made the move, who dared to fight against Konoha? His heart was already in turmoil. Everyone who was suspicious was thought about by him, except for Natsuki Uchiha. No wonder he thinks so. The Uchiha clan belongs to Konoha, and if those secrets are made public, Uchiha will also be implicated. Moreover, the secret of the nameless village, only he and Ape Fei know, and none of the roots who have been to the nameless village have appeared alive. Hiss! Could it be Ape Fly? Damn it! The current Danzo can no longer take care of the Hokage election. Thinking of some possibility, the more Tuanzang thought about it, the more sweat he sweated. The wooden staff in his hand hit the ground hard, and the bottom of the wooden staff was already full of cracks, but he still did not stop, and the force became more and more powerful, in order to vent the fear and worry in his heart. Why is this? When I thought of that old partner's past actions and pushed himself to the position of Hokage elector, I am afraid that I had already thought of this step. He may have been swung by an ape flying. Ape Fei, you underestimate me too much. You want the old man to die with the darkness of the village, in the Hokage mansion, in front of so many patriarchs. Take the responsibility on yourself, save me, just wait for such a day, right? Tunzo quickly understood Sarutobi's intentions. Darkness is invisible in the light. If there is an opportunity to completely cleanse the darkness, as long as the benefits are great enough, Comparing the heart to the heart, standing in the position of the ape flying, will also make such a choice. The existence of the nameless village is like a cancer in Konoha. If not disposed of, as new Hokage appears, the longer the time, the greater the hidden danger. Danayan looked at Tuanzang, who looked like crazy and mocked in his heart. His thoughts coincided with Tuanzang. This operation may really be an ape flying in the dark to make trouble. One side kills, one side to save. As long as the moment is seized, Ape Fei's position will quickly turn into a crisis. As for Tuanzang, it's just a pitiful worm. From beginning to end, he believed that Tenzo was a pawn left by the ape after flying into the field. No, I'm going to see Ape Fei. I'm going to ask clearly. Tuanzang couldn't sit still, and ignored the big words beside him, and hurriedly walked out. He understood that he was restrained by Ape Fei. Even if he had to carry the darkness of the village to die, he had no complaints for the sake of the village. But he can't die so confused. In the dark, Danayan looked at the back of Shinmura Danzo leaving and sneered. Standing up, his belly trembled, shaking his rich body, and staggering towards the village. The corners of his mouth are a hint of comfort. Now stay in Konoha and wait for the 5th generation Hokage selection to end, meet with the new Hokage, express the meaning of the daimyo, and then you can go back. Gee, this Konoha thing is simply more wonderful than what is played in the play. Alas, you, go and find me some geisha. Yes, my lord, the change of rites is underway. Whether it's Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Hinata Hayashi, Nara Shikasa, Sarutobi Hinata. Now the mood is very exciting. Whether it was the solemn-looking ape Hinata, or the strange-looking Hinata, Tsunade with a surprised look. Seeing the vote now, everyone has different thoughts. Even the guards of the Dark Department and all ethnic groups deliberately suppressed their voices, disturbed by this kind of suppression that was about to come. The only spoiler is afraid that only the ninjas of the Uchiha Guard, one is happier than the other. Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, Sunset Red, Matkai, and Asuma also frowned slightly, and looked at the square with wonderful faces. Nara Shikasa is particularly sensitive to this feeling in the field. Even he did not expect this to be the case at the beginning of the election. It's weird. Uchiha Natsuki, who originally fell last, strangely surpassed Jiraiya and Shinmura Danzo without everyone noticing, ranking second. Although he did not think that the 3 generations of Hokage would immediately attack in the field when they saw the situation in the field, relying on his keen insight and the changes in the facial expressions of the 3 generations of Hokage, he could be sure that the 3 generations were definitely thinking about their next move. Uchiha had an extremely difficult time getting the position of Hokage. Suddenly, a crisp sound broke the tranquility of the space between Nara Shikasa and Maturdei. Patriarch Luyu, do you see clearly? Kakashi, a one-armed man in a wheelchair, asked Shikaka nonchalantly. See clearly. Kakashi didn't have any extra words, but Shikaka still understood what Kakashi meant. He looked at Kakashi incredulously. Only then did he notice Kakashi's strange look. Kakashi has changed. Wrong. More than Kakashi. The demeanor and temperament of Sunset Red, Meti, and Asuma have all changed. When I think hard, I realize that not only have they changed, but they have also changed. At the moment when Natsuki Uchiha rose, many people in Konoha changed. Glancing thoughtfully at Kakashi, he continued. Yamanaka, Akimichi, Oil Girl, Inyazuka, Hinata, including Nara, and many other small clans voted for Uchiha. Some family members may not show their faces, and they all enter the square wearing masks, and the number of this wave of people is extremely large. Did Shikasa-sama see their identity? Kakashi moved his body slightly, making a relaxed appearance. The collateral lineage is not even just the ninja family, but also the ordinary family. Sunset's red little face eagerly interjected. This relaxed the already heavy atmosphere. Kakashi looked at her and smiled. That's it, by family. Didn't you find out that unknowingly, the Uchiha family has changed? From Uchiha Natsuki's trepidation, to Uchiha Teikiyaki's approval, to this time sustenance. The Uchiha clan is slowly changing the stereotype of Uchiha in Konoha or the ninja world. That is, Uchiha is changing, but Konoha is holding on, and those side disciples who support Uchiha are not so much because Uchiha Teikiyaki's speech resonates, but rather because this is a silent rebellion against Konoha's inherent order. They don't want much, they just want a fair, but this fairness is far away. Nara Shikasa spread his hands and said. Under Shikaku's words, everyone looked at those wearing masks and sneakily throwing tickets into the barrel belonging to Uchiha Natsuki's constituency, as if they understood something. Compared with the previous village, although the current village is also very troublesome, it sees something called hope in the eyes of those people. Everyone tries to live a different life. Asuma felt embarrassed standing next to Sunset Red and Kakashi, and smiled bitterly in her heart. Who was resisting, he knew very well in his heart. Rebelled against the family, against the Konoha high level, but in the end it was his father and the old rulemakers who rebelled. Although he also doesn't like to be bound by rules, he doesn't know whether this rebellion is right or wrong for the village. Asuma didn't notice it, and out of the corner of his eye, he kept paying attention to his Sunset Red, and a trace of concern and disappointment flashed in his eyes. Are the Uchiha clans really an evil race? Sunset shook her head with a slightly red face and muttered. Kakashi and Nara Shikaku thought unconsciously. Evil? Kakashi thought of his childhood friend, remembering his bold words. I will definitely carry Uchiha's coat of arms and become Hokage. Jiraiya, what do you think? Tsunade and Jiraiya stood together, frowning at Jiraiya. This kind of thing, you still don't ask me. Ji-Lai also smiled slightly bitterly. Let you say what you say, what is Fei? Tsunade frowned impatiently. Okay. Zi-Lai also sighed, his expression helpless. This is the case, the Uchiha clan is favored by the villagers of Konoha, you can't change this kind of thing, maybe it's not a good thing for Uchiha to be elected Hokage. I disagree. Tsunade snorted coldly. The voice increased violently, and even the patriarchs of the several families next to him were shocked. My aunt, if you are quiet, what if you don't agree? Besides, Uchiha hasn't become Hokage yet, and even if he does, who can tell if it's good or bad now? You don't have such a stereotype. Zi-Lai also hurriedly said. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya and stopped talking, slightly suppressed the anger in his heart, looked condescendingly at the villagers in the square, and began to think. In the end, part of her prejudice against Uchiha comes from the Senju clan, and the other part comes from Uchiha. Senju and Uchiha have been rivals since the beginning of the village, and after the establishment of the village, the contradictions between the bottom have been constant. Familiar with the historical materials of the clan since she was a child will make her form an inherent concept of management. There is also Uchiha Madara. She even suspects that her grandfather's vitality was severely depleted during the Battle of the Valley of the End. Mudun is used by the earth and water attributes chakra, and the caster's own chakra as the source of life. The great decrease in lifespan to the end is related to Uchiha's spot. Now seeing the name of Natsuki Uchiha, how to see how awkward it is in my heart. After Jiraiya's first persuasion, the current Tsunade is only unwilling to Uchiha. At this time, Uchiha received the support of the villagers, which made her think about Uchiha a little. A day has passed since the 5th generation Hokage election, and under the maintenance of order, a large number of villagers have not voted. It was already dark. At night, the voting for the first day slowly ended. How is Kakashi's body? In a smoky room, Fei spat out a smoke ring, looked at the moonlight outside the window, and said to the door. Not yet, but much better than the other day. The figure at the door said. This kind of answer was expected, and the question just now was just subconsciously spoken, and then he remembered that he was no longer Hokage. So who just answered himself? Fei turned his head, squinted slightly, and saw a figure gradually appear in the darkness. Under the illumination, a familiar figure began to appear. Asma. You are. The smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly froze when he saw Asma. His own son has only been out for such a while, why did it become like this? The dazedness, mental decadence, and empty eyes in his eyes are simply like a middle-aged person who has experienced many vicissitudes, where is there a hot-blooded teenager who should look like? The ape flying son was actually on the spot for a while. Father, what is your will to fire? These were Asma's first words when she saw her father. Fei was shocked in his heart, looked at his son in amazement, and did not react for a while. Deep Eyes looked at his son's confused eyes, and his heart was like pain, and he couldn't help but tremble. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. Sit down first. Father and son sat opposite each other, Fei half squinted and smoked, and Asma sat on the sofa without saying a word. Time passed by minute by minute. Tell me, what do you think? Fei spat out a smoke ring and looked at his son calmly. Father, don't lie to yourself, the people of the major families in the entire village know that the hearts of Danzo-sama, Elder Mito, Elder Sleeper, and Father are not together at all. Over the years, you have been trying your best to suppress what Tuanzang has done, resist the industrial oppression of the village by the elder group, balance the relationship between the major families in the village, and maintain the stability of the village. But not everything you can bear. Let it go, Father, don't care about Hokage's affairs anymore, otherwise how much prestige you have, how much the people in the village will hate you. Asma said bitterly. Fei smiled slightly, a trace of emotion flashed on the old wrinkled face, and his eyes were full of gratification. From what do you think I should do? Konoha is changing, and everyone sees new hope in Uchiha. Father Sama, your brilliance has left a wonderful scene in Konoha's past, times have changed, and Konoha needs a new life. Apefly Asma rode. So your freshman means Natsuki Uchiha? Sarutobi shook his head. Nope. Whoever can bring hope to Konoha, who can bring Konoha back to life, then he is worthy of Konoha's support. Whoever it is. Next, it's time for Ape Flying Sun to slash and Tuanzang himself. Xia Shu looked at the back of the two departing, stretched his waist, and squinted comfortably. I really didn't expect that he would actually say such a thing. The two people just now are Mitarashi Kurosuke and Dried Persimmon Oni, who secretly went from the nameless village to Konoha. It's just that what surprised him was Mitarashi Kurosuke's intention. He actually came for the Ape Flying Sun. That's right. He wants to keep the reputation of the ape flying sun. What surprised him even more was that this was the common opinion of more than 100 people rescued from the nameless village. The specific reason Karasuke did not explain, but Natsuki understood what was going on. After a little thought, I can't help but sigh. Ape flying sun chopping is really not simple. Can make you die for the village, can make you live for the village. This kind of person is really not a simple person in power can do one thing. Ape flying sun chopper is not only the patriarch of Sarutobi and the Hokage of Konoha, but also a business card of Konoha. Konoha's prestige can fall for anyone, but the prestige of Ape Flying Sun cannot. But look at Karasuke's cautious and persistent eyes. Natsuki estimated. As long as he says the word no, I am afraid that these people would rather die than appear in the village. This is what Kurosuk and others mean. Then in addition to the Ape Flying Sun, only Tuanzang remained. Natsuki is not interested in the pie trade between Sarutobi and Danzo. What he needs is fame, Uchiha's fame in the village and even in the ninja world. What are the conditions for a family to rise? 1. Strength. This is understandable, all the top families in the ninja world, which one is not really fighting? 2. Fame. Wealthy families, if they want to survive in the ninja world for a long time, some values, outlook on life, and family outlook must be recognized. 3. Population. Which great clan was not raised by thousands of clansmen? For Uchiha, reputation has long stinked, so the most important thing is to save the reputation of the Uchiha family. First of all, it is Uchiha's reputation in Konoha. As for strength and population, Natsuki has never been worried. Indra alone can create this great Uchiha family. What's more, although the current Uchiha has experienced several wars, there are still thousands of clansmen. He worries about this kind of thing idly. Thinking like this, he suddenly stretched his arm and accidentally touched Zhao Mei's jade arm, turning his head to meet Terumi's warning eyes. Ha ha ha, this, can't help it, smiled, and saw the alluring appearance of Terumi's pretty face blushing. Thinking of the few nights that Terumi came to him from the mist-hidden village, he couldn't suppress that picture in his mind. The hands stopped listening again. Natsuki Uchiha, it's just off the old lady. Humph. When Zhao Mei saw Xia Shu's appearance, how could she not think of what this little color embryo was thinking? Hurriedly pulled up the hem of her skirt, and her white and tender little feet ran away quickly back and forth, and the crimson on her face was like a ripe persimmon. Xia Shu shook his head and chuckled, only feeling that this scene was extremely comfortable. In the Uchiha family, the house where Natsuki Uchiha lives is the most comfortable in the entire family. This is also thanks to Sarutobi, who moved Uchiha's clan from the center of the village to the edge. The perimeter is full of ponds, streams, waterfalls, flowers, and trees. A little decoration, it feels like returning to Jiannin Watertown. In addition to Fugaku, Yakura, Qing, and Red, this courtyard is basically protected by the family guard. At night, he and Hong were the only ones in this house. Xia Shu enjoys his current life, condensing his spiritual power every day, polishing his body, and living a very fulfilling life. The second stage of the dream lock has been opened, and the spiritual power has begun to guide the attribute energy, simulate nature, decompose the elements in the space, and try to simulate the space with spiritual power. Even in my own attempts, I can already resort to a spiritual virtual space of about 1 square meter in my mind, and as the spiritual power becomes stronger, the area of virtual space in my mind will gradually increase. This made Natsuki think of Kamui. As the spiritual power continues to grow stronger and the area of virtual space increases, if you find the know-how to turn spiritual power from virtual to real, then it is completely possible to form an independent heterodimensional space in your mind. Even in the entire ninja world, I have never heard that the improvement of spiritual power is actually closely related to the family's reputation. If you let the races such as Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki know that their innate spiritual power is beyond ordinary people, I am afraid that they will think that they are mentally ill. But Natsuki never doubted its authenticity. The progression of the dreamlock is from the inside out, with the improvement of spiritual power to break through the limits of life, to create or perfect dreams to achieve spiritual growth. There are two concepts here. Create dreams and perfect them. Does it sound mysterious? Feel that you have a disease in your head, like a madman? No, not so. If you understand this dream as, what do I want to happen? What do I want to do? When this goal is accomplished, achieved, does this count as the completion of a dream? The answer is very certain. Calculate. Spiritual success, volitional recognition, will stimulate the slow growth of spiritual power. When Uchiha rises to become Natsuki's dream, then, every slight change in the Uchiha family would affect the faint fluctuations of Xia Shu's spiritual power. It even becomes an obstacle to ascending the third order of the dreamlock. If there is a cause, there must be an effect. Xia Shu stretched, his back joints crackled, and he exhaled a long breath. From the moment I appeared in Uchiha, this surname was destined to carry this life. If Uchiha can't rise, I'm afraid his strength will stop here. This result is really surprising. Thinking of this result, Xiaoshu looked at the sky, shook his head with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, stood up, and slowly walked into the room. It's back. Terumi sat on the edge of the bed with her hands on her knees, her face rosy, extremely seductive. Just like a husband who is a traditional wife of Sakura country waiting to return home, she is gentle and lovely. Perhaps, your encounter with me is really fated. What is fate? When Zayome heard this, her heart was as sweet as honey, and she glanced at Xiaoshu without anger. Destiny is that I will eat you. The village is really lively tonight. The big snake pill wrapped around a tree branch, and the golden vertical pupils shrank sharply, spitting out the snake letter, and looked at the ape-flying tribe with a strange smile. I want to see, what the hell are these two old men doing? At night, a small 3-foot-long snake flashed quickly and burrowed into the grass. Ape-flying land. Sarutobi saw off his son, entered the study, and opened the notes he had taken when he was young in order to study ninjutsu, and he was fascinated. The conversation with Asuma tonight touched him a lot, and his heart was full of gratification. Kakashi was separated from himself. There was a gap between Madi and himself. Narashikasa and himself have a gap. The pig-deer butterfly who originally supported him did not speak up for himself at this time. Even the look in Tsunade and Jireya's eyes made him very uncomfortable. Overnight, it seemed that everyone had betrayed themselves. This sense of decadence of rebellion made Ape Face seem to have aged dozens of years at once. But I didn't expect to hear such a sentence in my son's house tonight. No matter what the outside world thinks, in the heart of his son, his father is still a hero. Maybe for selfishness, maybe I enjoyed my rights, but everything I did was for the village. Ape Fei let out a long sigh. He always believed that everything he did was for the village. Just as Ape Fei was meditating, there was suddenly an extra shadow outside the window. Coming? Ape Fei looked at the shadows, narrowed his eyes, and said. Tuan Zhang's figure also gradually appeared in the light. Tuan Zhang, what are you doing here so late? If it's a matter of votes, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. Ape Fei, I have already appeared, how long do you have to disguise? I don't understand what you mean. Ape Fei opened his mouth suspiciously. Until now, are you still trying to deceive me? You are the leaf of Konoha, I am the root of Konoha, you are always in the light, and I can only be deeply rooted in the darkness. Without the root, would the leaf still exist? Tuan Zhang asked in a hoarse voice. He looked at his old partner with complicated eyes. Infinite resentment arises in my heart. What the hell are you trying to do when you come to me today? Ape Fei Ri frowned, looking at his old partner with a surprised expression. At this time, it can also be seen that Tuan Zhang's mood is very wrong. Especially looking at his eyes, it was simply resentful and hated to the extreme. I don't know what happened to make Tuan Zhang so gaff. His gaze was dead on Tuan Zhang, secretly wary of the person in front of him. What for? Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, I sent 30 shangnan to the nameless village. What? Ape Fei's eyes widened, and he looked at Tuan Zhang in disbelief and staggered back several steps. The whole person's spirit is on the verge of collapse. Why, don't you know the importance of those people? Ape Fei Ri slashed his eyes and watched Tuan Zhang drink. Why, don't you know? Sarutobi Hinata saw Shinura Danzo's expression, and also reacted at this time. The 30 shangnan sent by Tuan Zhang to the nameless village must have gone wrong. Looking at Tuan Zhang's collapsed emotions, it is clear that he doubted this matter on his head. That's right, too. Even Ape Fei has doubts about himself. Could it be someone close to you? An inner ghost appeared? Got a crook? But now, he faces an even more serious problem. The afterglow from the corner of his eye sharply looked at Tuan Zhang. Regardless of whether the matter of the nameless village is directed and acted by Tuan Zhang, or there is an inner ghost. Right now. Now, Tunzo must not stay. As Tuan Zhang's old partner, Ape Fei Ri knows Tuan Zhang's ruthlessness better than anyone. For the position of Hokage, do everything to kill yourself in the shadows no less than 3 times. For the sake of profit, let anyone sacrifice for him. If he sacrificed himself alone and could save 100 people in the village, he would never want to. If he sacrifices 100 people in the village and saves himself alone, he will never give up. This kind of person is inherently extremely tyrannical and capricious. But Sarutobi knew in his heart that even a person like Tuan Zhang would still not kill the village. Otherwise, he wouldn't have partnered with Tuan Zhang for so long. This is a vicious wolf. I want to be the master of Konoha, I want to be Hokage. But he didn't really want to destroy Konoha with his own hands. If there is no Konoha, who will be his audience? Danzo, you calm down first. There is something strange about this matter, it must be done by someone secretly. Ape Fei calmed his mood and looked at Tuan Zhang, who was emotionally crushed. Hands and feet? Hinata, who else but you will know where it is? Do you think I'll believe what you say? The regiment commander sneered with a grim look in his eyes. Alien? Is it possible? Just now, he almost let the old fox fly around Ape Fei. The secrecy of the affairs of the nameless village is extremely high. Dozens of miles away from the anonymous village, there are 3 extremely secret contact points responsible for monitoring the anonymous village. These 3 points of contact are directly controlled by Sarutobi and himself, and the liaison officers inside are direct subordinates who are extremely loyal to the two. When the nameless village was destroyed, these 3 contact points were all uprooted, leaving no trace of life. Thinking of this, Tuanzang looked playful. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The nameless village mission can be said to be sabotaged by others, but how can these 3 contact points be explained? The more he thought about this, the heavier his hatred for Ape Fei in his heart. Sunko, don't be pretentious, are all old partners. What kind of person you are my group hides clearly, and you also know who my group is. Hitso. Yes, I assassinated you a few times. I want the position of Hokage. I think when Mr. Kurama was still there, I was fighting outside, and the enemies I killed were not more than your ape flying sun chop, and I fought harder than your ape flying sun chop, and the number of tasks was several times more than your ape flying sun chop. Even so, the teacher still passed the position of the Hokage to you. I am not convinced. You ape flying sun slash can be a Hokage. Why can't I shine your Danzo? I've had enough of staying in the roots that doesn't see the light of day all day. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Why can you Sarutobi stand in Konoha and be loved by Konoha, while I, Shimura Danzo, have to be in the dark? Yes, I have assassinated you, and more than once. Tuanzang looked at the ape-flying sun with gloomy eyes, and sneered sarcastically. But you didn't kill me. Do you think I'll thank you? Nope. This condescending almsgiving makes me sick. This hypocritical kindness makes me even more resentful of you. Zero ask for flowers. Tuanzang, you mistook me. Ape Fei Ri chopped the cigarette stick that stopped at his mouth slightly, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once the two said it when they were very young. You are the Konoha bathed in the eyes, and I am the root in the darkness. The reason why Sarutobi did not execute Tenzo after Tenzo assassinated him several times. The main reason is that he needs such a partner in the depths of darkness. Compared with supporting a new partner, Tuanzang, who has played since he was a child, makes him feel more at ease. Sunko, put away your disguise. I didn't think about making you admit it. After all, if this kind of thing is really exposed, what do you think Konoha will become? I'm afraid that kind of result is definitely not what you want. Tuanzang's gloomy eyes widened, and his face was full of madness as he looked at the ape flying Sunday. What? You really want to do this step? Ape Fei Ri's pupils trembled fiercely, and his eyes were full of shock, anger, and self-blame. Less fake. Tuanzang shame laughing ape flying. It's all come to this point. Does he still have a choice? Only when the ape flies dies, all his secrets will disappear with time. Even if it explodes later, he will buckle everything on Ape Fei's head. Just establish your own prestige. As for the position of the Hokage, Sarutobi looked at Tenzo, his slightly narrowed eyes glancing through the brim of the Hokage hat to the old friend he had been with for decades. The eyes gradually became gloomy. Danzo, I didn't expect the two of us to finally come to this point. He spat out a smoke ring, pressed the Hokage hat on the top of his head, and let out a long breath. The spirit was discharged, and the whole person seemed to be 10 years old again, and his tone no longer had the relaxed and powerful feeling of the past. The voice is as cold as ice. There is no emotion in the eyes. Threat. Naked threat. At this time, the group was hidden in the heart of Sarutobi, and it had become a huge threat to Konoha, and even its degree was definitely no less than that of 740 Uchiha Natsuki. Natsuki Uchiha can use force to bring Konoha to his knees, but Danzo will completely pull Konoha into the abyss. This is absolutely intolerable for Ape Fei. Moment. When the killing machine struck, Tuanzang's pupils shrank, and his eyes looked at Ape Fei coldly. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Ape Fly, just let me see, how big is the gap between me and you? The words fell. Tuanzang kept untying the bandage that covered his right arm, and a tear actually flowed from his vicious eyes as he looked at Ape Fei. This may be the last time. Are you crying with joy? Ape Fei's hoarse voice sneered, and he flicked his hand to throw the Hokage robe behind him. Sensing that within 100 meters of the study, there has been a layer of enchantment isolated from the outside world by the roots. Thinking that even if he fought with Tuanzang, no matter how he fought, he would not be known by the outside world, and he did not report any expectations in his heart. Still, you're going to get rid of me, an old friend who hindered you from becoming Hokage, and you still feel a little sad in your heart. Bang dang, bang dang. Unaffected by Ape Fei's words, the shackles of Tuanzang's right hand opened layer by layer and fell to the ground. When the appearance of his right arm was completely exposed, Ape Fei's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, staring ahead in horror. This scene is so creepy. Tuanzang, really frustrated to this step. Look around. The entire right arm is covered with densely packed chakra eyes, which are very penetrating, and even the palm of the hand has a chakra eye that opens scarlet eyes. Suddenly, Ape Fei raised his head and looked at his former partner with a stunned expression. Does he know that the regiment is hiding behind his back to do human experiments? He knows? He knows. Even the root of a cold-blooded machine, Ape Fei, can penetrate into it. I thought that I was researching powerful secret arts against ninjas outside the village, and finding a way to crack it against Uchiha Sharingan. I never expected this to be the case. I never expected that Tuan Zhang would actually be crazy to this extent. Transplant the Sharingan eye on yourself. What is he going to do? What does he want to do? Uchiha clan land rumble. The Uchiha family, who were far from the edge of Konoha, suddenly a suffocating air pressure stopped for 3 seconds. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. The whole race exploded. Enemy attack. In an instant, all the clansmen thought of this. Start gathering in the compound where Fugaku was located. The entire Uchiha clan was in a quarrel. Such a big change made Konoha, who had already fallen asleep, completely dumbfounded. Due to the recent situation in Konoha, the villagers and major families go to bed early and get up early. The night is terrifyingly quiet. A little wind and grass makes Konoha extremely sensitive. The shouts that suddenly appeared in the Uchiha clan were simply a super loudspeaker. Shocked everyone. Uchiha couldn't bear it. Uchiha is going to kill. This thought subconsciously collapsed. 0. The villagers are nervous. The major families of Konoha are nervous. Everyone in Konoha is nervous. It's just that this emotion lasted less than a minute. The originally noisy Uchiha family once again returned to calm. This sudden outbreak caused everyone's liver to tremble, and the revenant was frightened, and it was inexplicably gone. Come fast, go fast. Sudden change. This caused Jiraiya, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, and some of the clan leaders to look in the direction of the Uchiha clan with different expressions, not knowing what the brain had made up. The entire village is afraid that only Ape Fei, Tuan Zhang, Big Snake Pill, and Ape Fei Asma do not know the situation in the outside world. Uchiha clan land. What's going on? Fugaku didn't want to talk nonsense, turned into an afterimage, and appeared in Xia Shu's yard. His face was full of depression, and there was a trace of resentment in his emotions. Anyone who sleeps well in the bed, suddenly shouting and killing all around, as a result, there is no cause. 1.9 will be so frightened and half dead. Fugaku said evil things to calm the anger of the clansmen. As a result, when I came to the courtyard of the initiator, I saw that he still looked like he was fine. Uchiha Natsuki's brows furrowed, not caring about Fugaku's tone. Intercept Fugaku's spiritual power and connect his own nerves. The voice said indifferently. See for yourself. Fugaku saw Xia Shu's face, and simply did not make a sound. But the next moment, a snort, as if something in the body has been withdrawn, the spirit seems to be about to float, the vision is getting clearer and clearer, and you can actually see the ant tentacles a few meters away. Not only that, the whole body and mind floated, and it felt like the wonder of the soul leaving the body. Even in this wonderful state, he actually felt that the ferret and the water stop were also in this state, and as long as he wanted to, he could communicate with the two from a distance. Fugaku was secretly surprised. No need to ask. It must have been Natsuki who pulled the two of them in again. Fantastic, the value is amazing. How the hell did this summer tree do it? With the strength of Fugaku's kaleidoscope chakra eye, it can be clearly perceived that this is definitely not an illusion. It's almost like a soul. Fugaku looked at the ugly-looking Natsuki beside him in disbelief. He wanted to see, what did Natsuki want him to see? On the other side, the ferret and Shui were equally shocked, and they were at a loss to perceive the surroundings. I was stunned by this scene. Brother Shui, what's going on? The ferret sensed the water stop, and asked after a slight pause. Uchiha was also stunned by this scene. Having the other god's water stop, at first, like Fugaku's thoughts, thought it was an illusion, but everything he sensed next made him waver. Turn around and say to the weasel. I don't know about Brother Itake, but looking at the current situation, there should be no danger. I sensed the patriarch. Father is here, there should be no problem. Itake also sensed Fugaku's breath at this time and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! What the hell does Tenzo want to do? Fugaku burst into laughter. His fists were clenched, and his face was gloomy as he looked at everything he saw in his eyes. That's right. Xia Shu shared all the scenes that happened in the ape-flying tribe to the inside of the neural land through his optic nerve. Now it's not just Uchiha Fugaku, it's Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Shisui are both watching the bloody drama of Sarutobi Hinata and Shimura Danzo live at the same time. Why? How so? Why? Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. Shui was stunned. The scene in front of him made his face extremely pale, and he muttered to himself. The originally transparent and clear eyes were empty, dazed, and overwhelmed at this moment. The will of fire, which had been holding on, also began to crack. Like a helpless orphan, he couldn't find his way, his eyes were confused. Wake up! Suddenly, a loud roar in Shuishui's brain woke him up. Senior, he recognized the owner of the voice. Don't be controlled by the scene in front of you. The prosperity of the Uchiha clan has never depended on the will of fire of some shit. I never relied on the pity of Konoha's high-ranking people to survive. Uchiha leaving Konoha is still Uchiha, and Konoha without Uchiha may not be Konoha. Give up your ridiculous beliefs. It is clear that he has the kaleidoscopic chakra eye that leads the prosperity of the family, but to stand on the opposite side of the family, listen to the darkness of Konoha, and want to seek the possibility of the coexistence of Konoha and Uchiha from Danzo. Shui Shui was stunned. Shouldn't there be a contradiction between the village and Uchiha? Shouldn't the hostility of the village be eliminated? Hostility? Whose hostility? How to eliminate it? Is Uchiha's hostility to Konoha, or Konoha's hostility to Uchiha? Xiaoshu said to stop waters seriously. You are a genius with Uchiha kaleidoscope chakra eyes, just ask. As long as you ask the opinion of the Fugaku patriarch, the resources of the entire family will definitely tilt towards you. The Uchiha family appears 653 pairs of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. As long as this news is broken, whether it is Sarutobi Riko or Shimura Danzo will take the initiative to ease the relationship between the village and Uchiha. Do you understand? This is the ninja world after all. The will of fire can only huddle to keep warm, and it is vulnerable in front of the strong. Natsuki looked at him pitifully. The kid who stopped the water still pulled Fugaku by himself and was forcibly dragged back by Fugaku when the water stop used another god to fake death on the weasel. To be honest, Fuyu, the patriarch, was really too humiliated. I finally saw that the water stop could open the kaleidoscope riding wheel and was pleasantly surprised, but I didn't expect that this guy was actually a 25-year-old. Natsuki sighed. Whether it's you or Itake, the first thing that comes to mind is the village, and how to eliminate the village's opinion of Uchiha is simply ridiculous. When there is a conflict between the interests of the family and the village, you all tilt your heads. I don't look for answers in my family, but I always pin my hopes on outsiders. How? Uchiha just makes you look out of sight. Humph. Xia Shu snorted coldly. This, not the senior. That's not true. It's not like that. Shui Shui kept shaking his head, and his face turned pale. Itake was also shocked by Natsuki's argument, and his expression became silent. Besides, Fugaku was also pulled into the same neural network by Natsuki, and he also heard Natsuki's words. Looking at the densely packed Sharingan eye on Shimura Danzo's right arm, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Hearing Xiaoshu's silence about the conversation of stopping the water, he let out a long breath. He did not refute it. Obviously, Xiaoshu's words were also the words in his heart, and as the patriarch, he agreed with it very much. Uchiha's kaleidoscope did not become a hope to save the family, but became a knife in the hands of the enemy. I have to say, this is simply a sarcasm. Natsuki's tone was full of mockery. This sentence also stimulates the water stop. No, it's not like that. I just want the family and the village to be able to live in friendship. I don't think so much. Shuishui's eyes began to panic, and his heart seemed to have been hit hard. His eyes looked at the seeping chakra eye on Tuanzang's right arm, and he was extremely reproachful. Because he knew that perhaps one of the Sharingan eyes there died tragically because he reported the movements of the people in the clan to Tuanzang. Even his right eye is in Tuanzang's hands. His emotions were extremely restless, and emotions such as self-blame, regret, anxiety, panic, and regret lingered in his heart. It's my fault, it's me. It was all my fault. Stop the water, murmured. Xiaoshu's words kept repeating in his ears, and every word knocked him to the end. Tuanzang's right arm is extremely dazzling, as if he is the final portrayal. Am I really wrong? Slowly, the belief in stopping the water began to waver, and Xiaoshu saw that it was almost the same and did not stimulate this kid again. If he opens up, it is estimated that this kid will have to close himself the next day. Breaking the nerve connection, Natsuki's spiritual power returned to his body. Fugaku looked at Xiaoshu with a complicated expression and was silent for a moment. What should we do over there in Tuanzang? There are apes flying over there in Tuanzang, and there is a party between their old partners. Let's not disturb people's yaxing. Natsuki sneered. Just continue to watch the play, rest assured, I won't let the group hide so cheaply. Fugaku nodded when he heard Natsuki's words, stopped talking, and continued to watch the infighting between Konoha's F4. At the same time, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Hinata stood in the pavilion of Hinata's house, the corners of his eyes were exposed, his eyes were wide, and his eyes were also looking at everything that happened in the Sarutobi clan. Through the perspective ability of the White Eye, all the actions of Ape Fei and Tuanzang are like the bottom of the eye. Tonight is really wonderful. Uchiha shouts of killing stirred the silent night sky of Konoha, and Danzo and Sarutobi unknowingly began to fight infighting. Gee, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, I don't know if Fugaku would be directly angry if he knew. Hinata shook his head and smiled indifferently. Let's make trouble, let's make a fuss, the bigger the noise, the better. Ape Flying Land. Asma is subdued by a sneak attack by the Root Ninja. The large snake Pill's golden diamond-shaped pupils contracted, and the long snake letter licked his lips, secretly watching the bloody tearing battle between Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi in the shadows. Ape Fei and Tuan Zhang completely tore their faces here. But they would never have imagined that Natsuki Uchiha, Fugaku, Itake, and Shisui were watching this bloody civil war the whole time. Danzo, your threat to Konoha is too great, and I definitely can't keep you today. Ape Fei's gaze withdrew from Tuan Zhang's right arm, and he looked at Tuan Zhang with an icy expression. It is natural for a ninja to die for the village. Tunzo sneered. Of course, he could see the change in Ape Fei's mood after looking at his right arm, but he does not need this incompetent mercy. The next moment, fire dragon bomb. Ape Fei quickly froze, opened his mouth to inhale, and a fire dragon bullet directly spit out. The fire is everywhere, Zhao. The blazing flames instantly completely exploded the study, and the blazing high temperature forced both of them to retreat. Shui Duan. Water array wall. Tuan Zhang also froze, and with a loud shout, a violent circular wall of water completely enveloped him, and all the flames around him were extinguished. When the shuriken was close, Tuan Zhang opened his mouth to inhale, and vomited violently, and the violent wind and waves were like a whip. Thundered. The next moment, the shurikens that the ape-flying sun shot over were all blown away by the fierce wind, and on the ruins of the study, they smashed out one hideous hole after another. In the sound of impact. At the same time, an afterimage quietly appeared behind Tuan Zhang, and he used Kuwu against Tuan Zhang's neck. Surrender, Tunzo. Ape Fei Ri said coldly, and the kun in his hand mercilessly pierced Tuan Zhang's neck, directly piercing it. Boom! But at this time, the scene of the original neck breaking and the skin blooming did not appear. Tuan Zhang's body exploded into a white mist, and a tree stump appeared. The dust mist filled the entire space, Tuan Zhang's figure disappeared, and Ape Fei held Kuwu in one hand, looking at the surrounding space with a solemn expression. The battle that has been lost for a long time, the day chop, you are still the same, there is no change at all. If it is only like this, it must be you who loses this time. The gloomy and hoarse voice echoed in the dusty and misty space. 780 Ape Fei ignored Tuan Zhang's voice and looked solemnly at every faint sound in the space. But Tuan Zhang had no intention of keeping his hand. At the moment when Ape Fei's expression was solemn, the wind wrapped in dust and shuriken gushed out in Tuan Zhang's hand, and the shuriken spun rapidly, like a huge propeller, violently cutting the air between the two. Burst! Without any reaction from the ape flying, the sonorous sound of rapidly rotating shuriken friction turned into a spiral wing and shot out, creating a silver trajectory in the dust. The air is cut, and the dust and fog around it are instantly withdrawn. Time seems to freeze in this moment. The eyes were solemn and ape flying, the silver-white hair was blown by the wind, and the eyes condensed into pinholes at this moment, looking around without blinking. Rip and pull. At the same time, the shuriken wrapped in a rapid rotor, cutting the air, piercing through the dust, and blinking close to the ape flying. Bad, the tearing power of the huge storm scraped the ape flying face painfully, and the huge crisis made the ape fly sweat hair burst. Can't hard connect, there is no time. Bending down and back, the shuriken rotor flew close to the ape flying face in the next moment, and several strands of silver-white hair were also cut off by this wing. Rumble! The shuriken exploded, smashing the originally unrecognizable study into a deep pit with a diameter of 3 meters. Dodged the shuriken rotor and jumped backwards. The heavy gasping sound, as if coming out of suffocation, the cold sweat on the forehead was like having just taken a bath. Hurried to check his injuries. I was shocked. Under the tense precautions, a hideous scar was still cut on the shoulder. The dust and fog cleared. Ape Fei's face was pale, and his eyes were cold as he stared at Tuan Zhang with a gloomy face not far from the ruins, once again raising the danger level of his old partner by 1 level. Whether it is speed, reflexes, or ninjutsu, the sealing time is more than twice as fast as before. Is it a bonus to the Sherinan, read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network? Or what has Tuan Zhang become of research? It seems that Tuan Zhang has been planning for a long time preparing for this moment. Ape Fei's expression became colder and colder. Even if the strength has improved, it still can't change the nature of greed for life and fear of death. Always only act in the shadows, lack the courage to face the enemy head-on. I can't spend too long with him. I didn't expect you to have grown to this point. The more like this, the more Konoha can't keep you. Rico, you are still the same, too hypocritical. This kind of hypocritical words are still left to others. Well, I know you better than anyone. At this time you want to kill me as the greatest determination. Put away your only trace of cowardice and benevolence, otherwise you will die miserably. Tunzo sneered. Makes sense, you know me best, and I'm the one who knows you best. Ape Fei nodded, his eyes were cold, his hands were raised, and the seal in his hand quickly pinched and slapped to the ground. Shinobi. Psychic. Show up, Ape King Ape Demon. Rumble. The ground exploded, the white mist evaporated, and the ground under him began to tumble, as if some terrifying existence was hidden below. The next moment. In the mist, the voice of a huge ape wrapped in a tiger skin veterinarian and wearing a Konoha brace gradually appeared in the mist. Roar! The ape roared up to the sky, the sound wave rolled layer by layer, and the fierce wind that led to it rolled backwards, blowing directly so that the eyes of the two narrowed slightly into a line. The ape demon frowned, and the monkey's face flushed. It knew some of the plans of Sarutobi Hinata and Tenzo for Uchiha, and when he first saw the Sharingan of Tenzo's right arm, the seeping trembling made him disgusting to the point of irritation. It's hard to calm your heart. How many Uchiha did he kill? Even if Uchiha dies, it is a village infighting. It's the people of the village. It's just about dying, but also humiliating the body of the deceased. The shameless practice makes it extremely disgusted. The Terrans are simply more cruel than these psychic beasts. Come to your senses. The ape demon looked at Tuanzang and Ape Fei and exhaled a long breath. His face was extremely complicated. Sure enough, it's like this again. The ape demon looked mockingly, glanced at the ape flying. It's all to blame on you for thinking about Ren Ape Fei. If you killed Tuanzang earlier, how could this happen again and again? It's not too late, Ape Fei said coldly. I'm afraid it's already too late. The ape demon stared at the situation of Tuanzang with his fist-wide eyes. That densely packed chakra eye is definitely not decoration. It can't see through what these chakra eyes are for, but its innate fighting intuition tells it. These chakra eyes are definitely not simple. Be careful, Ape Fly, Ape Demon said to Ape Fei. Ape Fei nodded, and the old body continued to remain vigilant, but the body was no longer used, coughed, and looked at Tuanzang with a trace of trance when his eyes were gazed. Obviously he had the will to die. Older, Ape Fei's combat effectiveness is much worse than when it was at its peak. It seems that he has made a good decision. The ape demon saw the situation of ape flying and sighed in his heart. Maybe this will be the last battle of ape flying. Tuanzang also saw the embarrassment of Ape Fei, smiled coldly, and did not make the slightest move. I have transplanted the cells of the first generation of adults, and my body function is no less than the peak combat power. Ape Fei, you're old. I thought I could overcome me with the ape demon. How can it be? Tuanzang, I won't let my mistake happen again. Ape Fei's hoarse voice sounded in a low voice. Please, ape demon. King Kong Ruyi stick. Ape Flying Sun snorted. Got it, Hinata. Transform. Rumble. With a bang, the figure of the ape demon disappeared, and a white mist burst out on the spot. The next moment, a golden light track exploded through the mist, cut through the air, and in the blink of an eye it was already in front of Tuanzang. Tuanzang lifted the bandage of his right eye, and as soon as his eyes opened, scarlet light shot out, and Kuwu raised his hand to instantly resist this wave of impact. Bang! A sharp blade and a golden rod slammed into bright Mars. Unloading the force again, he bounced the Vajra rod back into Ape Fei's hand. Shui Shui, who was watching the battle in the shadows, kept his eyes on Tuanzang. At the moment when Tuanzang lifted the corner of his right eye, his mind was instantly unstable, and even the spiritual phantom in the neural network began to become distorted. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. Don't be impulsive. Your eyes will always be your eyes, and no one can take them away from you. Now just watch this scene carefully. Xiaoshu raised his eyebrows slightly, and glanced at the unsteady water. Itaki and Fugaku both noticed the situation of stopping the water, and their expressions were a little complicated. Ape Fei Ri stared at Tuanzang, and Tuanzang's strength and perception reaction power just now completely exceeded himself, almost reaching Tuanzang's peak combat power. Zero ask for flowers. Tuanzang sneered. The seal in his hand moved, and the wind attribute chakra condensed the solace of his feet, and the speed exploded instantly. Swish! I saw Tuanzang holding Kuwu, and under the blessing of the wind attribute chakra and peak combat power, it turned into an afterimage and shot towards Ape Fei. Ape Fei's pupils constricted, and in this rapid state, the King Kong Ruyi rod collided with Kuwu again and again out of Mars. The confrontation between the two was extremely intense. Chop! Tuanzang flashed and mercilessly stabbed Kuwu towards the ape flying neck, and the blade turned into an arc, extremely fast from bottom to top. While the King Kong Ruyi stick turned into by the ape demon was like the third eye of Ape Fei, and it was able to block Ape Fei's neck at the last moment when Tuanzang Ku was about to stab Ape Fei's neck. But in this hundredth of a second, Ape Fei seized the moment and turned around to fight back. The thunder light in his hand exploded, and a spike penetrated Tuanzang's brain. The thunder light hand knife penetrated directly against Tuanzang's forehead at a distance of nearly millimeters. But right now, the originally domineering and sharp thunder spurt stabbed out with violent force, but it was like piercing out into the air, without the slightest obstruction. What's going on? Not good. Ape Fei's pupils burst at this time, and when he saw Tuanzang's action, his heart was shocked, his figure was flexible and deflected like an ape, and a piercing pain in his waist came rapidly. Forced to endure the pain and jump rapidly, his eyes were highly vigilant about Tuanzang's next move. The golden vertical pupils of the big snake pill condensed like a needle hole, spit out the letter, licked his lips, and thoughts flashed in his mind. His eyes were blazing as he looked at the Tenzo of the two warring sides. Although he curled up in a small space in the dark, the big snake pill was extremely excited in his heart at this time. Just that one was Izanagi. A secret technique unique to the Uchiha clan. In a short period of time, the adverse factors of injury or death of the surgeon can be converted into dreams and restored to the state of chakra eye records. At the same time, a powerful attack or event against the caster is transformed into reality. This is a technique that can freely dream into reality. At the beginning, the 550 Danzo dug up the grave of the original Hokage, found the original Hokage cell in it, and transplanted it into himself to stabilize the 10 chakra eyes on his right arm. It seems that this secret technique has been mastered. Tuanzang is really hidden deeply. 3 generations are not to be underestimated, they are so old, and they still fight so fiercely. The big snake pill stared at Tuanzang with a pair of vertical pupils, and there was a bit of anticipation in his expression. The cell transplantation of the original Hokage is not mature enough, the defects are extremely large, and out of hundreds of ninjas, Yamato is such a ninja who is suitable for transplanting the first generation of cells. Tenzo is now forcibly leading his Inage, his body is weak, causing the control of the Sharingan to be sharply reduced. It is good to say that he can take it in a short time. If he can't take it, the regurgitation of the cell will definitely kill him. It just so happens that such a good opportunity to observe the experimental materials up close is rare. Orochimaru spat out the letter, staring at Tuanzang with blazing eyes, lest he not observe carefully. Burst. Ape Fei covered the abdominal wound with his hand, and his face was gloomy and terrifying. The feeling just now was too strange. It seemed to be virtual, but it was real, and it was difficult to grasp the gap between the virtual and the real. Could this near-immortal pupil technique be the whole card that Tuanzang gave him? Ape Fly, can it still hold up? The ape demon who turned into a King Kong Ruyi stick showed an eye on the surface of the stick and looked at the pale ape flying worriedly. Can't die yet, Ape Fly replied. Since he can't do it alone, then test it again with the superiority of numbers, and Tuanzang can't maintain the status quo forever. Multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Ape Fei sealed again, and the 4 shadow doppelgangers attacked Tuanzang from 4 directions: southeast, south, and north. The next moment, seal at the same time. Tu Duen. Tulun gun. Shui Duen. Water spout. Lei Duen. Thunder dragon. Fire. Fire dragon bomb. Thundered. Explosions rang out one after another. Tuanzang didn't have time to think, and the wind broke through the air, breaking the fireball in front of him, while avoiding the earthen gun that broke through the ground. Sarutobi took advantage of the panic in Tenzo and raised his hand and threw another shuriken. Ape Fly, it's useless, I'm immortal, don't waste your effort. Don't worry, after you leave, I will protect Konoha and let the ninja world be completely unified under the leadership of my group. Tuanzang looked at the action of the ape flying and sneered, and the shuriken thrown out also pierced through Tuanzang's abdomen, like water waves, without leaving a trace. Ape Fei's white face was bloodless, his pupils were bloodshot, and he still didn't cause any damage to Tuanzang, but he was obviously struggling because chakra was seriously consumed. In particular, Chakra, who had just separated 4 shadow avatars, and used the blessing ninjutsu of the 4 attributes at the same time, consumed most of it. If it continues like this, Tuanzang is not dead, and he is consumed first. Read violent novels, just go on Fila Fiction Network. At this point, the ape demon chuckled. Looking at Tuanzang, who was about to seal the seal, he thought thoughtfully. The danger is reduced. For the battle demon ape, the perception is far from being comparable to people. Even if it is an ape flying at its peak, in terms of perception, it is far inferior to the ape demon. Just now, it found that the Sharingan eyes that had made it feel dangerous in the first place suddenly weakened. What's going on? The sharp eyes suddenly condensed, looking at the Sharingan eye on Tuanzang's right arm. 8, not right. At first, there were obviously 10 Sharingan eyes that opened their eyes. How could it suddenly become 8? What is the seal that just came out of the group? Judging from those chakra eye composition techniques, he should have the ability to be immortal. Did he just unravel his own technique? Why does that seal make me feel familiar? That's Mu Duan. The ape demon suddenly realized. Mu Duan. No wonder it looks familiar. On the original body it has seen. No wonder Danzo can transplant so many Sharingan. The calm tone seemed to say something trivial. The ape demon's heart was shocked, and his heart seemed to be smashed a few times by 1,000 pounds of giant hammer, and his eyes looked at Ape Fei with complicated eyes. Ape demon, I'm old, there's no need. Ape Fei's eyes were firm, and he took a long breath and tied the abdominal wound with a cloth band. Straightened up and slowly walked towards Tuanzang, saying to the ape demon as he walked, "Old partner, please help me entangle Tuanzang in front." After speaking, speed up the pace again. Tuanzang's poisonous eyes also noticed the situation in the field. Coldly looked at the ape flying who rushed towards him, his face expressionless. Even if he was about to know that Tenzo was going to die in his hands, he didn't feel much joy. This bond is not only Tuanzang, but also Ape Fei. On the contrary, in the end, it really came to this step, but it made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the ape flying 10 upside down King Kong Ruyi stick rushing towards him, there was an inexplicable comfort. Ape Fei, is this already a decision? Exactly, it's time for everything to end. The next moment, the shadow doppelganger of the ape demon divided into 3 paths, and 3 Vajra Rui sticks smashed into Tuanzang at the same time. Tuanzang came first, and when the ape demon doppelganger came, it was sealed again, and the kuwu in his hand and the King Kong Rui rod collided with a heavy force, and the other 2 doppelgangers smashed into the abdomen, the same as just now, also did not have any effect on Tuanzang. If that's all, Ape Fei can only make me underestimate you. Just when Tenzo wanted to dodge again, suddenly, the King Kong Rui rod split into 4 tentacles and held him firmly. Tuanzang felt that something bad was about to happen. The right arm slammed into the left abdomen, and the muscles of the left arm tightened, piercing the arms of the ape demon with bitterness. The huge impact and force caused the King Kong Rui stick to explode into 2 clouds of smoke. The mud that quietly appeared on the ground had already taken shape at this time. Tenzo is preparing to seal it. Bang! The ape demon turned into a body, and instantly his body entangled Tuanzang, locking Tuanzang's 2 hands to death. This series of battles is long, but it takes place in a very short time. From the ape demon avatar King Kong Rui stick surprise attack Tuanzang, to the doppelganger dragging Tuanzang, and then to the underground mud swamp formation, the ape demon body locked Tuanzang's hands and feet in only 3 breaths. This kind of speed and ability to accurately predict every second is by no means the handiwork of ape demons. It's ape fly. All these actions have been precisely calculated by Ape Fei. Not good. Tuanzang was stunned at the beginning to react in 2 breaths, completely understanding the purpose of ape flying. Then he struggled madly, and he sweated cold. Izanaga's secret has been discovered. Sarutobi let the ape demon show that he was weak, deliberately used the same tactics to confuse himself, let himself be taken lightly, and then laid a backhand in the dark, controlled his figure with Huang Sanuma, locked his hands and feet, and prevented Izanaga's seal from being triggered at the last moment. Find out the time difference of Izanagi and deal a fatal blow to yourself. Thinking of this, Tuanzang's whole person was completely panicked. He is afraid of death. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated when the 2nd generation asked to cover the retreat of others. Nor will he plot to seize the Uchiha clan to write chakra eyes and cultivate Izanagi in order to save his life. His arms struggled desperately to break free from the blockade of the ape demon. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Right at this moment, a deep voice whispered against Tuanzang's ear. Danzo, let's end the darkness of Konoha. Wei, Hai, Zi, Noon, Yu. Ape Fei never spoke again, and Furui Wubo's eyes began to print. Rumble. When you see this mudra, whether it was an ape demon or a Tuanzo, both of them were shocked in their brains. This mudra is Ghoul Ban. Xia Shu, who was a melon-eating mass, stared at the rapidly condensed Grim Reaper behind Ape Fei with his eyes wide open. Sure enough, only those who have signed a contract with the Grim Reaper can see it. Natsuki's spiritual power has surpassed that of mortals. This is not only the condensation of chakra, but also a complete soul. Xia Shu, who had the Mask of Death in the Whirlpool Ancestral Hall, sensed the connection between the Mask of Death and the God of Death for the first time. The Grim Reaper mask is the medium that Reaper 727 leaves on Earth. It also has the function of storing souls. Xia Shu's brows furrowed slightly. Just now, he actually sensed that the gaze of the God of Death stopped on his body for a few seconds. Interesting. Xia Shu chuckled, and the eyes of the 3-hooked jade writing wheel looked at this God of Death with a hideous face and prominent fangs with interest. Let's see, what does it want to do? Tuanzang, the village is my everything. There are people I want to protect. There are my important, vital, family. I am the man who inherited the will of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. I am the 3rd generation Hokage ape flying sun slash. No matter how you covet the position of Hokage, but Hokage, you must protect Konoha and protect the villagers of Konoha. This is the duty of Hokage's existence. Ape Fei Ri looked at his old partner in front of him seriously. Both hands tightly grasped the terrified-looking Tenzo. Next, I will show you ninjutsu that you have never seen before. The words fell, and the hands were sealed again. Sealing. Ghoul Ban. Don't. Tuanzang screamed. This moment. In Xia Shu's eyes, the God of Death behind the ape flew up his hand, and the dense occult patterns were like tadpoles beginning to wrap around the left arm of the God of Death. Stretching out his sharp left claw, in exchange for Ape Fei's soul, the claw blinks through Ape Fei's soul's abdomen. Capture Tuanzang through the flesh of the ape. Burst. Ape Fei's face was distorted, hideous, painful, and cold sweat on his forehead. The whole face was pale and scary, his breathing was rapid, his heart beat faster, and his breath became short and long, and he began to weaken rapidly. The tearing power of the soul made this man known as Shinobi by the ninja world miserable. At every moment, it is as difficult for tens of thousands of ants to gnaw at the flesh together. The next moment, the claws of the God of Death pierced into Tuanzang's abdomen, and a dark and piercing coolness made Tuanzang tremble. This feeling. It's time to start. The tearing of the soul that was withdrawn took place again in the body of the group. Tuanzang's hoarse voice was as cold as frost, and he felt a chill in his heart, gritting his teeth, and cold sweat broke out. In his heart, he scolded the ape flying half to death. Why can't you trust him and give Konoha's Hokage to him, Danzo? Can it be that what Sarutobi thinks is right, and everyone else is wrong? Ghoul band, ape fly, you're ruthless. Danzo, who has seen the ghoul sealing scroll, certainly knows what is happening in his body right now. His soul is being withdrawn. The whole body was like a puppet at this moment. The muscles began to atrophy and stiffen, the blood began to coagulate, and the consciousness began to blur. Even ninjutsu is difficult to trigger in this situation. The breath of death is getting heavier. Ghoul ban. You must have seen this forbidden technique. It was originally the ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, and the spellcaster must give his soul to the god of death and pay with his life. I don't want to be dodging. Danzo, if our death can completely take away the darkness of Konoha, I am willing to die. Ape Fei looked at Tuanzang with a weak face, and when he said this, he actually had a relaxed smile. You this, madman, why? Don't want to believe it. My strategy, you are too stubborn. It's stupid. Tuanzang's face was ugly, and he said intermittently, what's the use of saying this now? Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Next, I will completely pull your soul out of your body and seal it completely. Sarutobi said. Tuanzang's soul was pulled out little by little, and in less than 3 breaths, he could already see that half of it completely left the body. At this time, Tuanzang couldn't even open his mouth. Damn apes fly. Now that half of it has been pulled, the person sealed by this sealing technique will never be able to reincarnate. The soul will be devoured into the belly of the god of death to suffer, and the sealed and sealed people, the two souls will be entangled, hate each other, and kill forever. Ahem, ape flying sun chopper spat out a mouthful of blood again, supporting his body strongly, and his breath had weakened to the extreme. This is the Grim Reaper? The soul body was pulled out of more than half, and the dying Tuanzang was already able to see the appearance of the god of death. The pupils shrank sharply into a pinhole, and he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. What is it going to do? In Tuanzang's terrified eyes, the god of death removed the short knife in his mouth and stomped off Tuanzang's sole right arm with one sword. The uncontrollable tearing pain is keenly transmitted to every cell and blood vessel in the body. It simply made Tuanzang painful. The next moment, in Tuanzang's terrified eyes, the chopped-off soul was swallowed into the belly by the Shinigami with hideous fangs, and began to chew on a delicious face. You can even see Hara coming out of the corners of your mouth. At the same time, Tuanzang's right arm, which was originally covered with chakra eyes, began to become dry, Hao Zhao's, withered, black and blue, like a dried corpse that had been sitting for several years. What kind of joke? Do you really want to be eaten by this disgusting guy? Unwillingness, humiliation, fear, resentment. Just when the vitality of the ape-flying sun was reduced to the limit, Tuanzang was locked in the mud, on the verge of death, and was about to swallow. A voice that surprised the two and was extremely familiar echoed in the enchantment. Natsuki Uchiha. This sound is hard to forget to death. If it weren't for this person, how could Konoha get to this point? If it weren't for this person, how could the two of them have today's end? But why is he here? Ape Fei just wanted to make a move, only to find that he now had no ability to resist at all. The vitality has been decayed to the extreme. Maybe the next moment is the end of your own. With a wry smile, his pupils looked at the person, his eyes full of anxiety and guardedness. He and Danzo are about to die. At this time, the appearance of Natsuki Uchiha. Is there any conspiracy? Unfortunately, he couldn't stop it, and he could only hope that Uchiha Natsuki would treat the villagers of Konoha well. Natsuki Uchiha, what are you doing with 827? Is it to see jokes between the two of us? Congratulations, you won. No one can stop you anymore. The hoarse voice was slightly gasped, the half-squinted eyes were full of loneliness, and there was a hint of pleading and eagerness in the tone. As for Tuanzang, his consciousness was completely blurred. The soul body was seriously missing, and even the strength to open his mouth was not available. Xiaoshu looked at the dying two without speaking, smiled indifferently, turned his head to look at the short knife in the hand of the god of death, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is the blade of death that can divide souls. Followed by. Xiaoshu's mind was shocked, and when the spiritual power touched the blade of death, the sharp cutting feeling became stronger and stronger. The closer the spiritual power goes, the stronger the cutting sting of the blade becomes. Really? This knife is like a slashing knife in the hands of the god of death, and it has a strong restraining force on the soul. However, compared to the power of the slashing knife, the power of this Grim Reaper blade is far inferior. Even so, in the world of Hokage, which has no spiritual power cultivation method and relies purely on bloodlines, it is invincible. The short knife swayed, and the cold blade turned into a silver-white light track. Moment! Interrupted Natsuki's thoughts. The hideous and terrifying god of death stared at Xiaoshu at this time, and his greedy eyes like a black hole looked at Xiaoshu, revealing an evil intent, and his big mouth full of fangs was stained with saliva. There was an electric noise in the mental fluctuations. Soul, delicious, eat, I'm going to. Soul, delicious, eat, I'm going to. The huge and complicated spiritual will, with an invading posture, actually took the lead in piercing Xiaoshu's mind. Grumpy, killing, greedy, furious, bloodthirsty, boiling, fiery. The violent spiritual energy was like a flood that opened the floodgates, and it was about to completely overturn and devour Xiaoshu's spiritual will. Xiaoshu's spirit sea began to fight back madly at the moment of contact. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. Two spiritual wills like a tsunami began to collide, frantically tearing, colliding, devouring, and strangling in the invisible spiritual world. The range is getting bigger and bigger, and the devouring power is getting stronger and stronger. Even the big snake pill in the dark, was affected, and the spiritual storm began to tear the surrounding souls. Damn, how so? This feeling. Is this feeling the pain of soul tearing? Interesting. It's funny, the little white snake coiled in the dark place rolled in the dark corner, the snake's body trembled irrepressibly violently, and the distorted face did not panic, as long as it was excited, fanatical, and hot. After spying for so long, where did he understand the words of Ape Fei and Tuan Zhang? Ape Fei cast a ghoul seal to summon the Grim Reaper. Although he couldn't see the appearance of the god of death, the sudden drop in temperature of the entire enchantment was already able to make his heart beat faster. This is the first time that I feel the feeling of the ethereal spiritual body of the soul being pulled. Magical. It's amazing. No one cannot be alarmed, let alone want to study the big snake pill in this field. The other side. Ape Fei's weak body knelt on one knee, holding his last breath, looking up at Xiaoshu. His whole face was distorted extremely ugly, with a hellish expression. His eyes exploded, his mouth was wide open, and he stood on the spot. How so? How could it be so strong? At first, he was surprised to see Xiaoshu and see the god of death. Xiaoshu burst into a loud drink, which actually made the death god's butcher's knife pause and made his face even more shocked. Next, the god of death actually broke away from the ghoul ban and shot at Xiaoshu, which made him even more unexpected. I originally thought that Natsuki would end like this. Didn't expect that. Xiaoshu actually began to fight back, and it seemed that he actually blocked the attack of the Grim Reaper. Due to Ape Fei's state at this time, whether it was the god of death or Xiaoshu's spiritual will, he could see clearly. Death's soul-penetrating big hand withdrew from Ape Fei's soul and directly grabbed Xiaoshu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why haven't I seen it? Could it be that Xiaoshu sent it out by himself? If the soul leaves the body, is it not dead, and by what method did he do it? Although Ape Fei has 10,000 whys in his heart, but now Xiaoshu does not have time to explain to Ape Fei these. The long knife condensed by Xiaoshu's spiritual body fought several times with the blade of death. Rumble. Mental explosion. It directly exploded into spiritual fragments and disappeared into the air. The long knife condensed again. Brandish. Chop. Broken. Brandish. Chop. Broken. Burst again and again, condense again and again. More than a dozen explosions in succession. In the eyes of Ape Fei, Xiaoshu in the hands of the god of death had no resistance at all. Resistance now, not death throes. Xiaoshu has been sentenced to death in his heart, and he will be devoured by death like himself. It's just a matter of front and back feet. Rumble. Another long knife exploded, and the spiritual power turned into a shock wave and spread. Xiaoshu did not panic in the slightest, and his eyes were unusually calm. On the surface, Xiaoshu is in the downwind. In fact, every time the spiritual long knife shattered and exploded into energy, he would take the opportunity to plunder the spiritual power of the god of death and raise the spiritual power of the spiritual body to another level. No matter how the Grim Reaper explodes, always maintain the same combat power as the Grim Reaper. Ignoring the hideous, madly furious Grim Reaper, the spiritual power slowly increased, and every time the death god felt that he was about to slaughter this hateful guy in front of him, but every time he was so close. Over time, Xiaoshu's spiritual power increased invisibly, and the strength of the god of death was also thoroughly measured by him. Elite shinobi. Of course, if the Grim Reaper was face to face, he might have concerns. It's a pity that the Grim Reaper in front of him is just a split soul. Just like Tsunade's summoning beast slug, it is only a small part of the slug's immortal. After fighting a few tricks, he completely understood the guy in front of him. In addition to the spirit body, the death blade that restrains the soul body, the majestic spiritual power, and the Buddha beads that seem to have sealing and buffing effects, there is no existential value. Have you reached your limit? Xiaoshu glanced at the god of death and said to himself. And also, I'm seeing, the horse and tyrannical spiritual fluctuations came again, and the Shinigami stopped moving, staring at Xiaoshu with deep bloodthirsty eyes full of resentment. The depression in my heart can be imagined, where I don't know that I was played by this guy in front of me. Okay, goodbye. When the words fell, with a wave of his hand, the terrifying spiritual storm strangled the god of death, tore it into pieces, and the soul body completely dissipated in the air. It seems like a casual hit, but this scene is simply a thunderbolt in the eyes of Ape Fei. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Death. He's dead. The Grim Reaper was actually killed by Xia Shu. How could this happen? Ape Fei's eyes were empty, his body was paralyzed, and he was dazed, completely unable to understand everything that happened in front of him, instantly lost the ability to think. Xia Shu glanced at Ape Fei, shook his head, and smiled faintly. The current ape flying has not lived for a long time, up to a year. The soul was seriously eroded by death, the vitality was greatly reduced, and the body was seriously atrophied, and I am afraid that I can only live the rest of the days in a wheelchair in the future. Ora Kimaru. Xia Shu looked into a dark corner and whispered. After several breaths, a small white snake burst out from the corner, opened its mouth, and spit out a slime body 100 times larger than himself. Zero asked for flowers 00. The body squirmed a few times, and then stood up. Xia Shu Kun. The big snake pill golden vertical pupil shone, greedily looking at Xia Shu. He is now more and more precious to Xia Shu. This is simply a cornucopia, every moment can open your eyes. Xia Shujun, you really opened my eyes today. Soul, death, how many other beings in this world that I don't understand? The more I think about it, the more excited I get to think about it. Spit out the letter, licked his lips, and looked into Natsuki's eyes, not hiding his greed and excitement. I'm sure you can do it. Natsu Shu rode. For the research ability of the big snake pill, Xia Shu had no doubt that this was a ruthless person who used his body as experimental material. According to the original timeline, the loophole of the ghoul ban was still found by the big snake pill. By the way, Tuanzang, you take it down first. Tomorrow's election, you and Tuanzang appear together. I'm going to show up too? Yes, tomorrow your teacher will prove to you, you can also stay in Konoha, and no one will stop you in the future. Xia Shu pondered for a moment and looked at the ape flying Sunday. I'm sure 3 generations will understand what I mean. The golden snake pupils of the big snake pill shrank sharply, looked at Ape Fei weakly and thoughtfully, and smiled interestingly. Good, I will show up with Tenzo. Asma supported her stinging head with her right hand, her pupils constricted, and she looked at the scene in front of her with an incredulous expression. There were craters of explosions everywhere, collapsed ruins everywhere, destroyed furniture everywhere. It's just that in less than an hour, the ape-flying tribeland has become like this. And also, who the hell are those who sneak up on themselves? Why did they destroy the ape-flying land? All this was so obvious to Asma. Poof! The ape-flying son, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked calm and scary. Fiercely spit out a mouthful of 787 blood, and his breath languished to the extreme. The sudden change made Asma completely panic. Father, how are you? Who made the move? Who the hell is it? Asma looked at her father, who was old-looking, weak-breathed, and mentally weak in disbelief, and her heart twitched. In its place is panic and anger. Since he was born, he had never seen his father be injured so badly, and he never thought that his father, who was revered by himself, would one day appear in his eyes with such a gesture. Who the hell did this? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in my mind. Uchiha Natsuki's name appeared so abruptly in Asma's mind. It must be so. It must be so. The only person in the entire village who has this kind of strength at this time is Uchiha Natsuki, and it must be his hand. Father, is it Natsuki Uchiha? You're telling me, aren't you? Asma, who became more and more grief-stricken, saw her breathless father, and the whole person was like a wounded leopard, and he roared lowly. Ahem. No, not Natsuki Uchiha. It's Tunzo. Out of the hand, Ape Face smiled bitterly. In a hurry, a breath of blood in his chest was rushed out again, and he quickly gasped. He was really afraid that this stunned Ching of his own family would go to the trouble of finding Natsuki Uchiha. Now Uchiha Natsuki, he is more and more incomprehensible, and his jealousy of Uchiha Natsuki is getting deeper and deeper. Tuanzang, why is it him? Is it because of the Hokage election? Time. Asma didn't know how much his brain had made up, and his face changed rapidly. Ahem. Asma, don't provoke the Uchiha family in the future, you know? Why, what the hell is going on? Where are so many? Why, let you do what you do. Ahem. Ape Fei was short of breath, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Well, don't be angry, I promise not to provoke Uchiha. Asma quickly spoke. When Ape Fei Riko saw this, he smiled bitterly in his heart. From the words before Natsuki Uchiha left, he understood. Konoha no longer has the qualifications of the Ape Flying 1 series, Konoha F4 hand. He could feel that the life force was rapidly disappearing, and even if the soul was not devoured by death, the after-effects of the soul damage were still revealed. The time is running out. As the Hokage, who has been in control of Konoha for decades, he has foreseen the changes that will occur in Konoha when Uchiha takes the helm of Konoha. New opportunities will begin to bloom, and the old system will be outlawed. The one who will lead Konoha will be the older generation to the new generation. No one can stop the direction of Uchiha's change. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Fortunately, the only thing that comforts Sarutobi in his heart is that there is the change of Konoha that can be supported by the Konoha Natsuki of Uchiha, and in Konoha, as long as Uchiha Natsuki is alive, I believe that no one dares to take the initiative to jump out. 0. It's a pity that Sarutobi would never have thought that the transformation of the Uchiha clan would jump out of Konoha in the future and spread to the entire ninja world. Otherwise, according to the nature of ape flying to seek stability, I am afraid that if I fight to the death, I will fight with Xia Shu Trunk. Didn't expect things to turn out like this? Ape Fei shook his head helplessly. Times have changed. In tomorrow's election, not only can he no longer target Uchiha, but he must also say good things about Uchiha and support Uchiha Natsuki as Hokage. As for the regimental collection, this cauldron he reneged. Even, it is impossible to say, Xia Shu will use Tuanzang to stand up in public tomorrow. Ape Fei was also roughly prepared in his heart. Right at this moment, several rapid sounds of breaking air came from all around. 3 generations of adults. Ape flying patriarch. 3 generations of adults. Hinata, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, as well as some ninjas in the dark department have already rushed to the Sarutobi land. How so? Silently destroying the ape flying tribe like this. Which village launched the sudden attack? The Hokage election has reached the second day, and due to the number of votes, it can also be said that today is the last day of the Hokage election. Hey, Tsukichi, who in the end will be elected to the position of Hokage. I think Princess Tsunade is most likely. Fart, don't you know about the riots that took place within the Uchiha clan last night? Riots? Isn't it an enemy attack? Fart's enemy attack. I heard that the Uchiha tribe is dissatisfied with the Uchiha Natsuki vote being overtaken. There was civil strife in the Uchiha clan yesterday. I heard that it was going to completely start a war with the village, and the killing was all over the place. If it weren't for the Fugaku patriarch to stop it, it would almost be a full-scale war with the village. Groove, it's true, so exciting. No, horror. Is this still fake? Listen to me, vote for Natsuki Uchiha. Do you still want to have a Nine-Tails rebellion? Spit, save your life for 10 first. 2. It is important to save your life. It is important to save your life. After that, his eyes also peeked at the surrounding villagers a few times, seeing that no one noticed them, and then hurried towards the Fire Shadow Rock Square. This is not uncommon today. In just 3 hours, Tsunade and Natsuki's votes were inexplicably tied. It's jaw-dropping. Even Natsuki himself did not expect such a result. It was originally an accident, but I could think that it was actually made up by other people's brains into leeway. It caused Natsuki to laugh for a while, and it felt very interesting. I didn't expect that the reputation of the Uchiha clan actually had such a big effect, and I already knew that it would not be faster for me to directly release momentum to intimidate the villagers. In that way, Uchiha's reputation will completely stink. Fugaku gave Natsuki a blank look. The two started talking again. The black hand behind the Nine-Tails calamity, have you found anything over the years? No, I still haven't found out, but I did ask something else from the ferrets. What's going on? Itaka said that on the day you left Konoha, a man wearing a whirlpool mask and riding wheel eyes once looked for him. He said that the man called himself Uchiha Madara. Poof, Uchiha spots? Do you believe it? I don't believe it, although I haven't seen Uchiha Madara, but from the words of the clan elders, you can see that Uchiha BA is a rather conceited and proud person. Even if such a person wants to kill you, he will not wear a mask and do some things to steal chickens and dogs. For him, he does not disdain to use such a way. According to the clues found in the Nine-Tails Rebellion, this masked man also appeared during the Nine-Tails Rebellion. Could the Nine-Tails' loss of control be related to him? Maybe. Xia Shu looked at Fugaku with a surprised expression, but he didn't expect Fugaku to see the change of the Nine-Tails so deeply. It's almost time to discover who is behind the scenes. In the attic next to the lake, Fugaku and Natsuki chatted without saying a word, not worrying at all about the Hokage election. Let's go, we should also go out and show our faces, we can't let others wait for a long time. That's fine. Terumi, Fugaku, and Natsuki got up and gradually left the Uchiha clan. Hey, Orochimaru, I didn't expect that this guy of yours would actually dare to appear in Konoha now. Hokage Rock Square. Tsunade burst into laughter, his eyes bursting, and his face was full of anger at the young man next to Sarutobi in a wheelchair. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. This person is none other than the Great Snake Pill. Why is he here? Not only Tsunade has this question, but Kakashi, Jiraiya, Red, Shikaku, and others all have this question. Because Orochimaru is also a ninja who defected from Konoha. As for the reason for the defection to Konoha, it was by no means like the rumors in the outside world, when he was angry and ran away when he competed with the 4th generation for the position of Hokage. Quite the opposite. When competing for the position of the 4th generation Hokage, it was Orochimaru who took the initiative to withdraw, giving up the position of Hokage to Bofang Shuman. The reason that really made Orochimaru leave Konoha was because of human trials. Leaving Konoha is because of research and experimentation. I also joined Xiao because of research and experimentation. Back to Konoha hiding in the shadows or because of research and experimentation. Tsunade, I haven't seen each other for so long, your temper is still as short as 680. The big snake pill's pupils narrowed slightly, and he sneered. Bastard, Orochimaru, you are now a Konoha rebel, even if I strike at you now, no one will say anything. Tsunade frowned impatiently. Rebel, you can ask the 3 generations of adults, am I a traitor? Orochimaru said coldly. What do you mean by that? Tsunade stared at him. The other ninjas had turned their gaze to the languishing, wheelchair-stricken 3 generations. Orochimaru, returning to Konoha, it is no longer a rebellion. 3 generations of adults, now you have to listen to me, can't stay here any longer. The medical staff's eyes were firm and anxious. Obviously, the situation of the ape flying sun slash at this time was already very serious, and it was consuming its life force every moment. My own body. I know that today is the day of the succession of the 5th generation Hokage, and I can't leave, but, well, don't persuade me. Ape Fei's pale face coughed and whispered back. Teacher, who hurt you? Tsunade frowned, looking worried. Swish! In an instant, the eyes of all the ninjas around him focused on Sarutobi. Suddenly, a name appeared in everyone's mind. Natsuki Uchiha. Is that him? That kid from the Uchiha clan. Time. Jiraiya and Kakashi's eyes sharpened. No, not Natsuki Uchiha. It's Danzo. Ape Fei saw everyone's expressions, where they didn't know what they were thinking again, just about to speak. Asma, who was pushing a wheelchair, said it directly. The eyes are sharp and angry. Staring dead at the man behind the big snake pill. That's right. At this time, behind the big snake pill was standing Danzo. However, Tenzo's current appearance is really a little weird. With his arms hanging down, his eyes empty, his mental trance, and his limbs stiff, he is simply like a humanoid puppet. Obviously, after the big snake pill took Tuanzang away, he definitely did something on Tuanzang. Tsunade was keenly aware that Danzo's arms had been cast a strange spell, and this stupid state was very similar to the aftereffects of mind reading in the Yamanaka clan. Who the hell did that? This. Danzo, how could it be Tenzo-sama? Isn't his relationship with the 3 generations of adults very good? Everyone's eyes widened, stunned by this answer. Orochimaru looked at the people present and sneered. Good relationship? It is indeed a good relationship. One does not want to kill the other at all times and takes his place. One must pull the other up when dying and kill each other even if it becomes a soul. Can this unswerving relationship be bad? And he saw many things that interested him in his memory in Tenzo. Gee, I have to say that his teacher and the old pair of Tuanzang really gave him a surprise. Orochimaru glanced at the teacher and sneered without speaking. Tsunade looked at his teacher suspiciously. It wasn't until Sarutobi was silent that she understood that it was all true. Tsunade, Asma is right, read the violent novel, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Danzo did everything for the position of Hokage, and he didn't attack me once or twice, and with today's result, he can also be regarded as retribution. Sarutobi whispered. And, Tsunade, I hope you will abandon this campaign and stop competing with Natsuki Uchiha for the position of Hokage. Sarutobi met Tsunade's gaze and spoke with difficulty. A calm tone, as if saying another trivial matter. Tsunade's heart shook, his body paused, and he looked at the weakened figure in the wheelchair with incredibly complex eyes. Why? She gritted her teeth and stared at her teacher. She wanted a reason. Tsunade, you also saw it. I'm dying, I can't help you, I don't have the heart to fight for anything. Moreover, during this time, I believe you have also seen that the actions of the Uchiha clan have been recognized by most of Konoha's ninjas. They are reforming and want to take a different path. You, unstoppable, Ape Fei Ri looked serious and his tone was low. You don't know the person Natsuki Uchiha. Believe me, even if he doesn't become Hokage, he will push the reform of the Uchiha family to the whole of Konoha. What will you do then? Tsunade's whole person jerked, his eyes widened, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back, his mind complicated. Oh, yes. What will she do then? Scanning the surrounding ninjas, everyone hesitated and hesitated when they looked at her. As the teacher said, the Uchiha clan has been recognized by Konoha ninjas, and there are definitely many such ninjas, especially Uchiha's reforms. It makes her even more powerless. She knows what she's capable of, even if the new Hokage series tends to be younger. But for the whole village, it is just an exchange of old and new power classes. Has something changed? Tsunade frowned, staring at Kakashi deadly. Nope, Tsunade-sama, I didn't mean to persuade you to withdraw from the election. This is your own decision, and I have no right to interfere. It's just that Konoha really needs a bold and powerful reformer now. Can you really do it? Kakashi looked at Tsunade lightly, his eyes extremely calm. Especially when facing the expectant eyes of the ninjas around her, her eyes actually subconsciously dodged. She can't do it. She was also unwilling. Even for a moment, she had a panicked idea that as long as she became a Hokage, as for reform, she could completely let Uchiha do it, and she only needed to give orders, but she knew it was impossible. Now Konoha needs Uchiha, not Uchiha needs Konoha. If Uchiha is allowed to leave Konoha, whether he joins any ninja village or occupies a piece of territory by himself, it will be a disaster for Konoha. She can't be Konoha's sinner. Time. The atmosphere in the 140 venues fell eerily silent. Whew, I quit. Hokage Rock Square, an event that everyone did not expect, caused a sensation in Konoha. The fifth Hokage candidate, Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan, suddenly announced her withdrawal from the Hokage campaign. This undoubtedly surprised everyone. Anyone with discerning eyes can see that Princess Tsunade has a high probability of becoming the fifth generation Hokage of Konoha. But at this juncture, Tsunade actually announced his withdrawal. This hand does not say that my uncle does not understand, even my grandmother does not understand. That's all. After Tsunade announced his withdrawal from the Hokage candidate, the third-generation Hokage Ape Hibiki, who had taken a back seat and was seriously injured and dying, actually appeared in a high-profile manner. Open ballots for Natsuki Uchiha in Hokage Rock Square. He even started scrubbing the floor directly to Bia. The Uchiha clan is one of the founders of Konoha, and the Uchiha clan rules Konoha, and there is no more suitable person than this. In the past, Konoha's rumors against Uchiha were all rumors and incidents created by Danzo in private, which was a sabotage of Konoha's stability. Truth be told, I don't have many days left, and as you can see, my injuries are very serious. All this is the injury caused by Danzo sneaking up on the Ape Flying clan in order to become a Hokage. This is not the first time. Danzo has assassinated me no less than 3 times, and I have always tolerated Danzo because he has done merit to Konoha, and I didn't expect him to become even worse. It was my fault. When Apefei's face was pale, his forehead was cold sweat, he was panting when he spoke, and he couldn't catch his breath. The whole Konoha is thoroughly fried. What? Uchiha is actually one of the founders of Konoha? It turns out that Uchiha is not so hateful. All this is a rumor. How can Tenzo-sama be like this? It is simply unforgivable to kill 3 generations of adults for the sake of the position of Hokage. Yes, can't let Shinura Danzo go. Severely punish Shinura Danzo. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Severely punish Shinura Danzo. The Fire Shadow Rock Square was completely blown up, and tens of thousands of people crowded into the square, angry, and shouting to dispose of the group. The patriarchs of the various clans who were originally going to watch the play were completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them, completely ignorant of what's going on. After inquiring, I was even more confused. Tsunade did not participate in the competition and withdrew from the Hokage election, which they could understand. With the current trend, Uchiha would not put the new Hokage in his eyes at all. Except for Uchiha Natsuki, no matter who becomes the Hokage, Uchiha will not be convinced, let alone listen to you. In turn, Hokage asks people not to leave Konoha, the friendliest and peace-loving village in the ninja world, and Uchiha deserves it. So, Tsunade withdrew, which in the eyes of most families, there is nothing incomprehensible. However, everyone who watched this wave of the Ape Flying Sun was stunned. At the beginning, it was the 5th Hokage candidate personally selected by Sarutobi Hinata. But now, he was directly cut in half by himself. Almost no one believed that Tsunade withdrew automatically. As far as her eldest lady's temper, how could she directly admit defeat? Tuanzang actually assassinated Apefei at this juncture. Shouldn't it be that Apefei is the most powerful to Tuanzang when he is alive? How is it still upside down? There is also Sarutobi, directly in person to pull votes for Uchiha Natsuki. What kind of trouble is this? Can it be considered that the bottom of Konoha F4, headed by the 3rd generation, is bankrupt? There were even some people who looked sluggish, like a puppets group, subconsciously, with a trace of pity in their expressions. The backpot man has appeared again. Due to Tsunade's withdrawal and Danzo's assassination, the 5th generation Hokage has essentially fallen into the hands of Natsuki Uchiha. Everyone understands this. Now, in addition to Natsuki Uchiha, the disposal of Danzo has become a priority. Tens of thousands of villagers in Hokage Rock Square shouted and glared angrily. Apparently, Danzo's assassination of Sarutobi had already caused the public indignation of the people of Konoha. After going to bed, Koharu and Mito Manyan watched with trepidation as tens of thousands of villagers on the square hissed and attacked Tuanzang. I was so scared that my heart attack almost recurred. They never thought that Tuanzang would actually fly out at the ape at this juncture. He was even stunned by the amazing prestige of ape flying in the village. He is also a member of Konoha F4. When Sarutobi says that Danzo assassinated himself, the entire Konoha will not hesitate to write Danzo on the pillar of shame in history. No one doubts the authenticity of this thing. No one has explored the process of this matter. For decades, the prestige and popularity accumulated by Apefei were completely exposed to the two. This kind of prestige, the two of them also vainly tried to control Apefei and make Apefei a puppet under them. Now that you think about it, it's ridiculous. Nope, even if Tuanzang really assassinated Apefei, he couldn't let Tuanzang die in Ape Fei's hands. This precedent cannot be set. Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Minion sweated, and they all thought of this scene. As Kanaha's senior advisor, the matter of punishing the high-ranking people in the village must not be directly determined by Sarutobi. If so, then the situation of the two of them will be even more dangerous. Severely punish Shinura Danzo. Severely punish Shinura Danzo. The shouting in the square continued. The anger of the villagers is growing. Ape Fei sensed that the atmosphere at this time was almost the same, and the execution of Tuanzang could begin. Alright, now I declare that Shinura Danzo, the leader of the Konoha root division, has repeatedly undermined the peace and stability of Konoha, controlled the route to spread rumors of the Uchiha clan, and mutilated the Uchiha clan, causing Konoha to suffer huge human losses during the peace year. And here I want to apologize to the families of the victims of Konoha's casualties. It was my ape-flying son / and the 3 generations of Hokage who did not know people to cause such a human tragedy, and I apologize to everyone here. When the words fell, Ape Fei was supported by Asma, panting and shushing, his face turned pale, and he stood up tremblingly and bowed with difficulty. When he lifted up, he stumbled and took 2 steps back. If Asma hadn't reacted quickly, I don't know what would have happened. At this time, the appearance of Ape flying really looked how miserable and miserable. Everyone in the field was really afraid that Ape Fei would not be able to hold on, and suddenly fell to the ground and burped on the spot. Gee! Hidden in the middle of the square, Natsuki Uchiha, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this scene. Just this scene, this face, in the previous life, can definitely win the Oscar for Best Drama. Old drama bones. This ape flying is indeed an old drama bone. Others can't see it, he can still not be clear, the soul is traumatized, the life expectancy is greatly reduced, and the muscles are atrophied. In addition to the difficulty of getting up and bowing, the retreat of that god is simply the finishing touch. It was Ape Fei who deliberately did it for everyone to see. 3 generations of adults, needless to say, we understand that everything is Tuanzang's fault. Yes, that is, the 3 generations of adults must not blame themselves and must take care of their bodies. That's it, damn Tuanzang, it's just harmful. Read violent novels, just go on Fila Novel Network. Really? After this wave of operations, the families of the ninja who died all turned their spearheads to Danzo. Even those killed in the dark department blamed the 3 generations for the order that they were seduced by Danzo. Transfer all the losses that he sent to recover Uchiha Natsuki to Danzo. Backpot Man is online again. Zero ask for flowers now, Judge Shinura Danzo. I announce the execution of Shinura Danzo. Ape Flyway. I disagree. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Ape Fei. Everyone was shocked by this sound. Public opinion cannot be done. Who ate the bear heart leopard gall, actually dared to reject the opinions of 3 generations in public. I'm not afraid that the villagers of Konoha will eat you. Everyone frowned and turned to look at the figure behind the 3 generations. Sleep Koharu and Nito Monitis? What do they want to do? Xiaoshu smiled faintly, looking at this scene interestingly. If he wants to say that he is now the 5th generation of Hokage, do you want to use your own power? The others also looked at Mito Minion and Koharu with a playful look and smiled disdainfully. Sarutobi, even if Danzo does these things, you shouldn't deal with it privately. The 2 of us are Hokage advisors and should have the right to know. He shouldn't have been punished so severely either, and Danzo has also done meritorious service to Konoha. Turning to sleep, Koharu stared at Sarutobi with sharp eyes. He tooey fart, you're an old immortal, didn't my man make a contribution to the village? He's damned. A woman with red eyes in the square directly scolded. One by one, the villagers looked at the 2 unkindly. Relative to the fame of ape flying, Koharu and Mizuto Minion are simply like transparent people in Konoha, except for the major families of Konoha. In the people, the cognition of these 2 people is basically blank. Without waiting for Mito Minion to react, he couldn't sit still at all. Emotional gaff, red eyes, staring at the young man in front of him, he actually made a choke sound. Kurosuke, it's been 7 years, where the hell have you been all these years? Teacher. Kurosuke's face was full of tears, and when he saw Jiraiya again, he felt countless grievances in his heart and wanted to say to the teacher. But when he saw the embarrassed 3 generations next to him, his expression was complicated, and he forcibly suppressed the grievances in his heart. Okay, just come back, let's have a drink for the 2 of us in the evening. Zi Lai also smiled, feeling that the recent return of his disciple could make him happy for a while. 247 was really a depressing atmosphere in Konoha during this time. If it weren't for the old man's orders, he would have wanted to leave Konoha quickly and go out to collect wind. The Intimate Paradise series should also be published. When the time comes, Kakashi and Karasuke will be given a set. Sarutobi, you just watched these juniors bully us 2 old men of Konoha like this. Turning to sleep, Koharu looked at Mito Minion, who had a livid face, and scolded Sarutobi. She didn't dare to make a move on Uchiha Natsuki. Would she have to endure the bullying of a junior? Ape Fei smiled bitterly at this time. Say what? If it had been before, he had learned about Mitarashi Kurosuke's arrival in Konoha, he would have been able to make arrangements. Right now, he was afraid that Kurasuke would say something amazing. The two of you ran out and blew up without looking at the situation. Now make it like this, what do you want me to say? Oh, that's right. Now that he is in charge of the 5th generation Hokage Uchiha Natsuki, you have the audacity to go to him. Sarutobi ignored Koharu's words and turned his head as if he hadn't seen it. You, at this scene, Xiaochun almost scolded her mother in anger. How, very unconvinced. Kurosuke sneered when he saw Koharu's ugly face. Junior, I am a senior advisor to Konoha, I have made great contributions to Konoha, you bully meritorious ministers so much, do you want to betray Konoha? Koharu glared angrily. Just you? Done something for Konoha? A hero of merit? Aha, Kurasuke laughed as if he had heard a big joke. Is there a problem? Turning to sleep, Koharu and Mito Minion looked at the young madman in front of him with a strange expression. Then may I ask Lord Advisor, what have you done? Kurasuke looked at the two with a playful expression. The Hokage advisor, to put it bluntly, is not a high level of real power. The main function is equivalent to the senior secretary of the Hokage, providing advice and suggestions, without any decision-making power, belonging to the neutral camp. Turning to sleep, Koharu and Mizuto Minion's actions just now have completely crossed the line. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. How to deal with Tuan Zhang really has nothing to do with these two people. The two who were stunned by Kurasuke were red-faced, their faces were extremely ugly, and their eyes looked at Kurosuke with resentment. This big drama, watching Tsunade was in a good mood. Just swept away the depression of quitting the Hokage campaign. She doesn't know how others are, anyway, she is in a good mood now. Have long looked at two consultants, not something. If she hadn't served as her second grandfather's guard, she really wanted to hang these two up and beat them. Why, there is nothing to say, right? Compared to those Konoha ninjas fighting on the border, the two of you are not even farts. Humph. There was no face for the two at all, others may not know, but he knew that these two old things were not good goods. Dare to make a move, he will think about the consequences. 3 generations of adults, I want to report Tuanzang. Backpot Man is online again. Then Kurasuke told them how they were deceived by Danzo over the years, how they secretly protected the village, how they stayed in a deserted small village for more than 10 years or decades, and Danzo also deceived them and persecuted their relatives. 0 time. Hokage Square frying pan again. The sound of the crusade against Tuan Zhang rose from wave to wave. At this moment, Tuan Zhang's reputation completely stinked. No one noticed that when Kurosuke and Sarutobi were talking, both of their eyes were staring at each other with incomprehensible meaning. It's as if something is being communicated. Finally, Sarutobi smiled calmly and looked at Kurasuke with satisfaction. Take a long breath. It seems to have laid down a huge burden. Don't worry, Tuan Zhang has the biggest evil disease, and not killing Tuan Zhang is not enough for the civilian people. 0.2 Konoha will arrange for someone to take care of you, we will give you a pension if your family is still there, and if your family is not there, we will arrange someone to take care of you. 8th Phase saw that the time was almost up, and the matter of Tuan Zhang should also be concluded. He glanced at Tuan Zhang lightly and said in a deep voice, now, carry out the punishment against Tuan Zhang. 3 generations of adults, can you give me the right to punish Tuan Zhang? 8th Fei, who was already a little impatient, heard someone speak out again and was ready to shout. Turn your head and look. I saw a young man looking at him with a smile. Natsuki Uchiha. Time. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man who suddenly appeared. He's Natsuki Uchiha. Tsunade looked at the terrifyingly young little man in front of him, and the excitement in his eyes flashed. It is this man who dares to call the ninja god. I'd rather see what makes him different. Tsunade's gaze began to look unscrupulously at Uchiha Natsuki's body, and the provocation in his eyes was very obvious. Hiss. How is it that this damned existence feels dead? In Tsunade's 10 eyes, Natsuki Uchiha stood at such a stop, which actually made her lose her mind for a short time. The figure of Uchiha Natsuki was actually completely filled with his field of vision. It seems that there is a spiritual will that affects his 5 senses. Damn, what the hell is this oppressive aura that emanates at will? Is this guy the tailed beast turned into? Not only Tsunade, but even Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Matkai feel this way. Kakashi, damn, this guy is getting stronger again. Jiraiya, such a monster actually appeared in the Uchiha clan, and I am afraid that the ninja world will become more and more unstable in the future. Medi, youth, this is youth, Natsuki Uchiha, I will definitely defeat you. Wow, so handsome. Whoa, oh my god, is this Natsuki Uchiha, our new Hokage-sama? I wonder if Naruto-sama has taken a wife. This is the legendary evil Uchiha clan. Is this still evil? If this is evil, give the old lady a pile. Xiaoshu appeared in the field, and there was another commotion in the field, and those who couldn't wait to eat themselves looked at themselves with resentful eyes. Xiaoshu sighed helplessly. No way, if Shuei is guilty, then I am the most unforgivable. This sentence. The corners of Terumi and Fugaku's mouths twitched behind them. After entering the second order, all parts of the body have been transformed, and to put it bluntly, Xiaoshu's skin is definitely a delicate mess now. The face that was originally a little handsome is now even more hooking. Yes, you are already the 5th generation Hokage. How do you want to dispose of Danzo? You don't need to ask me. Tired heart. Sarutobi was depressed when he saw Uchiha Natsuki. Since he wanted to dispose of Danzo, let it be left to him. The last thing he wants to see now is Natsuki Uchiha. The will of fire, which he was proud of, completely failed in Uchiha Natsuki. I can't fight and beat, people don't listen to them. What do you say? Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Depressed. Xiaoshu smiled indifferently, and his scarlet eyes stared at Tuanzang's eyes. Buzz. The spiritual power turned into a spear and pierced Tuanzang's damaged brain nerve, causing his consciousness to slowly recover. Turned his head and glanced at the water. Danzo's hatred of us Uchiha, I will hand him over to you to complete. Yes, Naruto-sama. Natsuki ignored everyone present, and walked away with Terumi and Fugaku again. As for Hokage, the corner of his eye glanced at Fugaku and smiled faintly. Take a moment and let Fugaku serve as the Hokage of Konoha village, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of Fugaku's wish. After several breaths, Tuanzang shook his head, and just about to slap his stinging head with his hand, he felt the weight of his arms and his pupils shrink sharply. One picture after another flashed in his mind, and then he thought that his arms were wasted. Slowly raising his head, his eyes swept over the ninjas around him. Seeing their angry and hateful eyes, my heart clicked and I laughed bitterly. The last thing I wanted to see was to be met by myself. Turning his head to look at the seriously injured and dying Ape Fei on the wheelchair with a complicated expression, he smiled faintly. Ape Fly, you win. Don't worry, I'll wait for you below. Then he looked at the water stop with a long knife in his hand. I didn't expect that the Jew 170 who gave me a ride in the end was you. Stop the water. Uchiha's hatred will be cut off by me personally. Stop the water calmly. Also, now it's useless for me to say anything. Stop the water, give me a pain. The next moment, a long knife cut a silver light track. With a pop, blood splattered. Tuanzang's big head was stabbed by the water. Then Shui lowered his head calmly, picked up Tuanzang's head, picked out the Sharingan eye of Tuanzang's left eye with his hand, and left. The 5th generation Hokage selection is officially over. Oh, Naruto-sama, don't worry, I will definitely bring your meaning to the Daimyo-sama, and I hope that Konoha, under the leadership of Uchiha, can reach the next level. I also hope that Naruto-sama will say a few nice words in front of Lord Natsuki. Definitely, definitely. Danayan's fat belly trembled slightly, and he stood behind Fuya with a flattering face, his eyes narrowed into a slit. His task is accomplished. He didn't talk to Uchiha Natsuki, but it was the same with Patriarch Fugaku. Seriously, he was really a little lucky that the 5th Hokage was Uchiha Fugaku. If it was Natsuki Uchiha, he really didn't know how to speak. Compared to Natsuki, Fugaku's experience is more suitable for Hokage's position. Then I will go first. I believe that the Daimyo-sama will also be satisfied. After that, the fat body got into the palanquin and slowly walked towards the outside of Konoha village. Fugaku looked at Danayan's back and sneered disdainfully. Come in, Fugaku. Natsuki beckoned in the room. Excuse me. Fugaku entered the courtyard, took a cup of tea from Xiaoshu's side, and drank it. How? The messenger of that daimyo is gone. Natsuki smiled. Gone, it's still the same old way. I want Konoha to continue to be a thug in the Fire Nation, keep it as it is, and even double the annual funding allocated to Konoha. The sincerity is still very strong. Fugaku smiled slightly. How? Moved. How is that possible? Fugaku glared at Natsuki. I won't do anything like losing watermelons and picking up sesame seeds. Uchiha will rise under your leadership, and I can't look at the Hokage of Konoha anymore. Fuyu smiled, and the spirit of the whole person was better than ever. Natsuki just smiled and didn't speak. To appease Fugaku, Xiaoshu revealed a little of his plan to Fugaku, but he was stunned that Fugaku was excited for 2 days and did not sleep well. As soon as he woke up, he ran to Xiaoshu to discuss the details of Uchiha's rise plan, which was simply magical. Now Fuyu's vision has been greatly raised by Xiaoshu. Hokage was completely out of sight. By the way, from now on, you will issue a patriarch decree prohibiting intermarriage within the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's eyelids jumped and he hesitated. Internal intermarriage is prohibited. Why? If such a decree is issued now, I am afraid that it will cause an uproar within the clan. After all, the intermarriage within Uchiha has lasted for thousands of years, and it is suddenly stopped, and the clan people are afraid that they will be dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? Whoever is dissatisfied, let him come to me. Patriarch, are you also afraid of the loss of blood in the clan, and have an opinion with those clan elders? Natsuki glanced at Fugaku's expression and knew what Fugaku was thinking. Blood loss. Blood loss. All of them are dead brains. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. But Xiaoshu did not think that the family maintenance of the ninja world was still condensed by this set of blood theory and blood theory. Don't say Uchiha, it's the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Blood Pool clan, and so on. All ethnic groups with limited family lineage have had this kind of problem. Blood theory and bloodline theory have been mainstream thought in the ninja world for thousands of years. Uzumaki Mito and Hinata belong to political marriages, which is not included. Moreover, because of the bloodline theory, the clan was directly exterminated, and in the end, there was not even a single clan member who survived. For this, Xiaoshu is not incomprehensible. For a family, losing the most important bloodline is undoubtedly a capital enemy. However, if the current Uchiha wants to develop further, he must also break this custom. Marriage with other families becomes a must-be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Is it really going to abolish intermarriage? Fugaku gritted his teeth and looked at Natsuki suspiciously. It must be abolished. Long-term internal intermarriage will make it more and more difficult for the Uchiha people to open the chakra eye. In the end, Uchiha's bloodline will become thinner and even disappear completely. So serious. Fugaku was shocked in his heart. He never thought that family marriage would produce such a big drawback. However, thinking about Uchiha's current situation over the years, the opening of the Sharingan has indeed become more difficult than it was 50 years ago. The number of people who opened the chakra eye recorded in the entire Uchiha historical records is also decreasing year by year. This situation is clearly not right. Is it really related to Zhao's intermarriage rush? No way. In the living room, Terumi saw Fugaku's back leaving, walked to Xiaoshu's side with her own care, and leaned into Xiaoshu's arms. The slender neck is as white as jade, and the long hair has some droplets, obviously just after taking a bath. Did Yakura and Aishi go so fast? Xiaoshu ruffled her beautiful hair, looked down at the beauty under her eyes, and said with great interest, "Kuthu is as idle as a pig like you. Lord Mizukage is the shadow of Mist Hidden Village. It is already very good to stay in Konoha for a few days to help you cheer. Mizukage-sama is still waiting for Mizukage-sama to deal with it personally. Besides, I originally wanted to help you. Who knew you were so perverted?" Terumi rolled her eyes and glared at Natsuki viciously. "And, you Natsuki Uchiha is a person with a wife. Don't provoke those women who are not 3 or 4 at will. Tsunade, that smelly girl, you didn't see the look in her eyes yesterday. She could eat you. People of the grandmother's generation, actually pretending to be tender, seducing my man, really shameless. You must stay away from that old woman in the future. Otherwise 617, how else would you be?" Xiaoshu looked at Terumi with a funny face, and now Terumi is like a female cat who protects food, full of explosive. The look of the pout is simply cute. "Otherwise, I'll tell you not to go to my bed for 3 months. With Xiaoshu's line of sight, Terumi's ears turned red, and she glared at Xiaoshu with a pretending to be angry. "Ouch, I can't clean you up yet. What do you want to do?" "What for? What do you think?" Terumi's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. "It's not yet evening. Shut me up." In the afternoon, a bright eye shot into the windowsill and hit Xiaoshu's face. Xiaoshu, who was lying on the bed, glanced at the sleeping people around him and smiled heartily. "Get up and put on your pajamas, pull open the sliding door with your bare feet and walk to the study." With nothing to do, he began to read the ninjutsu materials sent by Fugaku. They are all ancient paper books from the Uchiha family for hundreds of years, and some are even older, directly graffiti words recorded in animal skins. Including the history of the Uchiha clan, the records of the Kaleidoscope clan, the origin of Uchiha's bloodline, and even the relationship with the Senju clan are all recorded. It's just that the record of the 1,000 hands is only a few graffiti in the animal skin, and what Xiaoshu recorded can't figure out. This is, suddenly. The pattern of 6 pieces that were about to become moldy and incomplete animal skins almost made Xiaoshu sink in. Suddenly full of excitement, he frowned slightly and began to carefully look at the 6 scrolls. With his current spiritual power, he would actually be disturbed by 6 broken beast diagrams and inexplicable spirits. This thing is not ordinary. Looking closely at these fragments, I found that there are many parts that can actually be stitched together. Read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Although the 6 beast drawings were pitted and incomplete, they still allowed Xiaoshu to find some traces of intertwined canine teeth. These 6 pictures should be one pair. Xiaoshu picked up the animal skins and slowly spliced the 6 animal skins according to those staggered split lungs. Gradually, the true nature of animal hides, BACB, gradually became clear. "Hey!" The first time Xiaoshu saw the puzzle, his brows furrowed slightly and he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "This is? Take a look." In the upper left side of the animal skin, a huge armored samurai stands in the air, and a small humanoid figure stands on the chest of the samurai. In the picture on the lower right side of the animal skin, a huge 1,000-handed Buddha looks up at each other, facing the armored warrior one by one, and vaguely you can see a small person standing on the top of the Buddha. The crowd on the ground waved and raised their hands, as if praying sincerely, as if there was a chaotic battle. And a huge threaded eye in the middle of them emitted immeasurable brilliance like the sun. This is the Eye of Reincarnation. What exactly does he represent in this picture? What the? In an instant, the reincarnation eye in the center of the animal skin seemed to be alive, and a white light directly hit Xiaoshu's body. Time. Natsuki felt that time and space were going backwards. The buildings of Kanaha village are changing rapidly, the buildings on the streets are rapidly decaying, the tall brick walls are turned into wooden houses, the wooden houses are turned into straw huts, and the grass huts are turned into uninhabited dead forests. The Hokage statues of the previous generations of Hokage rock began to decrease as if illusory, disappearing one by one, and finally became a bare hill. The entire Kanaha disappeared completely in less than 3 breaths, and the eyes looked at the forest except for the forest. Time is going backwards, and the years are recovering. Everything seems to be heading for some origin. Different faces, the bonds of the same fate broke out into shocking wars. The personnel on both sides were broken arms and remains, crying with grief and indignation, wantonly cursing, and killing like a wild beast. Mountains and rivers collapsed, the ground exploded, flames spread everywhere, and floods swept through. The 2 huge demon gods between heaven and earth showed the scene of destroying the heaven and earth, and under the majestic spiritual power, Xiaoshu, who had extremely keen 5 senses, could feel the helpless figure in the battlefield of the killing, roaring, shouting, hesitating, unwilling, helpless, empty eyes, like walking corpses. These 2 demon-like figures appear in every era. In each demon-like figure, a pair of scarlet and dazzling chakra eyes will appear. The end-of-life battle of each era ends in the defeat of Sharingan. This seems to be the cycle of fate, like the end of fate. Again and again cycles appeared in Natsuki's gaze. The more time went back, the more ugly Xiaoshu's face became. He felt it. In the regression of time, there is a majestic spiritual force like a tsunami trying to invade his mind, wear down his will, eat away at his spirit, and try to cover his spiritual sea with a sick value. The collision between pure spirit and spirit made Xiaoshu's face colder and colder. Once successfully invaded, he will be the loser of this reincarnation. Become his puppet. He knew that the guy had begun to notice himself. It's a temptation. Xiaoshu's irrepressible pupils widened, and the guyu of the writing will I seemed to be stimulated to provoke and turn rapidly. Click. The picture is distorted and shaky. Bang. Xiaoshu's spiritual power returned to reality again, and when he came back to his senses, his gaze towards the animal skin was even more unkind. With a wave of his hand, the 6 simple and strange animal skins were struck into gravel powder by a breeze, exploding like snowflakes. Look out the window at the sky thoughtfully. Is this the beginning of the trial? A new round of fateful battles. Want me to jump into your chessboard too? What character do you want me to do? The moment Fugaku was elected Hokage, the threshold of the second order peak of the Dreamlock had already been touched. The family's wish to last for 50 years was fulfilled, and the clan lingered in joy and reveled all night long, and this suppressed stimulation was instantly released, and 200 people in the Uchiha clan instantly opened their eyes that night. Enthusiasm is high. Energetic. The spiritual agitation like the power of wish was like a stirring torrent rushing madly towards Xiaoshu, filling the spiritual sea of Xiaoshu with the spiritual power of a family, so that Xiaoshu's spiritual power has expanded to more than 10 times. At this time, Xiaoshu's spiritual power was completely comparable to the spiritual will of 100 upper ninja combat powers. The coverage area of the spiritual extension has expanded from a radius of 1,000 meters to a radius of 5,000 meters. That's as far as 50 football fields. Similarly, the second-order explosive spiritual power caused the physical potential to get a second big explosion. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. The flesh, blood, muscles, cells, and nerves are all greatly strengthened. Those hides couldn't have been found by Fugaku suddenly, at least not 3 days ago. That is, on the day he returned to Kana, these hides appeared in the collection in a way that ordinary people could not perceive. Xiaoshu touched his eyebrows. Is this foreknowledge? The Miyama Mountain Toad Immortal has the ability to predict the future, which is uncontrollable, and deduces the future with a fragment seen in a dream. Zero ask for flowers Natsuki knew. This kind of foreknowledge ability of the Toad Immortal is completely based on the huge spiritual energy of thousands of years to deduce a possibility that is extremely close to the truth. Even the truth. Under the spiritual power, chakra, accumulated for thousands of years, its head is completely like a supercomputer. Like a detective, finding a vague clue to infer hundreds of possibilities, then integrating this possibility with other clues, and finally arriving at a prediction that is very close to the future. Since the Toad Immortal can, of course that person can do it too. Forget it, it's still a little early to think about it. The first temptation does not work, and the second temptation will definitely take a long time. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. His original plan was to take the Uchiha clan to survive the night of extinction. Unexpectedly, after opening the dream lock, the strength was tied to the Uchiha family, and now he can only work for Uchiha and let Uchiha rise. Now it seems that the Uchiha clan is afraid that it is very likely to be directly confronted by the Itsuki clan in the future. If that's the case, the current plan is clearly not enough. Uchiha's single strength is still too dish. And the other side of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Conference Hall. Patriarch, 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 sit, I'm sorry to gather the elders together again. Fugaku looked at everyone present with a smile, waved his hand and entered the hall. The Patriarch is now the Hokage, his identity is different, of course, he is busier than before, we can all understand. Yes, understand and understand. The three elders pushed back one after another. After exchanging courtesies, Fugaku took the first place and looked at everyone with joy. The elder family elders, 4 elders, 6 elders, Uchiha Takechi, Uchiha Inewo, Uchiha 570 Iron Fire, Uchiha Yada headed by the new Uchiha High Level. This was the first council of elders since Uchiha's new reign. After Fugaku became the Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan simply changed a lot. Perhaps the Uchiha rumors had too deep an impact on the clansmen. Even within the family, a stern warning was issued to some outsiders. Time. The people in the clan are excited, and the people who go out do not take the initiative to cause trouble. There is less anger and more kindness. Especially the people of Konoha have the most direct understanding of this. Vaguely visible. The Uchiha people, who originally had a stinking face, actually began to smile at them. This was incredible before. The Tsundere Uchiha actually took the initiative to start greeting the people in the village, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Dare you believe it? Even though that smile was heavily slaughtered by rumors, Konoha still felt a little mad. But the change is really significant. Anyone with discerning eyes can feel that there is no Tuanzang spreading rumors to disrupt the situation, and there is no root and dark part to stab in the back. The gap between the Uchiha people and the people of Konoha is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Fugaku's election as Hokage. In the Uchiha conference hall, everyone was smiling, and even the 3 elders of the older generation left by Uchiha were no longer dissatisfied with the 3 old partners of Shimano. Grand Elder Uchiha, who was over 70 years old, had silver hair, and from the moment he entered the conference hall, his old face couldn't stop smiling, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows could kill a mosquito. Unlike the other 2 elders, the Great Elder is a clan member who survived Uchiha's time, experienced the most brutal war between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, watching the Uchiha clan decay rapidly after forming Konoha between Uchiha and Senjuku. Then he was oppressed by the Hokage series and walked into the trough, until the days when Natsuki left and was almost exterminated. Extermination. Maybe a little alarmist, but the Great Elder understood better than anyone. During the time when Natsuki fled Konoha, the village's surveillance of Uchiha was more than 3 times stronger. If it hadn't happened that day, Natsuki killed Kurama Shishio and Kaede Ishikawa to shake the Konoha high-rise, read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. At this time, Uchiha has long been history like Senju. Although Fugaku didn't say anything, he knew that Fugaku also saw the clue. Pressed the treasure on Natsuki. Now it seems he won the bet. Fugaku, what exactly is the purpose of convening this meeting today? You can rest assured that as long as it is beneficial to Uchiha, the old man will definitely support it. That's it, I also mean this, Fuyu, you can rest assured to do it boldly. There are a few of our old guys in the clan to support you. Although I still have a strong opinion of you, when it comes to the family, I will still stand on the side of the family. 0. The 4th elder snorted coldly and stopped talking. Fuyu glanced at the 4 elders and shook his head. The old fellow, obviously happy in his heart, is all at home. Now still give me a pretend. The mouth is hard. Now the mouth is hard. Wait for the subordinates, you dance happily. His gaze looked at Takeichi and the others and nodded. Takeichi, Inewo, Iron Fire, and Yatsushiro have been sitting quietly in their places since greeting Fugaku, without saying a word. Okay, I summoned you back today to end the old habit of intermarriage within Uchiha. What are your opinions? What? End Uchiha's intermarriage? Fugaku, do you feel like you're floating when you become a Hokage? Intermarriage within the clan is a rule set by the ancestors, in order to keep my Uchiha's chakra eyes from being leaked. That is the guarantee for my Uchiha to become stronger. How can it be abolished? It's just, I don't agree. The 4th elder sneered. Isn't it good to be your Hokage? Why do you always think about these things? Now okay, such a stupid thing has been brought up, wait and see how you end. Uchiha Takeichi, Inabori, Iron Fire, and 8 1.0 generations buried their heads in thought, without saying a word. The 6 elders and the 4th elder had already begun to fiercely oppose. Fugaku ignored the 4th and 6th elders and looked at Yatsushiro next to Takeichi. Of the 4 newly appointed elder seats in the sideline, 8 generations are over 40 years old, the oldest of them. When Fugaku chose Yatsushiro, he valued Yatsushiro's cautious attitude and analytical ability. Through Fugaku's observation for so many years, it was found that Yashiro's sensitivity to things was no worse than that of Nara Shikaisa. This is a seedling with an absolute possibility of becoming a military master. Patriarch, you are really embarrassing me. Yatsushiro laughed bitterly. Let you say, you are now an elder, and the lazy nature of the past is absolutely not good. Fugaku frowned impatiently. Okay. Yatsushiro sighed helplessly. The other elders also looked at the 8 generations at this time. Regarding intermarriage, although I don't understand what the patriarch thinks, after all, for a family, bloodline is indeed the cornerstone of a family's development. However, according to my study of family historical materials, I found that the more 10 is the oldest year, the more the number of Uchiha Sharinans, and the more modern the number of Uchiha Sharinans, the smaller the number of Uchiha Sharinans, compared with the years when Uchiha was the patriarch 50 years ago. 50 years ago, there were 10,086 people from the Uchiha clan, 2,000 people with Sharingan Eye opening, 236 upper ninja combat power, 600 middle ninja combat power, and more than 3,000 lower ninja combat power, and he was a well-deserved super hegemon in the ninja world, and even those daimyo did not dare to provoke Uchiha. And now, there are 3,052 Uchiha people, 300 people with open eyes, 50 upper ninja combat power, 200 middle ninja combat power, and more than 600 lower ninja combat power. The gap is not just due to the war. The more familiar I am with Uchiha's historical materials, the more I can see the changes in this. The more familiar you are with the older historical sources, the more obvious this change becomes. What do you mean? Fuyu's eyes lit up, and his heart was secretly happy. Perhaps, the decrease in Uchiha's chakra eyes is related to some factors, maybe it is intermarriage. Yashiro hesitated and said. The great elder's eyes sank slightly, and he looked at the 8th generation as if he understood something. Compared to 50 years ago, Uchiha is indeed weaker, which he has seen with his own eyes along the way. No one understood better than him how much the Tajima Patriarch and Madara Patriarch had reached in that era of Uchiha. During the Warring States period, countries fought chaotically, and the only armed groups that could make countries tremble were Senju and Uchiha. Back then, even all the ninjas added up were no match for Senju and Uchiha. And now, the great elders smiled bitterly. 1,000 hands are gone, just 50 years. Uchiha's strength has greatly decreased, and it has also been in these 50 years. Fugaku, if intermarriage really affects the rise and fall of the family, I agree to abolish the intermarriage system. The great elder let out a long sigh, and his deep eyes gradually sharpened. Big brother, how can you do this? My Uchiha's bloodline must not flow out. This matter is not negotiable. The old 4 and 6 were suddenly anxious. The family marriage system is not only for the outflow of Uchiha's blood, but more importantly, the reduction of power again. The stability of the internal intermarriage system has made there are many large and small groups in the entire Uchiha clan. Read violent novels, just go to Fila Fiction Network. Especially the elder line is the most serious. Rural fights, who has more sons, who has face, who is powerful. The same is true for Uchiha, which elder has more people behind him, the higher his prestige in the clan. If the system of intermarriage is abolished, the number of people who rely on them will be greatly reduced, and who will put them in the eyes of the clan in the future? Shut up. Why, I can't talk anymore. Old 4th, old 6, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. It's best to put away your careful thinking. If intermarriage really prevents Uchiha from opening the blood chakra eye, then what you two are doing now is hindering the development of the family, and you are Uchiha's sinners. Don't think that when I'm old, I can't do it. As soon as the great elder changed his kind face in the past, the scarlet 3-hook jade writing will eye suddenly opened, and his gaze swept sharply towards the two. Time. The hall was silent. Everyone turned their heads and stared at the great elder dumbfounded. Even Fuyu himself did not expect to suddenly become like this. Why didn't I think great elder 247 was so pleasing to the eye before? This is probably the unanimous opinion of Yatsushiro and Fugaku at this time. Big brother, the 4th elder looked shocked, gritted his teeth, and his eyes changed. The great elder looked at him coldly, his scarlet gaze becoming more and more unkind, and asked, "Why, what else do you have to say?" "No, nothing, it's just, boss, have you ever thought that Uchiha's blood is flowing out, and what secrets will Uchiha have at that time?" The 4th elder clenched his fists and said with an unwilling expression, "No, it's not what you think." Speaking of this, Fugaku's eyes became colder when he thought of the densely packed chakra eyes on Tuanzang's right arm. To put it bluntly, if Uchiha clings to the bloodline in the old order, then Uchiha won't have to rise, and after 100 years, no one can remember who Uchiha is. The development of Uchiha has never been determined by bloodline, but by Uchiha himself. The 4 elders were stared at by everyone in the hall, and their faces became more and more ugly. Fuyu frowned, and even wanted to remove the 4 elders. "Well, Fugaku, if you must abolish the intermarriage system, you will regret being late. I'm waiting for this day to come." The 4 elders stopped talking. Others were also not interested. The issue of Uchiha's abolition of intermarriage was completely settled. The next day, the news of Uchiha's abolition of the intermarriage system spread and completely exploded in Konoha and even the ninja world. Especially as soon as Uchiha's theory of intermarriage limiting bloodlines was revealed, everyone was dumbfounded. In fact, there is really no rule in the ninja world that intermarriage is not allowed within the clan. Now, what does Uchiha want to do with such a set? Some scoffed. Some people smiled. Some people can't sit still. Konoha. Hyaga clan land. Hinata looked at the family history of the Hyuga family with a solemn face, and the more he flipped through it, the more ugly his face became. The Uchiha family abolished intermarriage. Is this a way to find an advanced chakra? What to do with the white eyes? This is the pain in the hearts of Hinata Hayashi and even the successive patriarchs of the Hyuga clan. I don't know when it started. The Hyuga clan has placed the white eye and the Sharingan on an equal footing. Even the ninja world refers to the white eye and the chakra eye as the two major pupil techniques of the ninja world. But my family knows my own affairs. Compared to the Sharingan, the fame of the white eye is far less great. Until now, the Hyuga clan had not found a feasible way. But today, Uchiha's abolition of the intermarriage system made Hayashi's eyes shine. Will the Hyuga clan abolish the intermarriage system? No, no, no. Hinata Hayashi didn't think about it and wasn't interested. But with the Uchiha family, he was thinking about it. Two superior bloodlines with pupil skills, maybe relying on the bloodline blessing of the Uchiha clan, the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can advance. Thinking of this, Hayashi instantly became calm. Get up and walk out of the Hyuga clan land and set off towards Uchiha. At the same time, several families in Konoha made the same decision. United. Regardless of Uchiha's current status or the mysterious chakra eye, the major families can't do it. Time, read violent novels, just go to Feel of Fiction Network. Almost all the families of Konoha sent people to ask Uchiha for relatives, and the whole Konoha completely boiled. Uwahide village building Uchiha, this is looking for death, flowing out of Uchiha's blood. Isn't this the whole ninja world to know the secret of Sharingan? Oniki sneered, then frowned. Wrong. This is not right. Fugaku would never be so stupid. Staring at the intelligence, his brows became tighter and tighter, and the doubts in his heart became deeper and deeper. After a few breaths, Wyu, what does Uchiha want to do? Oniki will not believe that there will really be anyone who will let go of family secrets on the grounds of intermarriage and restricting bloodlines. Isn't this asking for a dead end? The point is that it is the Uchiha family who implement this policy, which makes him even more vigilant. He doesn't know what kind of urine the Uchiha family is. A bunch of arrogant war maniacs. The more irrational the behavior, the more it should be taken seriously. Forget it, it's useless to think about it here. Since Uchiha wants to abolish the intermarriage system, then let the young man in Iwane village try it. Gee, it stands to reason that I should be happy if I got Uchiha's bloodline in vain. Why can't I be happy now? Oniki shook his head, pounded his back, and let out a long sigh in his heart. Union Village. Lei Yin-ge was simply happy to see Konoha's information. Azabi, tell the strong young men in our village, all go to Uchiha to bring us back a Uchiha girl. Hey, Fuyu, this old boy looks quite shrewd, how can he do such a stupid thing this time? But it just so happens that it's cheap for us, and my Union Village just needs a pupil family. Lei Yin-ge had a gloating expression. It was no secret that Union wanted to get Hinata's pupil technique. Without the bloodline of the Hyuga clan, the white eyes are useless, and the combat power cannot be increased much. Both the Sharingan and the white eye have such a problem. The non-family bloodline promise is good. There is no way to exert the original strength of the pupil technique. Danzo still uses the intercolumn cells to forcibly run the Sharingan, and is eaten back. Even if Kakashi uses the Sharingan every time, the body will be weak. The blue-white eye will also appear weak. Now that he was able to cultivate a pupil ninja by himself, the white eye suddenly became unpleasant in Lei Ying's heart. The white expanse, the steaming water mist completely enveloped the small courtyard, and the already elegant small courtyard was dressed more elegantly. But what is strange is that except for the white mist transpiring in the small courtyard, there is no fog condensation outside the courtyard. It was as if the courtyard and the outside world did not belong to the same world. Spiritual power has broken through another small stage, and with current spiritual power, it is already possible to construct a virtual world the size of Konoha in the Spirit Sea. The pupil power has also been strengthened. Even the illusion emitted by the three-hook jade chakra eye can simulate reality to the greatest extent, and the distance has been strengthened again. The ferret can use crows to cast illusions, just as every crow has a chakra eye, dividing countless crows, blocking all fields of view, and attacking enemies. But when it comes to yourself, within the 5,000 meter perception range, as long as the spirit is shrouded in the field, you can launch illusions at any time, because any area within the 5,000 meter perception range is under the reflection of the Sharingan, and the enemy has nowhere to hide. And the body cells, blood, tendons, and muscles have been strengthened again. You can imagine that now my physique 517 has been strengthened to a terrifying degree. I don't know if it is stronger or weaker than the strongest shield of the 3 generations of Lei Ying AI, the Thunder Dun armor. In the future, you can see, and the simulated combat training in the dream must understand the other party, otherwise you would have wanted to try it a long time ago. Natsuki opened his eyes and felt the change in physical and mental power. Chakra exploded again, and his staying power was greatly enhanced. Take out a sealing scroll and open it for a moment. Hand-pinching tips. Boom! A white mist exploded. More than 300 Shinigami masks appeared in front of Xiaoshu one by one. Xia Shijun, you are. Suddenly, an old voice came out of the mask. In Xia Shu's eyes, a silver-haired old man wearing a whirlpool forward guard looked at Xia Shu with a calm face in front of him with a puzzled expression. The old man's body is in a translucent state, and his body emits white, bad, light, which is obviously no longer a normal person, but a soul body. Patriarch Lu Ming, your current soul body is already very weak, although the Death God mask has the ability to preserve the soul body, but his side effects are also very large. You also understand this. I want to relocate you to a place more conducive to the survival of the soul body. I don't know if you want to, Xia Shu said lightly. After that, he stopped talking and quietly waited for Uzumaki Luming's decision. For a while, the scene fell silent. Uzumaki Luming frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Patriarch Luming can discuss with the ancestors of the Vortex clan, sometimes standing higher in order to see further, Xia Shu said lightly. Uzumaki Ashiaki nodded and bowed to the 300 Shinigami mask. Suddenly, in front of Xia Shu, a layer of white light was shrouded, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of soul bodies of the Vortex clan appeared in front of Xia Shu. The brat of the Uchiha family, just say what you mean, our gang of old antiques have been dead for so many years, what can't be seen? Another old man spoke. Xia Shu looked at the old man and smiled faintly. Coincidentally, in the ruins of the Vortex country, it was the ancestor of the Vortex clan who was the first to stand up and support him. Senior, I just want you to move. Where to move? The man asked. Read violent novels, just go to Feel a Fiction Network. Xia Shu pointed to his head and said with a smile. Here. What? This time, not only this Whirlpool clan elder did not understand, even the Whirlpool Luming had a feeling of being played. Uchiha family boy, you're afraid you're joking. What are you referring to your head for? Can your head still live with people? The old man of the Vortex clan laughed, feeling like he was being played. Although he has died and become a soul state, he is not without temper. The faces of the other clan elders looking at Xia Shu also began to turn unkind. Xia Shu was simply crying and laughing when he saw everyone. Senior, I can condense a virtual world in the spirit sea that is no smaller than the land of the Uchiha clan, and then you ancestors will not have to live alone in such a big prison as the Mask of Death. Xia Shu smiled and said slowly. Words fall. Once again, the scene fell into dead silence. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. One by one, the elders of the Whirlpool tribe opened their mouths wide, and there was shock, awe, horror, and fire in their eyes when they looked at Xia Shu.